fighting was over. Commodore Abraham Whipple, a true patriot, a man who had given so unselfishly of himself to the cause of freedom, with his courage had ignited a torch that would light the footsteps of a young country toward the American way of life. High to standards of are the courage and resourcefulness to the American Navy of today. In 1784, after 9 years of faithful, outstanding service, during which he had served without pay, often advancing large sums of his own money to Congress for supplies, Abraham Whipple retired a legend, but not before having the honor of another first. That year, he became the first Yankee skipper to unfurl the American flag on the River Thames, a free sailorman on a free ship. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the National Vice Commander of the American Legion, Department of New Hampshire, Mr. John J. High.
In June, students and teachers throughout the United States clean out their desks, pack the books and chalk away in the closet, wash the blackboards, congratulate themselves on a job well done, then go on a picnic in observation of the last day of school. At this time of year, American Legion School Medal Awards are presented. Last year, 18,559 of these awards were made throughout the country. In operation since 1926, this awards program is designed to encourage the development of those character traits which make for good American citizenship. Far too often, an exaggerated importance is placed on scholarship. Good scholarship is most important. Good school grades demonstrate industry, perseverance, efficiency, and intelligence on the part of the boy or the girl who achieves them. The American Legion believes, however, that attention should be given to the development of the whole child. If the America of the future is to be a healthy, sound nation, today's children must also be encouraged in the development of such moral values as honor, courage, leadership, and service. If these traits are not developed in our youngsters, our country faces internal disintegration and decadence. It was for the fostering of these qualities that the American Legion system of school medal awards was designed. Thousands and deserving students have received them this month on the basis of student-teacher recommendation. It is our hope that through this type of educational stimulus, the wealth of our American heritage will be increased, and that the future of our land will bring to harvest the precious seeds of freedom which are the basis of our inheritance.
Thank you, Mr. John J. High. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans, dreaming of the future, forged that which we possess today. Today's story, Whipple's War, was written by William D. Lansford and featured William Woodson as Abraham Whipple. Included in the cast were Dawes Butler, Howard Culver, Tom Cound, Ben Wright, James McCallion, Robert Emlin, Jack Carroll, Byron Kane, Gil Harmon, and Parley Bear. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Lang speaking.
the preceding program was transcribed earlier. Every day, Monday through Friday, you'll find enjoyable daytime radio entertainment on this NBC station. Whether it's comedy, drama, or quiz fun you're looking for, keep your dial set to NBC for the finest. Brighten your day the radio way with the interesting stories on Welcome Travelers from Chicago with your host, Tommy Bartlett. Laugh with NBC's Hope for the Housewife, Bob Hope, and his daily quarter hour of humor. And speed your way through straightening up the house, dusting, or vacuuming as you listen to such fun-filled shows as Strike It Rich and The Phrase That Pays. And remember, every day, Monday through Friday, NBC presents wonderful daytime drama on such programs as The Road of Life, Pepper Young's Family, The Right to Happiness, Backstage Wife, Stella Dallas, Young Widder Brown, and The Woman in My House, to name only a few. Why don't you make it a daily habit to chase your housework blues away by keeping your radio tuned to NBC? Yes, always tune where you hear the familiar 3 NBC chimes. They're your invitation to the finest radio entertainment. Subcommittee Counsel Ray Jenkins will meet the press tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
You just heard an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1954, 67 years ago today. Stay tuned for police stories, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macinmind.com for more information. We now present Police Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of This Is Your FBI. This episode originally aired Friday, June 20th, 1947, 74 years ago today.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Did you ever hear of a mortgage that cancels itself if the owner dies? That's the kind of modern mortgage that thousands of American homeowners now have. They've taken advantage of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. So if you own your own home, be sure to listen carefully to the middle commercial of this program for interesting information on America's finest plan for home ownership, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, The Horoscope Homicide.
The basic quality of crime has not changed materially in the last 100 years. In 1847, men were committing murders and robbing other men and doing the very same things that criminals do today. And crimes were committed a century ago for the very same reasons they're committed today. For revenge or lust or greed. But there is one big difference in the crime picture today. And that is that law enforcement has progressed to the point of being not a business, but a science. In the old days, if the constable of a town did not apprehend the criminal before he fled, the criminal was safe. But today, there is a vast network of law enforcement agencies that makes every career of crime unprofitable. That network begins with your local police and ends with your FBI, the last line of your defense. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small, dimly lighted room. Bruce Holden, a slightly studious-looking man, is seated in one corner of this room, busily writing. A companion nervously paces the floor.
Bruce?
Yes, Wally?
You got a cigarette?
There's some in my jacket there. Help yourself.
Oh, okay. You want one?
No, thank you.
Bruce, does this bother you?
What?
My talking like this while you're working?
No, not at all.
Mind if maybe I watch a while?
No, go right ahead.
Not that I'd understand any of it.
Astrology is really quite simple.
Not the way you work it.
What do you mean?
All them charts and things.
Well, they just look complicated, Wally. Actually, when you understand what the position of the stars means, what relation they have to the individual, then it's not involved at all.
To me, it is. If I want to know what my fortune's going to be, I'll invest a penny and get my correct weight besides.
You'd be wasting a penny.
Why?
This is a very exact science. Now, look here.
Yeah?
Now, here you see the planets as they are at the present time. The accompanying graph is their relationship to me. Now, this is determined, of course, by the year and day of my birth.
Uh-huh.
Now, I've been working on this chart for a very specific reason. Trying to determine what the immediate future holds in store for me.
Well, how are you doing?
Fine.
Well, what'd you find out?
This coming Wednesday will be a most favorable day for us to break out of this jail.
Two days later, in a large city some 50 miles away from the jail holding the two astrology-minded criminals, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is just entering the office of his agent in charge.
Well, Mr. Houston.
Yes, Jim.
May I see you for a minute, please?
Yes, come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, I was going down to the Elton County Jail this afternoon to interview a man named Walter Middleton.
Middleton?
Yes, the local police picked him up down there. But we have a detainer on him. He was involved in the Williams extortion case.
Oh, yes. We never recovered the money he collected.
That's right, sir. That's what I was going down to question him about.
Why do you say was going down?
Well, I received a call from the warden of the jail about 20 minutes ago. Middleton and another convict just escaped.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, the two men were cellmates. They complained of feeling ill, so they were given permission to see the prison doctor.
Yes?
Once they were in the doctor's office, they overpowered him. Used his keys to get out, and what's more, they even stole his car.
I see. When did this break occur?
Just about 1 hour ago.
Any trace of them yet?
Well, the warden hadn't received any word when I spoke to him.
Local and state police have been alerted, I imagine.
Yes, sir, they have.
We have an interest in finding Middleton, too. Send out an alarm on our teletype, Jim.
I've already done that, sir.
Good. Let me know as soon as something breaks.
Relax, Wally.
Huh?
Relax and enjoy the scenery.
Are you kidding?
Look, as long as we stay on these back roads, we're perfectly safe. Nothing can happen to us.
Oh, I know. It says so in the stars.
Exactly.
Look, Bruce, I don't want to put the whammy in your astrology deal, but well, I'd feel a lot safer if we were holed up someplace right now.
We will be shortly.
You mean if your mother done like you told her?
I'm certain she has.
When did you give her the word?
Last week, when she came to visit me.
What'd you tell her?
That she should find a cabin in some isolated spot.
How do you know she got it?
Wally, I told you. She sent me a note describing the place. Said she'd wait there for company. Company meaning us.
Oh. How far is it from here?
About another 30 miles.
What's the name of the place?
Center Falls.
I never heard of it.
It's about 10 miles from Quincy.
Oh.
You know Quincy, don't you?
Yeah.
In fact, I seem to recall your telling me that you hid that extortion money somewhere near there.
That's right. 20 grand.
Quite a sum.
Oh, what good does it do me? I can't pick it up while the heat's on me.
Say, I just thought of something.
What?
Perhaps my mother could help you out.
Oh.
Tell her where the money is. Let her pick it up.
Oh, I couldn't have anybody's mother do a job like that.
Mine is quite exceptional. Just wait and see.
Hey, what are you turning here for?
I see a car parked down on the road there. There's no one in it.
So?
This doctor's car is pretty hot by now. I think we should work out an exchange.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello there. This is Sergeant Burbank, State Police.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
I worked with you last year on the Collins case.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you very well. Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Well, I understand that you fellows are interested in this man Middleton who escaped from the county jail.
Yes, we certainly are. We have a detainer on him.
Well, we located the car that he used in the prison break. It was found on the outskirts of Quincy.
Abandoned?
Yes?
Any sign of Middleton and the other convict?
No, but a second car was stolen right near the place where they left the first one.
Evidently decided to change cars and take some of the heat off.
Well...
Oh, Sergeant, has an alarm been sent out on the second car?
Yes, it has. But they may have gotten quite a start. According to the owner, it could have been stolen any time within the last 4 hours.
Mm-hmm, I see.
Well, if we come up with anything, Jim, I'll call you immediately.
All right, thanks, Sergeant. Goodbye.
Well, here we are.
This is really hidden away all right.
Let's get out on your side.
Oh, okay. What do we do with the car?
Just leave it here for now. Look. Oh. The lamp in the window. Oh. That's Mother's touch. She's such a sentimentalist.
You mean wandering boy stuff?
Exactly.
Who is it?
It's I, Mother. Bruce. Hello, Mother.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Come right in.
Shirley, come ahead, Wally.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Mother, this is Wally Middleton.
Hello, Wally.
Hiya, Mrs. Holden.
I've heard so much about you. You were Bruce's roommate, weren't you?
Well, yeah.
Now tell me, how did everything go?
Just fine.
No trouble at all?
Just with the doctor.
Goodness, I hope you didn't use any guns.
No, I just slugged him.
Oh, that's much nicer.
I owe a great deal to Wally, Mother.
Really?
If it hadn't been for his muscular skill, we'd still be cooped up in that cell.
Oh, stop, will you? It was your brains that got us out of there.
Don't forget the astrology.
Oh, yeah, the stars.
Now, don't get him started on that. Look, sit down, both of you. I've had dinner on the stove for hours.
Hey, that sounds okay. I'm real hungry.
I'm sure you are. I can remember once when Bruce's father broke out of jail. The poor man was starved. Some more pie, young man?
Oh, no, thanks, Mrs. Holden.
How about you, Bruce?
No, Mother, I'm full.
Oh, what a dinner.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm afraid that roast will have to go a long way, though.
Why's that, Mother?
Well, son, I spent practically everything I had on getting here and renting this cabin.
Oh?
I'm afraid one of you is going to have to do a job real soon if we're going to go on living here.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, I got plenty of dough.
Really? Oh, how wonderful.
Mother, Wally is referring to some loot from a former job. He has it hidden away over in Quincy.
Oh.
Well, look, didn't you say before that your mother would go get it?
Yes, but I didn't know if you wanted her to.
Oh, sure I do. If it's okay with her.
What do you say, Mother?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Wally has $20,000 buried over near Quincy.
Yes?
I can give you the directions where it's hid.
I see.
How would you feel about going over tomorrow morning and getting it?
Where did you get this money, young man?
On a job.
What kind of a job?
Extortion.
Oh, how clever. I'll get it first thing in the morning.
Busy, Mr. Houston?
No, come in, Jim.
Fine. I'd like to give you the latest report on that escaped convict, Middleton.
Well, let's have it.
Well, as you know, the state trooper called me yesterday. He reported that Middleton and his companion had stolen a second car.
Yes?
Well, they set up roadblocks for it, but nothing turned up all night.
And they've evidently gone under somewhere in that neighborhood.
It would appear that way, yes. However, it's too large an area to do any house-to-house checking.
Have you gone into the background of these men, Jim, to see if they have any friends or relatives living in that vicinity?
Oh, yes, sir, I have. And as far as I could learn, Middleton has no known friends or relatives near where the car was stolen.
I see.
I checked on the man who escaped with him. His name is Bruce Holden.
Yes?
He has a mother who has a criminal record herself. They've always worked very closely together. I put a tracer out on the mother, and I found that she had moved from the last address just a week ago.
Could you learn where she's gone?
Well, I talked to her landlady. She said that her daughter had bought the Holden woman a bus ticket to some place in the vicinity of where the car was stolen.
That sounds like a lead, Jim.
Yes, sir, I know. The landlady's daughter was out when I came over there last fall. I'm going to interview her.
Bruce?
I'm in here, Mother.
Oh,
How did you make out?
just fine.
Did you get the money?
Of course.
Good for you.
Oh, it was the funniest thing. I went... Goodness, what happened to him? Look at your friend Wally's tied up in that chair.
Oh, that's right.
Who did that to him?
I did. Where's the money, Mother?
Oh, I have it right here in my shopping bag. Oh, Bruce,
Yes, Mother.
why did you tie him up?
Well, in with Mother. According to the stars, his future was very dark indeed.
Oh, poor boy.
Then there was a selfish motive, too. Money.
This money I have here?
Yes.
I see.
Did you have any trouble getting to Quincy?
No. I found a bus that took me right there.
You made very good time.
Didn't I, though? Son?
Yes?
What are you going to do with your friend here?
I've just been thinking about that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill him.
Oh, goodness. He seems like such a nice young man.
I know, Mother. But $20,000 can make life very pleasant for us.
Oh, that's true.
Look, Mother, I think I'll get this over with now. It may not be very pleasant. You'd better leave the room.
Oh, don't mind me, son. I'll just stay here and count this money.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home. The place where I find rest and relaxation. Where I spend the happiest hours of my life. My own home.
Yes, but there can be a sour note in Home Sweet Home when the shadow of insecurity menaces the family's peace of mind. And that's why the Equitable Society created its Assured Home Ownership Plan, a money-saving plan that has these 4 advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, mortgage interest is only 4%. And there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Third, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Fourth, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years.
Well, suppose I don't use the cash fund for an emergency or to pay off my mortgage.
It's yours. And after you've paid off your mortgage, the cash fund equals about half of the original loan. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Say, I'd like to know whether I can qualify.
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Horoscope Homicide.
Recently, in a large eastern city, a policeman apprehended 2 men in the act of committing an armed robbery. In the gunfight which followed, one of the criminals was severely wounded. The other made his getaway. The policeman questioned the wounded thief before he died, but he could get no information. The next day, in recounting the story, one newspaper pointed out that this was the law of the underworld, that this was honor among thieves. But tonight's case from the files of your FBI proves that there is no such thing as honor or decency or loyalty among thieves when there is something to be gained by being disloyal. There are no codes of honor among criminals for one very good reason. There are no honorable criminals. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to the agent in charge.
Mr. Houston, I think we're beginning to get someplace in that Middleton case.
Good. What have you got, Jim?
I told you I was going to check up on Holden's mother.
That's the man who escaped with Middleton?
That's right, sir. I went to the place where she last lived and interviewed her landlady's daughter.
Yes?
She said she bought a bus ticket for the old woman to a place called Center Falls.
I see.
And Center Falls is only 10 miles from Quincy.
Well, that sounds like she's involved, all right.
Yes, I have a hunch that she's the one who set up the hideout.
That's logical.
I contacted the state trooper down there I've been working with and gave him a description of Holden's mother. I asked him to check with real estate men, tourist camps, and find out if she's been seen.
Good.
Mr. Houston, I think I should get down to Center Falls.
I agree with you, Jim. Get going right away.
Rose?
Yes, Mother?
What are you doing?
Working on a chart.
Oh, and What do the stars have to say today?
They're quite favorable, Mother.
Oh, isn't that nice?
They seem to indicate that a trip is in order.
Good heavens, son, I wouldn't need the stars to tell us that.
They seem to point to either a boat trip or the seashore.
Please, let's make it the seashore. I don't like boats.
Very well. That's what it will be. Oh, did you finish counting the money?
Yes.
How much was there?
Exactly 20,000. Just as poor Wally said.
Fine.
By the way, Bruce, what are we going to do about his remains?
We'll bury him.
Oh, how sweet. When do you intend to leave here, son?
As soon as possible.
Are we going to use the car you came in?
No, that's too hot. I want you to go into town and buy one. Go to a used car lot.
Buy one?
Yes?
Well, it's against my principle, but I'll do it.
Oh, Sergeant. Sergeant Burbank.
Yes?
Hey, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello there, Jim.
Hi. Got a job finding you. First headquarters to a real estate man.
And he sent you here.
That's right.
Well, it's too bad we both didn't arrive a little sooner.
Why, what do you mean?
This is the hideout, all right, but two of our birds have flown.
Middleton and Holden?
Holden and his mother. Middleton is still here.
Oh, good.
Not so good, Jim.
Hmm?
He's dead.
Oh.
I just discovered the body a few minutes ago.
And is it in the cabin?
No, he was buried out back. I noticed a fresh mound of earth. That's how I found him.
I see. Have you searched the cabin yet?
No, just gave it a quick going over.
Well, let's go in and give a look around, huh?
Sure.
How was Middleton killed, Sergeant?
He was stabbed. A knife was buried with him. I'm holding it for print.
Evidently killed by his Confederate, huh?
Yeah, it looks that way. Well, go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
There's just 2 rooms here, Jim. Holden's mother rented it just a week ago.
Well, let's have us a look around.
Right.
They couldn't have left here too long ago.
I know. They didn't take the second car they stole either. That's still parked out in...
Wait a minute, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Well, look here.
What is it?
Newspaper. Dated last May 17th. And, Sergeant, if I remember correctly, May 17th was the day that Middleton's extortion victim paid him off.
Really?
Yes. Notice where this newspaper's folded? It could easily have been wrapped around a package of money. And if he recovered that money, then it could be the motive for his murder.
You mean Holden and his mother used it for a getaway?
That's right. There's something else, too, that might be a lead for us.
What, Jim?
It's a writing pad. I can see the indentation where something was written. Well, I'll get this off to our laboratory. Oh, Sergeant, look, the FBI has no jurisdiction on this murder, but we do want to recover that extortion money, so we're still very much in this case.
Jim?
Oh, Sergeant, I've been waiting for you. I have a report here from our laboratory. It's on the indented writing we found on that pad.
Yes?
The report states the writing was a letter that Holden had sent to a book company requesting they send some astrology books to an enclosed address.
An enclosed address?
Yes. That kind of stymies us. But we can contact the book company, and they should be able to help us. Sergeant.
Yes, Jim?
The book company just called me back.
Yes?
They recall getting that order. It was sent to Ocean City, General Delivery.
In Holden's name?
That's right. I'll check General Delivery down there at once. Well, Sergeant, we've hit a stone wall.
How's that, Jim?
I contacted the Ocean City post office. The package was picked up yesterday.
Oh, that is a tough break.
Yes.
Well, at least we know where they are. We can get the local police down there to help us look for them. Give them general descriptions.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. There may be a quicker way of getting them. I just remembered something.
Who is it?
It's me, son.
Oh, just a minute. Come in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I had such a wonderful morning shopping. I brought some of the things home with me. I'm having all the groceries. Thanks.
I see.
Son, are you working on one of those charts again?
Yes, Mother.
Don't you think you should for a while? After all, we're at the seashore.
Mother, please.
Son, what's wrong?
Oh, it's this chart. I'm quite worried about it.
Why?
It's right on the cusp. I don't know if we're about to be very lucky or unlucky.
Now, don't you go worrying over some little cusp. Put those papers away like a good boy and relax.
Mother, I'd rather...
Oh, that must be the groceries. I'll answer it. Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Holden?
That's
The file was marked closed because to law enforcement agencies today, like the FBI laboratory, and also because of the fact the special agents of your FBI have trained minds. Minds that remember things like the fact that the extortion money was marked. Those things are not accidents. Your FBI did not win its international reputation quickly or accidentally. It attains it now the state holds because it is made up of men who have dedicated their lives to public service, to the protection of every one of us, every minute, every hour, every day.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting story from the files of your FBI.
You know, Mr. Keating, that assured home ownership telling me a plan you would out sounded mighty good to me. I'm going to find out if I can qualify.
I surely hope you do, Frank, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. Interest at mortgage only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representatives or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Mysterious Fugitive. Here is...
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
(1953), 68 years ago today.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. When it's evening and the summer moon starts its circuit over Broadway, the mob scurries to its favorite cooling places. The bars fling wide their gates to let enter the kindly folk with thirst, and the orange juice stand is oasis in the middle of concrete desert. Also to be noted, vision of wiener, bagel, and the waitress with a delicate air. And below all of it, subway islands where winds are blown down the tracks on a voice of steel that screams. And behind it, alley and handout of warm beer through the tear in the screen. New evening on Broadway. Have it. And at headquarters, last trip to water cooler way out your home door. The door is open for you. Two men, Dr. Sinsky and the man who protests.
What'd you bring me in here for?
For a chat. Consider it a privilege, Mr. Nelson, that you are in condition to chat. Sit down.
Now,
if the doctor wants you to sit, mister, he probably thinks it's a good idea.
Okay. Now what?
It's a nice job of patching up, wouldn't you say so, Danny? Of course, you can't see most of the damage. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Nelson, Lieutenant Clover.
Who worked you over, Mr. Nelson?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here's the report that goes with him, Danny. Mr. Nelson was picked up draped over a garbage can in an alley back of 3rd Avenue.
What's this mean, Dr. Sinsky?
The handwriting or the terminology?
Well, just read it to me, that's all. Everything.
Yeah, I know. It all looks like a prescription. Mr. Nelson, it says here, has suffered a 10-inch gash which nicked the periosteum.
Oh, come on.
The rib casing. Caused either by a knife or glass sharp instruments or some instrument. This Mr. Nelson here, this gentleman, I would say represents a still example of attempted murder. Living example is Nelson.
I feel
that right, Mr.
Fine.
Feels fine. His fine.
Never better. I can't remember an evening.
You missing a ring, Mr. Nelson?
Huh?
On your left hand. Looks like you'd been wearing a ring. Wouldn't you say so, Doc?
Yeah, I would.
Were you robbed of it? Beaten, Mr. Nelson?
Over here on the report, here, it says he has his wallet with $63. So
yeah, I see. Are you going to tell us what happened, Mr. Nelson? Then you can... Clear the desk, hit the street, drift with night current, till nighttime strands you against a doorway, which is where room is, and summer sleep. Next morning, chain reaction, waking, which begets hot coffee, to dissolve dreaming, which begets subway, which begets headquarters and office, and Detective Muggerman.
Morning, Danny.
Good morning.
Sleep good?
Mm-hmm.
Ask me how I slept.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Not good. Mrs. and I tried the park for a while. Couldn't sleep.
Muggerman.
Back home, still couldn't sleep. Why I came in real early today. Why I wandered around sticking my nose.
You got something, Muggerman? Just tell me.
Beat the... I'm too honest with you, Danny. Yeah, I got something. I think I got something. Because I nosed in on night watch reports.
Because you got here real early. What?
Well, that man Dr. Sinsky brought to you last night, that beat-up Mark Nelson, the stillmouth.
What about him?
You know what he went and did after he left here?
No.
I didn't think you did.
Muggerman, it...
Oh, you want me, Danny. You really did. Around midnight, Mark Nelson shows up 205th Precinct, signs a robbery complaint against the Joan Parker.
Go on.
Nelson tells the precinct boys this Joan Parker was at a party at his house. When Joan left, the guests noticed there were things missing from their person, money and things. Nelson said he'd take care of it, said he knew where Joni hung out. Tommy's Bar, 18th and 3rd. And you know what?
No. I said no, Markman.
Precinct boy picked this Joni up. She was doing mirror sketches at Tony's Bar at the time. A precinct boy tucked her drawing finger in his palm, dragged her out of there, brought her back to the precinct where...
But where what?
Where Mark Nelson cried a little, apologized to Joan, who cried a little. Then the complaint was dropped, and the precinct boys pushed them both out the door onto the street.
Well, I got Nelson's address from Dr. Sinsky's report. You got...
I've been very keen this morning, Danny, yeah. Joan Parker, 1834 West 19. We'll have a nice ride, huh, Danny?
Ride now the late morning street, dappled with sun and people. Street slowed down according to the heat and according to who's walking in front of you. Broadway and leave it. Ride to the west and the row houses turning ragged. On becoming tenement. Process hastened by grounds, heat, chemistry, chalk, boys, disintegration of plaster and attitudes, girls, rust, and jaunty landlords. Address in middle of the block. Cast of characters in the vestibule.
Joan Parker, apartment 1C.
Try the door.
Danny?
Yeah. Anyone here? Let's go in, Michael.
Hey, somebody really tried to mess this place up.
Here, take a look.
Blood.
Take a look in that room there. Anything?
Somebody left a lot of blood in the sink. The water. You say you got Mark Nelson's address, Danny? Let's go talk to him.
My husband isn't home, and I'm sure I don't understand
Well, it's very simple, Mrs. Nelson.
That you're of the police is a simple fact, easily understood. But that you're here, in my home, in Mark's home, that becomes confusing.
Well, just a few answers, Mrs. Nelson. About the party last night, for instance, about...
How ridiculous.
What?
Said, and very plainly, how ridiculous.
What is?
There was no party here last night, and no girl who robbed anyone. Mark and I have not had a party for months. Not, that is, where other people have been invited. You see...
Go on, Mrs. Nelson.
Well, I was afraid it would sound mawkish, but why should I be afraid, I asked myself. Mark and I are two people desperately in love. Of courting up until this very moment. 28 years from the day of love and...
You get along fine, you and Mark?
You won't laugh.
No.
It was written in heaven about Mark and me.
And he's not home. Hasn't been all night.
No.
Where is he?
Well, I don't know. He was not at home last night, nor this morning. And I'm weak with grief, I can tell you. This is not like Mark. Never like Mark.
Mrs. Nelson.
But my Mark will explain. My husband...
Mrs. Nelson.
Yes?
Last night, your husband was beaten, knifed.
Mark? That happened to Mark? Why? Why?
He wouldn't tell us who had done it or why.
Then you know where he is, and he's hurt, and you must tell me.
We don't know where he is. We know this. Around midnight last night, he swore out a complaint against a girl he said had robbed his guests at a party.
But so ridiculous. I've already told you...
Then the girl was brought in, and your husband apologized to her and dropped the complaint.
Who was the girl?
Earlier, your husband told me he had not been robbed, but his hand looked as if there'd been a ring on it.
Oh, of course. His wedding ring. Like mine, see? Mark and I had a double ring ceremony, and I've never removed mine.
And what?
Oh, so confusing. Mark's came in the mail this morning to Mark, but we always open...
Danny?
Oh, what, Michael?
Call came in on the car radio, just coming to get you. Homicide, Lexington and 50th Alley, about 3 blocks away. Woman, knifed, dead.
The throat of violence, the sound of death discovered and built into a mechanical device, the siren. Cover yourself with it and ride it. And 3 blocks away, slow the momentum for a right-hand turn into an alley where beginning crowd has sensed death and wants a look, an up-close look. It is annoyed that authority rides the squad car, and so crowd must get out of the way. And violence is today a woman. Approximate age, difficult to determine because of facial expression. Approximate height, difficult to determine because of attitude of body.
Stabbed twice. Both deep enough to cause death.
Have that a pocketbook over there?
Oh, yeah. Anything?
What?
What's the matter?
Oh, take a look at her identification card, her name.
Joan Parker. Oh, Mark Nelson had arrested her. That girl had a wrecked room.
Uh-huh.
Well, now we don't have to wonder why it was wrecked. Make you feel better, Danny?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Americans, men and women from teenage up, you are urged to enroll for Ground Observer Corps service in your locality. Immediately, and the job to be you are billed as an important one. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center, or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington 25, D.C. That's your own Civil Defense Center, or Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington 25, D.C. Afternoon sun hammers summer deep into Broadway's pavement, and the perfumes of the season lay in from the Catskills for mommies and the kids, and from the island of Coney, where the uke is plucked and the portable radio hangs ripe on umbrella trees, and from the beaches of Far Rockaway, where later the night fires will keep the feet warm, and also the heart, and wish you were there. But content now, because a girl just walked by in strapless raiment, and the season dances round her languid walk, and her passing reflected in chrome and steel. Between you, big and suddenly proud and lost. So order us the beer, skim off the longing. Summer, too, will finally pass. But Tartaglia, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia, will forever be with you.
Through thick and thin.
What?
I said through thick and thin. I did something, Danny?
Well, Gino...
I stand here. I observe quiet how you gaze through yon window, and I know the turmoil of your feelings and that you are facing dangers on some shore. And I say, rely on me, Danny, through thick and thin. Forbid.
Thank you.
How many years together now, Danny? I shouldn't ken your moods.
You got something for me, Gino?
Your secret adventurings. Could take notes on...
The who?
The Tanger, the two-fisted guitar-strumming adventurer whose books and whose exploits I have lent to you, who could well take notes from you on exploits that are exploits.
Not true to life, the twanger, huh?
As of last night's book, My Colt is Hot, I have grown to hate him. He did something I won't mention.
I'm sorry to hear that, Gino.
Well, twangers come, twangers go. To work, shall we, Danny?
All right.
The All Points Bulletin you issued on Mark Nelson. It is still papering the various precincts and cars and the patrol mats of beat walkers. And Mark Nelson is still footloose.
Anything else?
From Detective Muggerman on routine legwork. That the marriage of Mark and Helen was blessed 25 years ago with an offspring. A Nelson boy. Now 25. Name Richard Nelson. With a business of his own. And a place of his own. Which addresses I now tend you.
Oh, thank you, Gino.
I'm not finished.
Oh. Well, you said you weren't finished, Gino.
Pardon the loss of the thought. It's Danny. From lab, a technical report on the findings in the apartment of the deceased Joan Parker, which in the most part consists of gentlemen's watch fobs, keychains, fraternity pins, chevrons, both Army, Navy, and Marine, assorted cufflinks, also girls' jewelry of remnant sale type. Also
what?
That Joan Parker was a constant frequenter of Tommy's Bar on 3rd and 18th. You have a word for Mrs. T?
Well, tell her you were splendid today, Gino.
I shall, and thank you.
What's yours, mister? Oh, hold that badge closer, huh?
P-O-L-I-C-E.
What's yours, mister?
I'm looking for the owner.
Me.
You know a girl named Joan Parker?
Let me think.
Let me put it this way. Do you know a girl named Joan Parker?
Georgia! Georgia, come here a minute. He's a cop, Georgia. He just asked me about a girl named Joan Parker. Just because a girl by that name gets found in an alley, he comes here and asks a question like that. At first, I tried to give him the impression that such a girl was into us. But now I think you better have a seat with a gentleman and talk to him. You want a beer, Georgia? Strange. You, mister? One beer.
Joan Parker was a dear friend of mine. We used to date often together. I suppose that's the same line because we have likes and dislikes. Thanks, Tommy. I don't like beer. It makes me fat. But I like the big glasses it's served in. To move it over the wet on the bar. All around. It's good for an afternoon mood. Joan was a nice girl. It was easy to be fond of her. She was easy to get along with. Habit of collecting things, mister. She had things. She collects a guy here.
There was a guy here, mister. He resented the fact that Joni's collecting things. And we don't want any trouble here at all. I don't know the man's name. Do you know the man's name, Georgia?
No, I don't. That's about it, mister. That what you wanted to know?
Walk out of the place where summer ritual is a woman making beer scrawlings across moist of bar. Woman waiting, woman of prepared speech for any occasion. And the ride downtown now to gray building darkening under veil of twilight. Elevator ascent to 12th floor, where office of Richard Nelson is. Richard Nelson, broker on glass pebble of door. And find it locked. And be called back by the elevator man and be scolded if you had bothered to ask could have saved you and him and the whole world a lot of trouble. Richard Nelson had gone home, closed up, gone home. So uptown again and to the apartment of Richard Nelson, broker, son of Mark and Helen Nelson, son of beaten man, of wanted man.
What does a man have to believe in to finish a shower? Look,
you Richard Nelson?
I better be. For your sake. I wasn't. I could get very, very irritated. What's Richard Nelson?
Police.
You?
Mm-hmm. Well, look.
Yeah. You got a badge. Who won't keep you warm? Me? You mind I go wrapping a towel around the frame?
No.
Oh, something. Thanks.
In a sec, kid.
Oh, what with the blush and all, I don't remember. I asked you in. I thought the etiquette went you stay.
Forget it, I'm in.
Yeah, you're in. And I got a very eager date waiting in a bar uptown, and her eager runs out when I'm late, so, like that, huh?
You know about your father?
I know about my father.
He's wanted for murder.
It surprised me, too. The hidden power and secrets old dads carry in their bones.
You know where he is?
I knew. I think I'd tell you. Out of a pure filial emotion. Dad's hasn't to keep running, shakes up his heart. At the wind. Once he ran after me, it took 12 tears and 3 cold applications to bring him to.
Your father and mother...
What about moms and dads?
They love each other very much.
You're finagling around to that dame. He stuck in the pokey, then pulled right out again. The
mercy me about your... Well, just another...
How they love? Now, don't...
This way to see Danny Clover.
Come right in, Mrs. Nelson.
Where is my husband?
Oh, please, won't you sit down?
Where is he? What's happening here?
I'd be glad to help, Danny.
No, that's all right, Gino.
All I want to know is where he is. Don't you people have any feelings?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Oh, Mrs. Nelson.
Happened to if something's
We
please.
don't know where he is.
I want you to help me. Listen to me.
All right.
I'm going to sit down, like you asked me. And I'm going to control myself. I want you to help me do that. Now, just listen to what I have to say. It's been inside, and
What do you want to tell me, Mrs. Nelson?
I don't know what Mark has done.
We think he...
I won't listen to it. Whatever it is, just be gentle with him. so that when all of this is over and he comes back to me, I'll have his place all set, and I won't mention it.
You're very fond of him, aren't you?
Ask me when people that, I always tell them that art is made in heaven for marriage.
You're in it.
And here we are together,
Very fortunate.
Mark and I.
Oh, now you can go in and talk to her.
Now I don't know what to say to her.
Set, Muggavan?
All set. That's complete. Up, Danny. Everybody's cleared out of the house except him.
Okay, you in here.
Careful, Danny. He fired at Dennison through the door. Just take it easy, that's all.
Nelson, this building... Don't be a fool!
I'm saving the last bullet for myself.
Listen, Nelson, you know me.
I don't care who you are.
Danny!
What do you want, Muggavan?
Look what...
Please, let me talk to him.
Officer Curcio brought her here. She tried to crash a stakeout.
Husband, I have more right to him than you. My husband...
What about it, Danny?
I'm very calm. I know now Mark has done something enormously wrong. I want to talk to him.
Let her come up.
Where is he?
Come on. Stand right here. Nelson!
What do you want?
Mark? Mark? It's Helen, your wife. Mark! Oh. Hello, Mark.
Put down that gun, Nelson.
Do what he tells you.
Why did you have to bring
Dear?
her here and let her see me?
Dear.
The gun, Nelson.
No. No. I haven't made up my mind yet what I'm going to do with it. And you can shoot me and kill me if you want.
Is that my Mark talking like that?
You don't know what's happened, Helen.
I want to tell you something, Mark.
What?
Your wedding ring.
Listen,
You
Helen.
must have lost it or something. It came back today in the mail. Some kind person.
Helen.
Here. Here it is. And tonight we'll put my ring next to yours.
Clover.
What?
Doesn't she know what's happened to me?
She knows. She hasn't made up her mind whether to believe it or not.
Listen, Helen.
You put down that gun, you hear?
Helen. Helen.
You remember, sweetie? Sweetie.
Get away.
Helen. Drop that gun, Nelson. Drop it. Just stay where you are.
You remember.
Helen. I met a girl. She teased me. She wanted to wear my wedding ring.
It's all right. I tell you it's all right. See? Have it.
She wanted to wear it, else she said she wouldn't like me. Then she wouldn't give it back to me. I followed her to a bar. I had a fight with the man she was with. I fell and cut myself on a broken bottle.
You come right
and then
home.
they threw me in an alley. Later, I had the girl arrested so I could get close to her, so I could kill her.
That was foolish. She sent the ring back.
Do you know what I'm saying? I gave her my ring, my wedding. Don't you understand?
Mark.
What?
I have to stop pretending now. don't I? Really pretending. After 28 years of pretending.
Helen. Helen.
Dawn reaches Broadway now, and the remnants of the night are driven back into the earth. You walk the street, and from behind the doorway, you hear the old sound of weeping. And you know the sunny time will never leave. It's found its hiding place. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Detective Dan Orr as D. Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Helen and Jay Novello as Mark Nelson. Featured in the cast were Clay, Charlotte Lawton Post, and Hy Averback. George Walsh speaking. Later tonight, Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, faces the wrath of a powerful enemy in a city gripped by fear. Also tonight on most of these same stations, Gangbusters brings us The Giveaway, Part 2. It's the story of the slickest jailbreak ever pulled off, and what followed when police recovered from their surprise. CBS tonight on radio, hear Gangbusters and Tarzan for thrills of fact and of fiction. Sunday Powell tonight's Dick's rough, tough Richard Diamond, private detective, on the CBS Radio Network. Radio.
You just heard an episode of Broadway is My Beat, which originally aired Saturday, June 20th, 1953. 68 years ago today. Stay tuned for detective shows. Next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Today.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart. Risen from not one, but 2 deathbeds.
Oh, Sam, I bet not. You wouldn't take that lying down.
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Well, you did first, Sam.
I did not.
Oh, you mean you actually
Now,
were?
don't pin me down. Anyway, I was present at 2 dying declarations. Would you believe, Effie, that a man could say something that wasn't true at a time like that?
Oh, no. You mean a man will be lying on his deathbed?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, Sam, now stop it. I don't know what
It's
you mean.
all right, Effie. I forgive. Tone, but you can be telling me how wonderful you think I am.
I think you're...
That you may do when I arrive in a trice to dictate my report on the deathbed caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Tell me, mister, how many times a day do you have to comb your hair? Not many, I'll bet, if you groom it right, first thing every morning with Wild Root Cream Oil. For this famous grooms your hair tonic hair neatly and naturally, and helps it to stay that way throughout the day. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. With Wild Root Cream Oil, you don't have to keep combing your hair every 2 minutes. That is, unless your gal can't resist running her hands through it. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Oh, Sam, you're a sailor.
Captain Sam, there's the brig for you. You got your logbook handy, gal?
Oh, yes, Captain.
So beware.
Make it, that's awful deep.
Date June 20th, 1948. Where?
Oh, Sam.
I have no shame. To Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California. Attention, Deputy Woodington from Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. Subject, the deathbed caper. Dear Bill, the dawn came up like thunder out of Chinatown across the bay. In San Francisco, all we could see was fog. But on your side, it must have lifted briefly because somebody named Dan Starbuck managed to find his way to a phone booth, call me, and ask me to meet him at the 3rd Street Pier in Sausalito. I didn't see him when I first got there. I didn't even see the pier. It was too foggy. But in the glow of the neon lights in front of the Viking Saloon, I saw a man who seemed to be waiting for somebody. He was a big guy with a good face, but plenty of worry on it.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah, Mr. Starbuck?
Dan Starbuck. Come on down to the end of the pier. I'll explain as we go along. We gotta hurry.
You act hot. You wanted for something?
Well, not yet.
What's the caper?
Well, my brother's out there on his yacht, the Marguerite. He's dying. When he's dead, they may call it murder. I want to be there with a witness. That's you. In case he has anything to say about who did it.
Who did?
They think I did.
Did you?
Well, honestly, I don't know. It happened the night before last. I went out there to see him. We've hated each other for years. We've both been drinking, and we drank some more. Then there was a fight. I drew a blank somewhere. Next thing I knew, it was around midnight. I pulled myself together, went into his cabin. Gordon was lying there with his head all kicked. I realized I was covered with blood, and I was holding something in my hand, big glass paperweight. I dropped it. I got out of there fast, swam ashore. I planned to tell you a different story, but that's it. You want the job or not?
You think you'll make a deathbed statement that'll clear you, and you want me for a witness?
Yeah, that's it.
You got a lot of guts. I'm hired.
Good. Halverson? You down there? Halverson!
Who's Halverson?
He's a boatman. He'll row us out. Halverson? Hey, Nils?
Donnie?
Yeah. Is that you, Casino?
Sure. Can I do you some favor?
I want to go out to the Marguerite. I can't find Halverson anywhere.
Well, I guess I can take you. Are you sure that
I'm sure. Sam Spade, Del Casino. He's the bosun of the Marguerite.
Glad to meet you.
Sam.
Any friend of Danny's. Hey, listen, Danny, you sure you want to go out there?
Any reason why he shouldn't?
Well, it's up to him. In his place, I would be on a freighter for China, way out there where the fog is more thicker.
No, it's all right, Casino. I know what I'm doing.
Well, your friend, you excuse me, your name?
Spade.
Pardon me, I better ask. The police don't want you for nothing?
Not yet, but don't make book on it.
Push us clear, Danny.
All right.
This fog is closing in, but I can still see the lights from the Marguerite. I wish we don't find her.
But we did. She was wearing clam diggers, an off-the-shoulder T-shirt, and was leaning against the rail as the dinghy pulled past a police launch and nestled in under the ladder of the yacht.
Del? Del, is that you?
Yes, Miss Starbuck.
Who is that with you?
Keep quiet.
Del, what are they saying ashore about... Oh, I thought you...
You're Mrs. Starbuck?
Yes?
I'm Sam Spade. I'm from San Francisco. I'm a detective. Your brother-in-law's in the boat.
You captured him?
He wants to come aboard.
He wants to... Why?
He's hoping your husband will say something to clear him before he dies. Is there any reason why he shouldn't come aboard?
Oh, there's every reason in the world why he shouldn't. The police are in there with my husband right now.
Yeah?
The doctor says there's a possibility that he may regain consciousness long enough to make a dying declaration.
Mm-hmm.
If he's face to face with Dan, there's no telling what he'll say. Dan would... I wish... My husband is dying.
Dan?
Yeah. What's he say?
I don't know, but I think you better come aboard. He seemed almost delighted as he swung his weight up onto the dinghy and climbed the ladder. Del Casino, the bosun, followed, wearing a puzzled expression that turned to fear as we entered the cabin. The yellow glare from the lamp swinging overhead was almost blinding to walk into at night. The first thing I focused on was the bunk that held the dying man. His head was heavily bandaged, his skin was chalk white, and his lips were beginning to turn blue. The room was tense with waiting. Ranged around him in a semicircle were the supporting players. 2 doctors, 1 family type with a nurse, 1 police medic without, 1 sheriff with cigar, 1 police stenographer, female with pencil and notebook poised, 9/10 of a widow, and us. At 18 minutes past 7, somebody moved. It was the dying man. The 2 doctors rushed forward, took his pulse and blood pressure.
Let's go. Adrenaline 3cc, Chlorine 1, saline solution. All right, Sheriff, he's conscious now, but you'd better hurry.
Margaret. Mr. Starbuck, you can hear me all right? Take that down.
Can you hear me? Affirmative answer.
Now, Mr. Starbuck, we have to ask these questions. 1, what is your name? Please try to answer. What is your name?
Gordon M. Starr.
You got that?
What is your name? Gordon M. Starr?
That's close enough. Fill it in later. Now, Mr. Starbuck, where do you live? Where do you live?
I'm dead.
You got that? 1277 Marymount, Pasadena.
Hey.
Now, Mr. Starbuck, let's try a little harder. This is a long one. Have you been injured, and what was the cause of your injury?
Yes. Hurts my...
You got that?
Affirmative.
Now, the second part. What was the cause of your injury?
Head. Hit on head.
Do you believe that you're about to die as a result of your injuries, and have you no hope of recovery?
I know. No hope.
Now let's get to the point. Who inflicted said injuries? Mr. Starbuck, please, you haven't much time, you know.
Go away.
Doc, is there anything you can do?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, this is ghastly. Can't you leave him alone? Can't you let him die in peace?
What are you afraid of, Maggie? What are you afraid he'll say?
All right. All right, tell them, Gordon. It was Dan that struck you, wasn't it? He was jealous. He always hated you for marrying me. It was Dan.
Now, Mrs. Starbuck, I know how you feel, but we can't allow this sort of thing. Please step aside so we can finish up here. Mr. Starbuck. Doctor?
Very low pulse. I'm not sure whether...
Is Dan here?
Here I am, Gordon. Tell him the truth.
Do you identify this man, Mr. Starbuck?
Yes. He's my brother.
You got that, brother Dan?
He's the one.
He's lying. Gordon, you know who did it. Why don't you tell the truth? What do you got to lose now?
Nothing. I'm finished.
You got that?
You finished me.
Gordon! Gordon, not yet. Now come back. Doctor, can't you...
He's dead. Well...
Okay, Doc. Dennis Starbuck, it is my duty as sheriff of this county to take you into custody on suspicion of murder. And I must tell you that anything you say may be held against you. You'd better come along too, Spade. Routine questioning, you know.
Okay, Sheriff.
And I don't think we'll need the handcuffs, will we, son?
No, I'll go with you.
Yes, indeed, son. It's always smart to come along quietly.
Yeah. But this is as far as I'm going.
Hey, Dan, come back here. Use your head. He only had one friend. It was the best friend in the world for a man on the land, the fog. The searchlights on the police launch spun frantically as the craft heeled around in a half circle to head him off. Instead of cutting the fog, the beams from the powerful lights bounced back from it and blinded the men behind them. After 10 minutes of that, they gave up. The sheriff had a theory.
Don't worry. Between the fog and the currents, I doubt if we'll make it. We'll cover the... We'll probably... body in the morning.
And they did. But it wasn't Dan Starbuck's body. It was the bosun, Del Casino. And he was found in Richardson Bay, adrift in the dinghy from the Marguerite. Somebody had creased his skull with the same type blunt instrument that had been used on Gordon Starbuck. But Dell hadn't lived long enough to make a dying declaration. The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin, that's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to Caper with 2 Deathbeds. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. The police theory of the Del Casino killing went something like this. Casino had shoved off in the dinghy to join in the search for Dan Starbuck, had rescued him, and been maced for his pains. Also found in the dinghy, but not as yet worked into the police theory, were 2 items. 1, a waterproof wallet containing the seaman's papers of one Nils Halverson. 2, a tattoo mark on the right bicep of the deceased. A small heart with a name in it, Maggie. The brand new widow of the same name was waiting in my office when I got there the following afternoon.
Hello?
Hello to you, Mrs. Starbuck. What can I do for you?
Mr. Spade, I know very little about the ethics of your profession, and... Well, are you still working for Danny?
If you mean, do I know where he is, the answer's no.
Oh. I hoped you'd say that.
Why?
Because I want you to work for me.
Need a new bosun?
You needn't have put it quite so crudely.
No, I needn't.
Since your work is confidential, I'll admit I've done a few things that... Well, it's all too true. My first mistake was marrying Gordon Starbuck when I didn't love him. And I should never have let myself fall in love with Dan. I certainly should have known better than to let Dell fall in love with me.
What about Nils Halverson?
And me? Well, hardly. No. Nils Halverson was employed by my husband for various odd jobs whenever we put in at Sausalito. Mostly he'd row the guests out to the ship. He rowed Danny out the night my husband was killed. At least I think he did. I didn't actually see him.
Where's Halverson now?
I don't know. He goes off on days at a time, drunks for Dan, but I have a feeling that someone has paid him to disappear. He might have overheard something.
Hold on a minute. You're going too fast. Are you, working up to a confession?
Oh, no. It's just that I'm afraid a great injustice may have been done to Danny. After all, Mr. Spade, a man who's dying, I don't see how he could be altogether in his right mind. Do you?
The law says he is if he knows his name and address. A deathbed accusation is the strongest evidence a lawyer can shove at a jury. You can't cross-examine a dead man, and most people have the quaint idea that a man on his deathbed is a lot more truthful than he was when he was hale and hearty.
Then you think Gordon may have been lying?
Could be, or wool gathering, or picking up some of the lines you were feeding him.
Oh, I was just afraid he might die before he... You see, I thought I might shock him into saying yes or no. He could have said no, couldn't he?
Well, make up your mind.
Oh, all I know is it's on my conscience now. If we could find old Halverson and force him to tell what he knows. He's a very strange man. He's devoted to me. If the police find him before I do, he might refuse to talk out of a mistaken loyalty.
To you?
Well, I meant if he thought I had anything to do with the... Well, he's very strange. I told you that.
What makes you so sure he's alive?
Why wouldn't he be?
If I'd been the killer and he'd rode me to and from the scene of my crime, I'd see him secured in Davy Jones' locker. Fish feed, lobster bait, asleep in the deep.
Will you work for me?
I'll let you know. I didn't have time to get tattooed, but the rest of me was marinated enough. On my head, I was wearing a dirtied-up yachting cap, and the rest of me, I was wearing a pea jacket, dungarees, and sea boots. I was also wearing clamshell number 5 as I rolled up to the Viking saloon.
Well, what'd it be, mate?
Akavit and Wachter. Have you seen my cousin?
Your cousin? Who's your cousin, Prince Valiant?
No, my cousin Niels Halverson. Niels Halverson.
Oh, no. You're Niels' cousin, are you?
Yeah.
Well, come in. Yeah.
Minnesota. By Yemeni.
Well, no, he'll be right glad to see you there.
Where is he?
I don't want to say this too loud.
Yeah.
Bend over there.
Yeah?
He's in trouble, you know.
Oh?
Yes, I got him holed up down below.
Oh.
Yeah, come on.
Well, by golly, I sure been glad to be going to see my cousin Niels. Niels Halverson.
Drop the act and get down there.
Hey! Okay, Joe, I'll take over from here. Easy.
Okay, Danny, my boy. I got his gun. But watch him now, watch him. He's full of smorgasbord.
Well, Spade, you're the one person I didn't expect to see. But I'm very glad to. Yeah, I wish I hadn't found you. I wanted to find somebody else first. Halverson? Yeah. He's here. Want to see him? That's what I came for. And under here. Watch your head, low bridge. Yeah. Here we are. Where? A boathouse under the pier. Halverson used to hole in here to sleep off his schnapps. Where's he now? Over here. Uh-huh. Yeah, he's going to be a long time sleeping this one off. He'd been missing since that night. Nobody knew he was here till last night. I headed for the saloon when I swell hit me out. I'm sure Joe here. He could still talk then. What'd he say? I wrote it down here. But it's no help. Let's see it. Well, it's just a jumbled word. Marguerite. Merry Christmas drink. My beautiful Helga. Row, row your boat. Now throw me back, roll me back. $20 good and drunk. Fog rolling in. Good and drunk. Gonna be 5 days, no business. Oh, my head. Paint the boat. All crazy stuff. $20. Did you give him $20 to row you out? I didn't even see him. I swam out. My loving brother wouldn't have let me on board if he'd heard me arriving like a gentleman. $20. Frisk him? No. I'll have a look. Oh, I don't... Hey, wait. Uh-huh. Real soggy, but a 20. Now, look here. I'm sticking to my story. I swam out there. I didn't give him that 20. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. You gotta believe me. I didn't even have $20. That's why I got... Shut up. What's the matter with you? What are you gonna do? Come over here, Dan. What? I don't believe a word of your story, and even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. What are you... Shut up. You're going to stop talking and listen for a while. I stuffed a gag into his mouth and muscled him over to a piling and handcuffed him to it. He didn't even look surprised. He just stood there staring at me as if he'd lost his last friend in the world. But I wasn't looking at him as much as I was listening to those footsteps on the boards overhead. I waited for them to come back. They did. I walked across the soggy planks to where Nils Halverson lay in the shadows. Nils, I want you to answer these questions again. Now, this time, I'm going to take them down. You get lots of $20 and lots of drink. Now then, I know you don't feel so good. You don't have to talk if you don't feel like it. Just nod your head for yes and shake it for no. Okay, Nils? That counts in a court of law as long as there's a witness. Okay. Now, your name is Nils Halverson. Your address is 213 Bayview, Sausalito. That's correct, is it? Nod your head. Good. Good. That proves you're in your right mind. You know you were injured. Yeah. You know the cause of your injury. Hit on the head and thrown over the side of your boat. What? Huh? Not from... Oh, dinghy. Well, it's the same thing. All right. Now, you know you're dying. You have no hope of recovery. That's obvious, but nod your head. That's the boy. Now, Nils, on the night of the 18th, around 10 o'clock, after your usual working hours, you rowed somebody out to the yacht Marguerite, in return for which this person gave you a $20 bill. This person is also the person who killed, who inflicted your fatal injuries. It is. Now, the name of that person, if you can possibly speak even in a whisper, so there can be no mistake. Can you hear me? Just say it close to my ear. Yeah? Yes. Yes, I got it. That's all. Now, I know you don't write, Nils, but make your mark here. Come on, I'll guide your hand. There. Now we're going to take... Nils. Nils. Well, anyway. All right, Maggie. Come on in and join the party. Don't try anything. The light's on you. I'm a better shot than you, and if there's a ruckus, the whole saloon will be down on us. They're all friends of Danny's, too. Stop there. Toss the gun. Okay. What's the matter, Angel? You look kind of scared.
No. Just disappointed, that's all.
Don't give up so easy, sweetheart. I always wanted to take a trip around the world.
We might go on the Marguerite. Together.
Yeah, sailing into the sunset. Sleeping with our deathbed statements under each other's pillows.
I see what you mean. I guess it wouldn't work. How much for yours, and what do we do about him?
Dan? I'll take care of that. Throw it in with a deal.
Okay. But I want it in writing. A little statement to the effect that I can keep under my pillow.
Fair enough. Now, all I want from you is a little statement from you to this effect. That you, Marguerite Starbuck, employed Nils Halverson to row you out to the yacht on the night of the 18th, that you there overheard a quarrel between your husband and brother-in-law, and that taking advantage of said brother-in-law's inebriated condition, you sneaked up behind your husband, hit him with a paperweight, and decamped, leaving the murder weapon in Dan's hand. You then started back to shore in the dinghy and realized witness that the only testify you were aboard that night...
All right. All right, I'll sign it.
Okay.
We'll have plenty of time to put in all the legal decorations later.
I'm afraid we won't, baby. You're going to be spending all your available time at the Tehachapi and points west.
What are you talking
You
about?
just made a full confession in front of a witness. You heard it, didn't you, Dan? Every word.
Oh, if I... Honest. An honest man.
Well, I did tell a fib. Now, this is really going to hurt, I'm afraid, Maggie. You see, we didn't actually have any deathbed statement to match yours.
No?
No. Halverson. Nil was a good deal too dead to have made a deathbed statement just now. He's been stiff for 12 hours. Period, and a report.
Well, Sam, I'll type this right up because then I'm leaving.
Wait a minute, Effie. I had to do it that way. Don't you understand?
Of course, Sam, I quite understand.
But you object, huh? A cruel, ruthless, murdering, though beautiful woman, foiled by a clever ruse, a great acting performance by the greatest private detective of them all.
That all?
You're still leaving.
Yes, Sam, my bags are packed.
Well, pardon me for having feet.
There's a reason, men. There are in fact 5 big reasons why more men every day are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for well-groomed hair. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. 5 big reasons why you, too, should join the millions with handsome, well-groomed hair. Why you should step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel and just right for the office or plant. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root of Wire Tonic Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Effie. You can't leave like this, not without...
Oh, all right. I'll talk to you while I'm putting my hat on.
Well, can't you at least look at me? After all, you should give me a chance to justify...
Sam, apparently you're laboring under an apprehension.
Of course I am.
Oh, boy, am I glad I picked the last in June and the first in July.
What are you talking about?
My vacation.
Vacation? You just had a vacation a few months back.
Well, Sam, that's a year.
Well, if you want to take advantage of a legal technicality...
Now, Sam, don't say goodbye, man.
Well, it's customary, I suppose. It's lucky that some of us keep our nose to the grindstone, our ear to the ground, an eye to the future.
Huh?
Television's just around the corner, you know.
Oh, Sam.
Come here, sweetheart. You look lovely in it. Come here. Have a wonderful time.
Oh, Sam. Oh, Sam.
Yeah. Now, go on. You missed your train. Where are you going?
The Los Sierras.
Well, just so you don't go to Kanab, Utah.
All right, Sam. You know best. Good night.
Good night, Sierra Sue. Now, who can we get for that part next week?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Sam Spade, which originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1948, 73 years ago today. Here's an episode of Nick Carter, Master Detective. This episode originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1948. 73 years ago today.
New post-war Old Dutch cleansers for facing dirt presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war cleanser for Old Dutch brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Why do you suppose he doesn't answer the door, Nick?
I don't know, Patsy. Maybe if we look through this window, we can see.
Well, Nick, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look over there on the floor by the sofa, Patsy.
Huh? Why, there's a man lying there. He's been shot in the forehead.
Confound it. He's the one man in the world who could have told us why a young man who had everything to live for should want to take his own life.
And now, the case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's exciting adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you post-war by new Old Dutch cleanser. As our story opens, we find Nick seated at his desk in his office, intently studying the front page of the evening paper. Patsy stands behind him, reading over his
Nick,
shoulder.
It says he was only 35 years old.
Yes, Patsy, he was one of the richest industrialists in the world.
And he ends up by throwing himself in a lake. Oh, it just doesn't make sense, Nick. Why would a man like that take his own life?
Well, the suicide note he left in his car tells why. It's reprinted here in the paper.
Oh, is it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, right down here at the bottom of the column.
It is not the number of years a man has lived that enables him to say his life was justified. It is the richness and fullness of his experience. I say farewell to my own life with deep regret, and yet I am convinced that it is better for a man to die in his prime quickly and painlessly than to let old age destroy him by slow stages. Well.
Pretty flowery farewell, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say. Imagine anyone sitting down and...
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay.
Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, my name is Mrs. Holt. Mrs. Douglas Holt.
Yes, Mrs. Holt.
I wonder whether you can come to my home this evening. My husband and I would like to speak to you about the death of our very good friend, Miles Kincaid.
Oh, yes, the man who committed suicide.
The man who died, Mr. Carter. Whether or not he committed suicide is what we'd like you to find out.
Well, so far, Mrs. Holt, I'm afraid you haven't given me any really solid grounds for your suspicions that Kincaid didn't kill himself.
But, Mr. Carter, Miles had everything in the world. He was rich, famous, and happy.
Well, according to his note, he wanted his life to end at the peak of his success.
Yes, but what about his call to me yesterday? He said he had plane reservations and was leaving for Florida very soon.
My wife checked on that, Mr. Carter. It's true.
Yes, if he were going to commit suicide today, why would he make arrangements for a trip at a future date?
Let me ask you this. You're implying that Kincaid was murdered. But do you know of anyone who would have any reason to kill him?
No, I don't.
How about you, Mr. Holt?
No, I can't think of anyone.
And yet you both knew him well, didn't you?
Oh, yes. In fact, well, Miles and I had quite a crush on each other a good many years ago. That was before he introduced me to Douglas.
He and I were partners at that time. We had a little organization that we called Inventors Incorporated. We broke up after a while, but we never lost touch with each other.
And in all these years, he made no serious enemies?
Well, of course he might have, without our knowing it.
Well, it still doesn't add up to murder, does it, Nick?
No, not to me.
Then you won't investigate this matter for us, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I didn't say that, Mr. Holt.
Oh, I wish you would, Mr. Carter. I just know something's wrong somewhere. I've got an intuition about it.
Very well, Mrs. Holt. I have a lot of faith in a woman's intuition. If there has been a murder, I promise you I'll find it out before the night is over.
Did you talk to Sergeant Matheson on the phone, Nick?
Yes, and you should have heard the horse laugh he gave me when I suggested that Miles Kincaid might have been murdered.
Oh, that must mean the handwriting experts are sure about the suicide note.
They are. Matty says there's absolutely no question about it. It wasn't a forgery.
Well, that pretty well settles it then, doesn't it?
Perhaps. But at least it won't hurt to take a look at Kincaid's home.
We're almost there, Nick. It's the house at the end of this street.
All right. Matty wasn't even going to hold an autopsy.
Did you ask him to?
I did, and he finally agreed to it.
Good.
All right, hop out.
Whom do you expect to see here, Nick?
Kincaid's valet. A man named Harry Otis.
Oh.
Holt says he was probably the last man to see Kincaid alive.
Yeah, but do you think you're... What was that, Nick?
Somebody moaning. Someone in pain.
It came from those bushes by the side of the porch.
Yeah, come on.
There he is, Nick, lying in the bushes.
All right, give me a hand, Patsy.
Yeah.
Pull him out.
Yeah.
Watch out for that branch.
Okay.
There, that does it.
My head.
Hey, what happened to you?
Who are you?
Nick Carter, private investigator. Who are you?
Harry Otis. I was Mr. Kincaid's valet, sir.
Well, what happened to you?
Someone rang the doorbell a few minutes ago. I opened the door, but there was no one there, so I stepped out on the porch. That's all I remember.
He must have been slugged from behind, Nick.
Yeah, come on.
Where are we going?
Whoever slugged him may have wanted to get into the house, could still be there.
Okay, Nick. Miles Kincaid committed suicide, Nick. What's this all about?
Your guess is as good as mine, Patsy.
The front door is open.
Don't make any noise.
No one in the living room. What, have you gone upstairs?
Wait a minute. Listen.
Nick, it's someone moving around.
Right. Behind that closed door over there. Let's drop in on him. Unexpectedly.
Right.
Oh, confound it.
Is the door locked, Nick?
Yes. Guess we'll have to announce ourselves after all. Open up! Open this door! He's firing through the door. Hurt, are you?
No, but it was awful close, Nick.
Oh, it's all quiet in there now. Afraid he's giving us the slip. That gunfire was probably intended to cover his getaway.
What are we going to do?
Only one thing to do. Shoot the lock off. Stand back.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, Nick, he must have gone out that open window.
Yeah, no use going after him in the dark.
Oh, shucks. Oh, will you look at this room? It must have been Kincaid's study.
Oh, it's a mess now. Our friend tore it apart. Every drawer, every
What
file.
could he have been after?
I don't know. But there is one thing I do know.
What's that, Nick?
As of now, I'm definitely interested in how Miles Kincaid really died.
Why, certainly, Mr. Carter. As Miles Kincaid's lawyer, I'm happy to help you clear up any questions you have regarding his death.
Well, first, Mr. Randolph, who stood to benefit by his death?
Well, all of his wealth is to be divided among various foundations and charitable institutions.
What? He left no private bequest whatsoever?
Only a comparatively small one to Melvin Dudley.
Melvin Dudley? That's the publisher, isn't it?
Yes. Miles had arranged with Dudley to publish his memoirs, and he left a few $1,000s to cover the cost.
Then Kincaid was writing his memoirs at the time of his death.
He practically finished them, though that fact wasn't commonly known.
I see. But what about all his property holdings? He must have had an enormous estate.
Not anymore. He'd sold everything in the past year, converted it all into cash. There's just one piece of land that he held on to.
Oh, where's that?
Over in the poorer section of town, on Montrose Avenue. That's to be sold at auction now that he's dead.
But I don't understand, Randolph. Why on earth would he have disposed of all his possessions at the age of 35?
You'd almost think he knew he was going to die.
He did, Miss Bourne.
What?
He and his personal physician and I were the only ones who were in on his secret.
What secret?
Mr. Carter, in 6 weeks, Miles Kincaid would have been dead of heart trouble.
Why are we going back to the office, Nick?
I want to call Mary and check on the autopsy.
Oh. Nick, you promised Hope that before the night is over, you'd at least know whether or not Kincaid was murdered. Do you think you will?
I don't know. All I found out so far is that he had a better reason than we thought for doing away with himself.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain the mysterious visitor at his house tonight. And also, that's our phone, Nick.
Oh, yeah, I got the key.
Good. Hurry, Nick, before they hang up.
Okay. Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, this is Matty.
Oh, yeah, Matty. I was just going to call you. What'd you find out?
Kincaid was drowned, all right. His lungs are full of water.
What? Well, that settles that.
No, it doesn't, Nick.
What do you mean?
His lungs are full of water right enough, but the water was full of chlorine.
Chlorine?
Yeah.
But there's no chlorine in lake water.
You're right, Nick. But there's plenty of it in the city water system.
And Miles Kincaid was drowned before he was thrown into the lake.
Right.
And that means murder.
Well, Nick knows at last that the wealthy young industrialist did not die by his own hand. But why Miles Kincaid left a suicide note, or why anyone would want to kill a man who was doomed to die from heart trouble within 6 weeks, are questions that are still unanswered. We'll continue this baffling adventure in just a moment. And now, back to The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, a half an hour has passed. Nick and Patsy have joined Mattie at the Kincaid home and, guided by Kincaid's valet, Harry Otis, have just entered the murdered man's bedroom.
I see the bed's been made, Otis. Did you do that today?
No, sir. No one's been in here all day.
Well, in that case, Kincaid didn't sleep here last night, Nick.
Apparently not, Mattie.
But his dressing gown's on the bed, and there's one of his ties on the floor behind that chair.
Yeah. Was Kincaid fully dressed when your men found him, Mattie?
Well, sure. He had on a brown business suit, a blue shirt, and a green tie.
A green tie?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You must be mistaken, Sergeant.
Now, don't tell me. He had on a blue shirt and a green tie.
Sergeant, Mr. Kincaid would never have worn a combination like that. He was very particular about his clothes.
Now, listen, Otis.
Mattie, wait a minute. This all adds up.
Huh?
Otis, take a look around. Does this room seem just about the same to you as always?
Why, no, sir, it doesn't. The bed's been pushed back farther than usual, and the chairs are all against the wall.
Hey, I'm beginning to catch on, Nick.
Otis, where were you when your employer retired last night?
I had the evening off, sir. I drew his bath water for him, then I went out.
Uh-huh.
When I got back, I assumed he was asleep.
You drew his bath, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mattie, at least we know how he died.
But
Huh?
you think he was killed here, Nick?
I do. He was probably getting undressed when the murderer found him.
And they had a fight?
Yeah, that's why the furniture is out of place.
Yeah, that would also account for the bruises on Kincaid's face. We figured they was from being hit against the rocks in the lake.
Yeah. Well, he was probably knocked unconscious in this room. Then the murderer took him into the bathroom and held his head underwater until he was dead.
Oh, how horrible.
Then he dressed him again. Must have been in such a hurry he didn't see the tie Kincaid had taken off. So he grabbed one out of the closet without even noticing the color.
And then he carried him out, shoved him in his own car, and drove to the lake.
But what about the suicide note?
I've got a little theory about that, too.
What sort of theory?
I'd rather not say until I've had a chance to confirm it.
But how are you going to do that, Nick?
By dropping in on a publisher named Melvin Dudley and asking him a few questions.
I guess there's no one home.
Yeah, there must be, Patsy. I saw a light at the side of the house.
Well, let's go around the side porch and take a look in the room where the light is.
Okay, Nick.
No use wasting time.
No. Here, Nick. We can look in through this French window.
Oh, look at all those papers scattered all over the floor.
Hey, looks like a cyclone's been through here.
Hey, Mattie.
What?
Look over there beside the sofa.
Beside what?
Sofa.
Holy smoke. Nick, there's a man lying there.
Smash the glass with your revolver. We gotta get in there.
I'll say we have. All right, stand back.
Can you reach the latch?
Yeah, I got it. Holy smoke. Look at this guy, Nick.
Yeah. Shot through the head.
That's Melvin Dudley, Nick. I've seen his picture in the paper.
Well, you'll see it again tomorrow, Patsy, all over the front page.
Hey, Mattie.
Yeah, Nick.
These papers on the floor.
Huh?
Ever seen any just like them?
What? Yeah, sure. They're the same kind of paper, the same handwriting as the suicide note.
That's what I figured. And look, here's a typewritten letter among them.
Huh?
To Melvin Dudley from Miles Kincaid.
What's it say, Nick?
I'm enclosing the manuscript of my memoirs. Everything is here except the foreword, which I'm working on now. Well, there's the answer to your suicide note, Mattie.
What do you mean?
It was written by Miles Kincaid, but it wasn't intended as a suicide note.
Then what was it, Nick?
A page from the foreword to his memoirs. The murderer stole it last night from Kincaid's house and planted it in Kincaid's car as a suicide note.
Oh, no wonder it sounded so flowery.
We're up against the smart operator, Nick.
Plenty smart, Mattie. But he's made one big mistake.
Huh?
When he killed Melvin Dudley, he should have taken those memoirs with him. I've spent a very night reading Kincaid's memoirs.
Oh, yeah? Find anything interesting in them?
Yeah, but the most interesting part isn't there.
I don't get you.
Manny, unless I'm all wrong, these memoirs should hold the key to Kincaid's murder.
How do you mean?
Well, apparently, when Kincaid learned he was going to die, he decided to leave behind him a document that would expose somebody.
Uh-huh.
Somebody he hated.
And you think this somebody got wind of it and knocked Kincaid off so as to get hold of the document?
I do. But he didn't get hold of it because Kincaid had already sent it to Dudley.
Uh-huh.
The murderer realized that after he went back and searched Kincaid's study.
So Higley's house went to Dudley to get it and ended by killing Dudley.
Right.
But look, Nick, why didn't the murderer take the memoirs while he was there?
He did.
See what?
At least he took that part of them which incriminated him. There's one whole section missing from the manuscript.
Oh. Got any idea what was in that section?
Yes, Mary, I have.
Good boy.
When Douglas Holt and his wife put me on this case, Holt told me that he and Kincaid were once partners in an outfit called Inventors Incorporated.
Inventors Incorporated?
Yeah. But there's no mention of any such organization anywhere in the memoirs.
Hey, Nick. Then maybe the...
I'm back, Nick. Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Yeah, what did you find at the newspaper morgue, Patsy? You got any dope on Kincaid's background?
Plenty, Nick. And about that company called Inventors Incorporated.
Yeah?
There's something funny about that.
Funny? In what way?
Why, there was a third partner.
Third partner?
Uh-huh.
Who was he?
A man named Peter Jarrett.
Peter Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
No mention of him in the memoirs either.
Hey, Nick, are you thinking this Jarrett guy might be our man?
I don't know about that, Matty. But I am thinking that it's strange that Holt and his wife didn't tell me about this Peter Jarrett. I wonder why.
I know I should have mentioned Peter Jarrett to you, Mr. Carter, but frankly, I was sticking to an agreement that Miles Kincaid and I made long ago.
What sort of agreement, Mr. Holt?
To cover up for Jarrett in spite of the raw deal he gave us.
Oh, he gave you a raw deal?
He certainly did. Jarrett wrecked Inventors Incorporated by walking out on us one day, taking with him what little capital we had.
And you never saw him again?
No, never. But I'm confident he's still alive.
Nick, Peter Jarrett must be our man.
Well, he certainly had a motive for killing Kincaid. If Kincaid was planning to expose him in the memoirs he was writing.
You say Miles was writing his memoirs, Mr. Carter?
Yes, he was. They were practically complete when he died.
Well, then it all adds up, doesn't it? Only a man like Jarrett who wanted to get hold of those memoirs before they were published would have had a motive for killing a going to man who would die anyway.
Yeah, but the question is, how can we get our hands on Jarrett?
Well, I can tell you where his wife lives. She ought to know where he's hiding out, if anybody does.
Oh, good. We'll go see her. I have an idea that when we find Peter Jarrett, we'll have this case sewed up.
Yeah? What do you want?
Are you Mrs. Jarrett?
What's it to you?
I'm Nick Carter, private investigator.
A dick, huh? You get out of here.
Not this moment, Mrs. Jarrett.
I said, get out. Mrs. Jarrett, don't do that.
Put that gun away, please.
You come one step closer and I'll start shooting. So help me.
I don't think you're going to shoot anyone with that
Get
gun.
away from me.
I'll take it.
Why, you...
And the next time you want to fire a gun, Mrs. Jarrett, remember to lift the safety catch.
Nice going, Nick. Pretty darn smart, ain't you?
Now, perhaps you better talk to us.
I ain't talking to no cops.
Why not?
Because I'm sick of you guys. You've been hounding me for 10 years, ever since Pete disappeared.
You wouldn't know where your husband is, would you?
Are you crazy? I wouldn't be living like this if I knew. Him with all that dough.
When did you see him last?
I ain't seen him since the day he went to work and didn't come home.
And where was your husband working the day he disappeared?
He was working over at that house on Montrose Avenue. Montrose Avenue? Why, that's the one piece of property that Miles Kincaid held on to after he sold everything else.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mrs. Jarrett. I'm very grateful to you.
What? I didn't do nothing for you.
Oh, yes, you did. You just gave me the last piece of a very complicated jigsaw puzzle.
Nick, what a horrible, musty old place.
It should be musty. After all, nobody's been down in the cellar for over 10 years. Not since Miles Kincaid and Douglas Holt closed up the business they called Inventors Incorporated.
But what do you expect to find here, Nick?
The key to 3 murders, I hope.
3? But only 2 men were killed.
Patsy, if my hunch is right... Wait a minute.
What do you see, Nick?
Look where my flashlight's pointing. Notice anything about that slab of concrete over there?
Why, yes. It's a different color from the rest of the cellar floor.
Right. Because it was laid at a different time. Let's see. It's about 3 feet wide and 6 feet long, isn't it?
Nick, you think that's a grave?
I do. I think a man has been buried under that slab of concrete for 10 long years.
Patsy stares at the circle of light from Nick's flashlight. Who is buried in the musty cellar on Montrose Avenue, and what bearing his death has on the murders of Miles Kincaid and Melvin Dudley, we'll find out in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Almost an hour has passed since Nick and Patsy discovered what Nick believes to be a grave in the cellar of the abandoned house on Montrose Avenue. They left the cellar for a time, but haven't to it, now returned and are waiting impatiently.
Not a sign of him yet, Nick.
He'll be here, all right. Can't afford not to come.
I still don't understand why you're so sure he's the murderer.
You will before long.
Yeah, but...
Hold it. Here he comes.
You down there, Carter?
Yes, we're here. Come on down.
What's this all about, anyway?
Familiar territory to you, isn't it?
It's been a long time since I was here. This is where Miles Kincaid and I had our laboratory.
You, Kincaid, Miles, and Peter Jarrett. Don't forget Jarrett, Mr. Holt.
That's right. Oh, by the way, have you got a line on his whereabouts yet?
I've done better than that. I've found it.
What? Well, where is he?
Right where you and Miles Kincaid buried him 10 years ago.
What are you talking about, Carter?
I'm talking about murder. You and Kincaid killed Jarrett and buried him down here.
That's ridiculous.
Probably did it so that you could steal an invention of his. And you spread the word that he'd run off with your funds.
You must be out of your mind.
No, but I imagine you were nearly out of your mind when Melvin Dudley happened to mention to you that Kincaid was writing his memoirs.
Why should that worry me?
Because you guessed that he was planning to expose your part in the murder. Something he couldn't have done during his lifetime without incriminating himself.
What?
When the police dig up Jarrett's body...
They'll never dig it up, because you won't be alive to tell them about it. Don't reach for your gun, Carter. I've got you both covered.
Holt, you made a bad mistake when you admitted that you knew Kincaid was a dying man. That was the tip-off on you, especially since you neglected to tell me that fact when you hired me.
Well, I slipped up once, but I won't slip this time. I'll take you first, Carter.
No, Holt. I'll take you first.
What the...
Drop your gun, Holt. I can fight behind you.
I'll kill you, you...
Oh, my hand!
I shoot. Oh, Nick, you cut that gun right out of his hand.
And you made a nice dramatic entrance, Matty.
Well, you set the stage for it, Nick, when you put me behind that packing box.
Oh, I thought you'd never come out of there, Sergeant.
Yeah, well, I'd have been out sooner, Patsy, only my pants got caught in a nail.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yeah, and my new suit, too. Okay, Holt, let's get moving. No use hanging around this damp cellar when we got a nice dry cell waiting for you down at headquarters.
Then Jarrett's body was buried in the cellar.
Yes, Patsy. And the case is closed.
Not Carter. Not until you've told me how Holt found out that Kincaid was dying of heart trouble.
Well, according to the statement Holt gave Matty down at headquarters, Kincaid told him.
He did?
Mm-hmm. When Holt went to inquire about the memoirs, Kincaid gloated that he'd be dead in 6 weeks, and that everybody would know that Holt was a murderer.
But why on earth did Kincaid want to expose Holt?
Patsy, don't you remember what Mrs. Holt told us? That she used to go with Kincaid? Well, Kincaid never forgave Holt for taking her away from him.
Well, I get it. He couldn't get even with Holt until after he is dead.
That's right.
Yeah, but I can't understand why Holt brought you in on this case.
He didn't. His wife did.
What? You mean it was her idea to hire you?
Sure. She knew nothing about the murder of Peter Jarrett, and she had no idea that Holt had killed Kincaid. She just didn't believe that Kincaid had killed himself.
Mm-hmm. And when she wanted to call you, her husband had to agree with her so she wouldn't get suspicious of him.
That's it.
Oh, brother. When you walked into that house and took the case, it must have been life's darkest moment for Douglas Holt.
The darkest so far, Patsy. But the state is planning an even darker moment for him in the very near future.
Can you tell us something about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Next week, Mike, we're going to meet a man who was honest and upright for 5 years in order to build up to a fraud worth $500,000.
Only his plan broke down because he put his fraud in an envelope.
A fraud in an envelope? Well, that sounds exciting. What do you call this adventure?
I call it The Case of the King's Apology. Friends, this is Nick Carter again. And I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Cudahy Packing Company to salute the 49th Annual Convention of the National Association of Retail Grocers, which begins today in Atlantic City. The independent retail grocer is your good neighbor, bringing you fine foods from all parts of the nation and of the world. So let's all doff our hats to this very important businessman, the independent retail grocer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is weekend presented each time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Lou Schofield and Ken Pettis. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war cleanser, Old Dutch. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1948, 73 years ago today. Stay tuned for The Whistler, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmine.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macinmind.com. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Monday, October 1st, 1945.
Signal. Signal gasoline. Yes, Signal is gasoline. The new you can prove is superior. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death wears a white robe.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. The cabin high on the slope of Bald Mountain had always been an important part of the marriage of Sam and Leah Wixon. A successful marriage on the surface. Only two people had any reason to think otherwise. One was Leah herself, and the other was her best friend, Suzanne. Leah and Sam had met at the cabin. Their romance had begun there. And one bright day in late winter, some 5 years afterwards, Suzanne had come to the conclusion it should properly end there. Leah could feel something coming when Suzanne engineered the invitation for herself and her husband, Harvey, for the week. Yes, Leah, you wonder though what's been in innocent eyes of Suzanne. What's making the wheels whir in that sharp little mind as you and she and Sam approach the cabin.
Lucky there's a crust on the snow today. Never make it otherwise.
Well, these snowshoes are fun.
Suzanne, darling, do let Sam carry that suitcase.
Well, he's already carrying yours and his. I'm not crippled.
There's an idea, Leah.
On what?
On how to win men and influence them.
Well, if I was a strong, rangy type, I'd carry one for you, dear. You know I'm not athletic.
Well, a strong, rangy type definitely has her points. Well, stack your snowshoes over in the corner there. Well, everything seems to be just as we left it.
No bears?
Not a bear. Well, now where's the key to the shack? Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful spot. I'm sick just thinking what Harvey and I've missed not coming up here.
Well, I wanted to have you up several times.
We've just been able to work it out, dear. Have we, Sam?
No. The door's stuck a little. There.
Oh, what a dream of a place. Sam, the fireplace. It's divine. Oh, wait till Harvey sees that.
Like it? I built it with my own two hands.
Perfect. Did you design it, Sam?
Suzanne, dear, you're positively gushing. Sam's an architect, remember?
Of course, Leah. She likes the fireplace. Let it go.
Well, I don't. Looks like a pile of bleached bones. Come on, Suzanne. Now, you and Harvey can have this room, darling. Sam, bring Suzanne's bag in here.
All right.
Why don't you freshen up, Susie? You look utterly ravaged. Your nose absolutely gleams.
Oh, really, dear? I might pass you a helpful hint. You apparently swallowed all your lipstick with that hamburger we ate in town.
I never worry about makeup, darling. When you're on the right side of 30, it isn't so important. Or do you remember?
I'm taking the sled and going to get a load of wood before dark. Oh, Leah, you better show Suzanne where the linen closet is so she can get her bed made up.
Oh, can't we help?
Oh, no thanks.
Oh, Sam, what a cute bell on that sleigh.
Well, back home in Connecticut, we always had a bell on the sled that brought in the Yule log, and I thought it was a cute idea, so I put one on this.
You have such nice ideas, Sam. Where do you have to go for wood? You sure we can't help?
Oh, I think I can manage all right. Woodshed's about 50 yards from the house. Kind of inconvenient, but it was already built when we bought the property, and I haven't gotten around to moving it yet. Well, I'll see you girls later.
Oh, I hate to think of Sam having to drive all the way back for Harvey to the city.
Or is it that you hate to think of Harvey as Susie coming easy? You're not just a teensy bit bored with Harvey, are you?
There aren't any men here now, Leah. You can skip the teensy.
You didn't answer me, darling.
Don't judge others by yourself.
What do you mean? I married for love, you know, not money.
Oh. Did you?
Well, could doubt it. Was anybody doing it, Sam?
Well, I grant you, Sam's a handsome man.
Oh, you've noticed. I thought you had, dear. Yes, I'm a very lucky girl. I've often thought how discouraging it'd be to be married to someone who was bald and fat and unimaginative, even if he did have gobs of money.
You're referring to Harvey?
Oh, darling, I think Harvey's cute. In a pudgy sort of way. By the way, does he still take bicarbonate?
Leah, I might point out not that I'm going to eat my cake and have it too.
Just what do you mean?
I'm talking about your Red Cross activities.
Oh?
Those evenings you donate to good works. Patronizing the arts.
What are you talking about?
Shall I come to the point? Or would you like to fence for a while?
You're not being clever, dear.
Well, I'll try to be more specific. I'm referring to the movie type you picked up at Sandra Gilman's. The pianist.
Picked up? I hardly know him.
Leah, you're actually blushing. I can see it clear through that Westmore number 12.
I've nothing to hide.
Your taste isn't bad at that. He is fascinating and talented. Musically, of course. But I should think you'd worry a little of Chopin after 6 months. It has been 6 months, hasn't it?
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I?
Oh, listen, Suzanne, it's all over, believe me. There was nothing between us. I know I was foolish. I just didn't realize what was happening.
Uh-huh. Sam would understand all of that, of course.
You're not going to say anything, Suzanne. You can't. Sam would think all kinds of things. He wouldn't understand.
He'd wouldn't he, Leah? He isn't the kind a woman can make a fool
Yes,
of.
yes, don't you see it'd wreck our marriage? You wouldn't do that, Suzanne. You couldn't gain anything by it. We've been friends too long for that.
You can get off your knees now.
I hate you.
Of course you do. You always have.
You're just trying to get back at me. You've been waiting for a chance like this ever since Sam and I were married. You love him, don't you? You've been in love with him for years.
I didn't say that.
But it's true. And you think this is your opportunity. But you won't tell Sam what you found out. You won't. Do you understand?
My darling, you're so terribly dramatic. How could you stop me?
I don't know. But I will, Suzanne. I will if I have to.
Have to what, Leah? There's just the two of us here. And I'm the strong, rangy, athletic type. Remember?
That new car you've been waiting for is apparently still quite a ways off. But for the fun of improved driving performance, there's no need to wait any longer for that. No, sir. With new signal in your tank, you actually feel your present young again car getting right now. Yes, whether you're driving a 32 Ford or a 42 Cadillac, you'll thrill to performance you never dreamed was built into your car. New signal for new gasoline isn't just pre-war quality, not just old-style gasoline improved. No, indeed. New signal is an entirely new type, super fuel, that you can actually prove is superior. Prove it in 3 ways. 1, with quicker starting. You feel your motor spring to life the moment you touch the starter. 2, with faster pickup. See your car zip out ahead with pep that makes you proud. 3, with higher anti-knock. Hear how quietly your motor purrs even when it's working hard. And what's more, because all this new power means you'll be shifting less, and shifting wastes gasoline, you know, you'll enjoy more high-gear miles, actually go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. There's a best way to prove all this, and 1 tankful will do it. Just drive in this week to any of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign and say, fill her up with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Leah, you thought you'd manage the musician pretty cleverly, didn't you? And he'd seemed so important to you for a while. But now, with the prospect of losing Sam staring you in the face, it's different. He'll walk out, you're sure of it. You know him too well. Suzanne holds you in the palm of her hand, Leah. The moment she chooses to open her mouth, Sam is gone forever. And with him goes everything. Money, social position, friends. Everything your calculating mind bargained for when you married him. All through dinner, you wait for the axe to fall, but nothing happens. You can hardly bring yourself to look at her. That self-satisfied half smile on her face makes you want to scream. And that night, when you and Sam are finally alone.
Suzanne finally go to bed?
Yes, her lights just went out.
Good. Now, perhaps you can let me in on it.
On what?
On what's been going on around here. You two have been at each other's throats all day.
Oh, that's just our way, dear. We've always been frank with each other.
Too frank, I'd say. The air was so full of daggers for a while this afternoon, I could hardly see what I was doing. Come on, what is it?
Well, Suzanne's all wrapped up in music, you know, and particularly Chopin. Well, there's a pianist we all admire that she met personally the other day, and, well, we thought she wasn't being quite fair to Harvey.
You mean...
Oh, it was nothing serious, of course. Oh, Sam, you mustn't breathe a word of this to anyone. If either she or Harvey ever found out, I don't know what I'd do. It's all very silly.
It isn't silly. It's darn serious.
But you don't understand, Sam. It was really nothing.
I don't care how insignificant it is. If people are talking about it, it's serious. I can hardly believe she'd do a thing like that. It just isn't like Suzanne.
Harvey's a little jealous.
Well, what's wrong with being jealous of your wife? Harvey's got a right to be jealous. I've got a right to be jealous. Thank heaven you're not like that.
You mean you wouldn't understand if...
Leah, just don't ever give me any cause. Don't ever let me down that way. I'd...
You'd what, Sam?
It scares me. I'd probably do something terrible.
Sam.
Just remember that, Leah. Don't ever give me a reason. Promise me.
All right, Sam. I promise.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, Leah? That was a dangerous step to take. But it's your word against hers, after all. Perhaps you have something else in mind, something involving the day and a half the two of you will be alone in the cabin, while Sam goes back to the city to pick up Harvey. They say the best defense is a first-class attack. Maybe that's why you seem to have regained a little of your old self-confidence the next morning, as you and Suzanne go out to the shed for firewood an hour after he's gone.
Well, don't stand there, Leah. Help me. Take it with the door.
Time. We've got a day and a half. Oh, wonderful.
What?
Oh, you've got the strength of a horse.
You're pretty chipper this morning, aren't you?
I'm delirious with excitement. A day and a half all to ourselves.
It's a grim prospect. Well, are you going to stand in a corner and rhapsodize? Or are we going to get some wood?
Oh, all right. I don't see why you're fussing so about wood. There's enough in the box in the house.
To last a couple of hours.
Can't understand why Sam had this wood stack clear up to the rafters. Can't even reach the top. Oh, here's one that's loose.
What are you doing? Look out!
What's the matter?
Don't be a fool. You'll kill yourself. Do you want that mountain of logs to crash down on you?
Don't be ridiculous.
You move those centerpieces and the whole pile will fall.
Nonsense. What?
Look out!
There, you see? Nothing happened.
The Lord looks out for drunks and fools, darling. Hussies, too.
Wait a minute. That just about does it. I've taken about all I'm going to take from you.
All right. You want it straight from the shoulder, and I'll give it to you that way. I said you're a no-good little hussy, and I'll say it again. You've been taking Sam for a ride, and I'm going to make sure he knows all about it. Is that good enough for you?
You're bluffing.
You'll see whether or not I'm bluffing.
You're so jealous of Sam and me you can't see straight. I can't say I blame you staring at that moon-faced husband of yours across the breakfast table every morning. You're so miserable yourself you can't stand happiness in anyone else. Well, you're not going to get anywhere. Sam would never believe you in a million years.
I'm not asking him to believe me, dear.
What do you mean?
Sam ought to recognize your handwriting and your personal stationery readily enough. Oh, you should have known better, Leah. But you weren't quite yourself at the time, were you?
What are you talking about?
A letter, dated September 18th. Something about you and Arturo meeting in the lobby of the Metropole at 8 o'clock.
Where is it?
Oh, never mind where it is. I have it.
Where did you get it?
Oh, I bought it. Arturo was quite attached to it. But he had his prize.
Oh, you cheap, unscrupulous.
Oh, you didn't really think I wouldn't come prepared, did you? Oh, Leah, dear, how can you be... Put down that axe. Do you hear me? Put down the...
Kill you!
Oh, no, you don't. You listen, you... Give me that axe. Do you hear me? There. That's better.
Do it.
You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. I'm the strong ranger. spongy type, remember? Strong as a horse. Oh, get up from there. You're not hurt.
You knocked me down. You hurt my arm. I hate you.
Darling, you nauseate me. You really do. I'm going out for a walk, where the air is clean.
I'll kill you for this, Susan Reiner. I'll kill you!
And you could do it, couldn't you, Leah? There's a blind, frustrated hatred inside you that would make you capable of anything, even murder. All that day while Suzanne is out walking, you sit alone in the living room in front of the big fireplace, staring into the embers and thinking. The two of you alone in the cabin. It would have to be perfect. The slightest indication that it wasn't an accident and you'd be done for. There simply wouldn't be any other suspects. Yes, Leah, it would have to be perfect or it couldn't be at all. Perfect. Perfect.
Thinking, dear? Oh, when did you get back? Just now. I made a great to-do about slamming the door and throwing off my snowshoes, but you didn't budge an inch. What's on your mind?
Nothing.
That's as it should be.
Where have you been?
Over to the West Slope and back.
You should have stayed longer.
Oh?
You might have been caught in the storm.
Storm? Don't be silly, dear. The sun was so bright on that snow you could hardly look at it.
The radio said we're in for a bad storm sometime tonight. I just turned it off.
That raises a delightful possibility.
What's that?
Sam and Harvey may be delayed, dear. You and I may have several more charming days together here on the mountain. How's the food situation?
There's plenty.
That's good. Speaking of food, what about dinner?
I haven't thought about it. Coffee on the stove.
Will you join me in a cup?
Thanks, no.
Oh, shame to waste that gorgeous fire, isn't it, dear? If Arturo were only here...
Suzanne, will you stop it? You've made yourself perfectly clear. I know what you're going to do, and I know how you're going to do it, and there's nothing more to be said. I can't stand this jabbing and picking any longer. I can't stand it. On second thought, I'll make my own coffee. It's safer that way.
By midnight, the temperature outside the cabin drops to 20 below zero. And at 1:30 in the morning, the blizzard sweeps in from the north. The mercury falls another 10 degrees. You're forced to cooperate with her now, aren't you, Leah? The two of you take turns all night getting out of bed to put wood on the fire. The night seems endless, but morning finally comes. A raw, gray morning with that stabbing north wind still piling the drifts higher and higher outside.
Well, you finally made it. I thought you were never going to get up. Did you happen to look out your window this morning?
Leah.
We're snowed in, my perfidious friend, all snug and cozy.
Leah, there's something the matter. I don't
You're
know.
looking particularly stupid this morning, Suzanne. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you had a hangover. What's the matter with you? Why are you fumbling around there in the doorway?
Leah, I can't see. Leah, I'm blind. I've gone blind.
What? Come out here in the light. Look out for the table.
I can't see.
Your eyes are all inflamed.
I'm blind. I've gone blind.
Suzanne, were you crazy enough to go out without your sunglasses yesterday?
Sunglasses?
You stayed out all day, the sun glaring on the snow. Suzanne, you're snowblind.
Snowblind? It's only temporary, isn't it?
2 days, perhaps.
Not more than 2 days. Harvey will be here today.
Harvey won't be here today. Probably not tomorrow either. If you could see, you'd know why. The road is blocked. The storm's getting worse. No, I think you'll have to rely on me, darling, to be your seeing eye. Suzanne, unlock the door. You'll have to come out of your room. You'll freeze to death in there. Well, you do have a large mouth, Suzanne, but it doesn't extend as far as you've daubed that lipstick.
You're cruel, dear. You'd like to see me like this. You think it's funny. It will go away, though. You said so yourself. I'll be all right tomorrow. I'll be able to see tomorrow. I'm not afraid of you, Leah.
Afraid of me? Oh, well, why should you be? Let me guide you to a chair by the fire, darling.
Don't touch me. I can get there. I can feel my way. Oh.
Better let me help you, darling.
No. I'll just sit right here.
Now, what are we going to have for dinner, huh? How about a couple of nice poached eggs on toast and a steaming cup of coffee?
I don't want anything.
Oh, but it's all cooked. Here. Smell good?
I don't want any.
Well, you haven't eaten since last night, dear. You've got to have food. Look, you're shivering.
Take it away, Leah.
You're cold, darling. Couldn't you possibly force just to swallow this hot coffee down? Do you a world of good. Here, smell. Good?
All right. I'll take the coffee.
That's better. Here, I'd better warm it up from the kitchen. You know, I never really explored this cabin until today. There are all kinds of interesting things in the cellar. Sam's really quite a trapper, you know. All his equipment's there, the scrapers for the skins, the frames, the traps. There you are, dear. I put sugar in it. And a big kind box of arsenic he uses to cure the hides.
Arsenic?
Gets rid of the vermin. Come on, dear. Drink up. Do you good.
No, I don't want it. Take it away.
Oh, Suzanne, you're priceless.
No, Leah, that would be too crude, wouldn't it? It would never work with inquisitive examiners and autopsies. You rejected Boyd's art, wasn't it, when you first began thinking about killing her? You're just playing with her like a cat with a mouse. You've thought of a better way, haven't you? A perfect, foolproof way.
Leah, you've gone. You've left me.
I'm right here, darling.
Oh. Why didn't you answer, Leah?
I've been thinking.
Of what?
Of you, of me, of our beautiful friendship.
Leah, I want to tell you something. Leah, you know I'm your friend.
Of course, you're my dear, dear friend. And Sam's, too. Especially Sam.
Isn't that what you... Leah, I think...
Spare me, darling. I'm not interested in listening to you unburden your soul, even when there's no other entertainment available.
But, Leah, I want you to know this.
There's nothing I want to hear from you.
Where are you going, Leah?
I'm getting our coats and snowshoes.
Our what?
Our coats and snowshoes. We have to get another load of wood. Unless you want to sit in here and freeze to death.
I can't go outside. I can't see.
And I can't pull sleigh along that loaded. We'll get along. I'll guide you. If you fall down out there, you won't hurt yourself. The snow is soft. Very soft, Suzanne. It even gets warm after a while. Here's your coat and mittens and a scarf for your head.
I won't go out there. I won't. Listen to that wind. We couldn't find our way through that blizzard.
I can get to that woodshed blindfold. Come on, put on these things.
I can't.
But you will. You will.
No.
There. Now, put on these mittens.
No. Oh, Leah, you hold my arm. You won't let go of me.
I'll hold your arm. And when we get outside, you can hold on to the rope. Ready? Come on, then.
How much farther is it?
We're almost there.
Oh, it seems so much farther than before.
All right. You let go of the rope now and stand right there. I'll pull the sleigh up to the shed and load it.
Oh, wait. Lead me to the shed so I can stand out of the wind.
Just walk about 6 steps forward. Right in front of you.
I must be walking in the wrong direction. I haven't come to the shed. Leah! Answer me, Leah! Where are you, Leah? Are you in the shed? I don't hear you. I don't hear the bell, Leah. Oh, Leah, you're leaving me.
Oh, Leah, come back, please. Oh, please, Leah, please come back. Come back. Oh, which way? Where did you go? Where did you go? Answer me, answer me. Oh, Leah, listen. Leah, what I said about telling Sam, I won't. Honestly, I won't. I was never going to. There isn't any letter. Oh, you're my friend, Leo. I'm not in love with Sam. I'm not in love with him. You're my best friend, Leo. You believe me, don't you? You believe me? Answer me, Leo. Answer me!
The Whistler will return with a strange ending of tonight's story in just a moment. Meantime, I want to give you the real reason why New Signal isn't just a quality war gasoline, isn't just an old-style gasoline improved, but an entirely new type of fuel with performance features that until recently were reserved for war. You see, science has long known that gasoline is composed of molecules, and each molecule is actually an arrangement of atoms. But until recently, gasoline molecules were left just as nature made them. Under the impetus of war, however, certain chemists found out how to take gasoline molecules apart, then rearrange their atoms in an entirely new way, creating an entirely new type superfuel. The result is the thrilling, amazing power of Signal's new gasoline, bringing you performance so immediately apparent you can feel it, see it, hear it. It's because of this superior performance, which you can actually recognize the moment you step on the accelerator, that we urge you to let one tankful of new Signal gasoline talk for itself. Let its quicker starting, its faster pickup, its higher anti-knock and longer mileage demonstrate in your car why New Signal actually is the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
That one was perfect, Leah. It can't miss. You had an argument and she walked out of the house, said she was going to Cedar Village, that she couldn't stand you anymore. You tried to tell her she'd never make it, but she insisted on leaving, and that's all you know. Yes, it's perfect. No weapons, no blows or marks, just her frozen body 200 yards from the house, far enough so you couldn't have heard her over the storm. You can't hear her now anymore as you pile wood into the sled. She's probably staggered further in the wrong direction. Well, you'll need plenty of wood, Leah. Make it a full load, enough to carry you through tomorrow. There you are. Pile it high. One from the side. One from the end. Look out. Remember what Suzanne said about pulling one out from the center.
Oh, my leg. My leg. Oh, broken. I can't move. Suzanne. Suzanne. Oh, please, God, let her hear me. Suzanne. The door. Oh, don't let the door go shut. She'll never hear me. Suzanne. Over this way, dear. You've got to hear me. We'll both die. The door. No! Suzanne! Suzanne!
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale, the curious story, Death Laughs Last. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Virginia Teal, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking and suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Monday, October 1st, 1945. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Monday, July 22nd, 1946.
Laurie Clayton was not only a great actress, she was a Broadway legend. She typified every story of the small-town girl who came to New York and turned into a celebrity overnight. Yes, you could sit at the bar in Toots Shores or at Leon and Eddie's any night of the week and hear about Laurie and the determination which took her from the little town of Cedar Grove to Broadway and stardom. But there was more to it than that. A quality almost strange to Broadway. A loyalty which led her back to Cedar Grove and her old friend Anne Halliday to insist that Anne return with her to New York and have her chance too. Yes, it was a beautiful friendship. It made wonderful copy for theater columns and drama magazines. And Laurie was always willing to give interviews.
Well, I don't know, Miss Dean. I suppose I do have a wide variety in swimming and boating, of course. Riding now and then.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about marriage?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Same old thing, I suppose. Marriage versus the career.
Oh, poor Todd. He's such a dear. I suppose I haven't been quite fair to him. I don't have much time these days.
Todd? You mean Todd Wright?
Yes.
I see.
Something wrong?
Oh, of course not.
He's a very nice person. Perhaps someday... Who knows? But I think we've talked enough about me, don't you? I'm so thrilled about Anne, I just can't keep it back any longer. What do you think she's done?
I don't know.
She's written a play. Isn't it marvelous? A real 3-act play all by herself called Star Shadow.
Well, have you read it?
Oh, no, but I suppose it's usual amateur sort of thing. But I'm so happy for her sake.
You've done wonders for that girl, Miss Clayton. She must be very grateful.
Oh, but I don't want gratitude. I just want to help her. Oh, my migraine.
Oh, sorry. Well, I really must be going. I hope I haven't tired you.
Oh, not at all. Anne, darling. Headache every few days, regular as clockwork. There doesn't seem to be anything one can do.
Yes, Laurie?
Oh, my medicine, dear. Please hurry. Well, dear?
All right, Laurie. I'll bring it. She is a lovely girl, isn't she?
Oh, I don't know what I'd do without her.
Well, you've been very gracious, Miss Clayton.
Oh, thank you. I'll be looking forward to the article now. Good day, Miss Dean.
Good day. Here's your medicine.
Thank you. Oh, this is the worst ever.
You seem to be getting ruder by the day.
Oh?
You might have introduced me to that girl.
I didn't think it necessary.
You seemed rather clever. I suppose we can expect another brilliant article any day now. The very same old theme. Noblesse oblige. Heritage begins at home.
And why not?
Of course, why not? What irony, Laurie. What beautiful, stunning irony in this whole insane mess. Remember Cedar Grove, Laurie? I was on top then, wasn't I? I was the star, and you were the shadow. Grammar school, high school, student body offices, boyfriends. I had it all. Now,
go on.
Now it's the other way around, isn't it? I'm getting the crumbs now. Whenever you choose to toss them to me.
And they all read the drama columns in Cedar Grove.
They know you in Cedar Grove, Laurie. For that black, vicious mind of yours, because you never could conceal it as a child. They know.
Oh, go on, dear. I'm loving
Dull, stupid people write dull, stupid plays. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get ready for dinner. You've got to hurry. Todd's picking you up at 6. How did you know I was dining with Todd? You know, I think I'll let you find that out for yourself.
With the prologue of Star Shadow, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler.
Yes, Laurie, it's a beautiful friendship, isn't it? To Broadway and the theater world, some wonderful loyalty to the girl you grew up with in Cedar Grove. But to you, it's beautiful in an entirely different way. It's retribution, a feeling of triumph, of complete crushing victory over Anne, a feeling of looking down on her from a dizzy height and watching her grovel and beg for crumbs, just as you were forced to do during those dismal young years in Cedar Grove when Anne was on top. You leave her in the apartment, and shortly after 6, you join Todd Wright in a little restaurant on 58th Street for dinner. Todd is drama critic on the Bulletin, and someday, when you get around to it, you plan to marry.
More champagne, Laurie?
Oh, thank you, darling. You're awfully quiet, Todd.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be.
You said there was something special about tonight. What is it?
Are you ready?
What do you mean?
Brace yourself, sweetheart. Gilbert Shaw is going to produce Anne's play.
What?
Well, I thought you'd be pleased.
Well, of course I'm pleased.
She brought it to me last week. I sat up till midnight reading it, grabbed a taxi and took it over to Shaw, and he finished it at 4 a.m. Have you read it?
I know. I didn't think... Well, naturally, Anne's a complete amateur.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. That play will run 3 years, maybe more. You know, neither Shaw nor myself could understand where in the world Anne got hold of those characters.
Go on.
It's hard she hasn't told you more about it. It's the story of a jealousy, Laurie, a vicious, insidious hatred between two women. Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, that's the point, you see. Star, shadow. One of them's on top, the star. The other's the shadow down at the bottom.
And what happens?
Oh, it's very simple. The shadow ends up on the top and the star down at the bottom.
I see.
But it's hard to understand where Anne got hold of it. It's so real, Laurie. How an idea like that could take root and grow in the middle of a friendship like the two of you have for each other is more than I can understand.
Yes, I wonder why she never took me into her confidence.
Oh, first attempt. Probably a little embarrassed about it.
And Gilbert Shaw is going to do it.
Yep, casting now. Rehearsal begins next Monday, opening in Boston the 25th.
I'm surprised Gilbert hasn't called me. I'm reading a couple of other things, you know.
Say, it'd be wonderful if you could do it. What a story. Fusion of two great talents, the playwright and the actress, bosom pals and all that.
What do you mean, if I could do it?
Well, they're talking about you now. Anne wants to decide on the star.
Oh.
Well, that's it. Shall we drink to it?
All right.
To October 25th. A very important night in two respects.
Two?
Yeah. It's the night the play opens, and it's the night Anne and I are going to be married. Drink up, Laurie.
Yes. Drink up. Hello, darling. Have a nice dinner. Sweet of you to wait up for me. It's almost midnight. It's worth waiting up for. Oh. What's the matter? Headache. Probably genuine this time. Sit down, Laurie. I'd like to talk about my dull, stupid play. If you don't mind, I'll wait till tomorrow. I said sit down. You need a good play pretty badly, Laurie, after 3 flops in a row. Oh, very well. I haven't decided yet whether or not you'll do. And I've been so wrong. I
don't know how I can say it, how I can ever make you believe me. I've misjudged you so.
Go on, dear. I'm loving.
All I can say is that I'm sorry. That from now on it's going to be different. But now I need your help. I said that. I'm sorry, and it means everything to me.
It doesn't become you to grovel, Laurie. This takes us right back to Cedar Grove, doesn't it? It's the part of a sadistic, cruel woman, Laurie. And you can have it because you won't even have to act. It's a portrait of you, right down to the claws.
There's nothing I can say, I guess.
No.
Oh.
Your headache.
Yes. Oh, Anne, would you mind getting my medicine?
Get it yourself.
No, Laurie, it doesn't become you to grovel. But that's only the means to an end, isn't it? Yes, you had to have that part. The success or failure of Anne's play must be built around you. The rehearsals begin and you work hard. It makes great copy for the newspapers. The beautiful friendship has produced something really great. The playwright and the actress working side by side. And everything's dependent on you, on your performance on opening night. Then, on the day of the final rehearsal, on October 24th, you make your move. It's 3 p.m. when Anne races into the apartment to find you in bed.
Laurie! Laurie, where are you?
Here?
What's the matter? Why aren't you at rehearsal? They're all waiting down there.
I'm sorry.
Why are you in bed?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm ill.
What are you talking about?
I'm awfully sorry, darling. Afraid I'm not going to make it.
But the play, Laurie. It won't open. The theater's all engaged, everything.
The play must go on. That's something I always wondered about, Anne. Tried and true axiom. Come flood, come fire. The play must go on.
Why? Laurie. Laurie, darling, you can't do this to me. Don't you see? It means everything. They all said so good. You can't let me down now.
Why don't you postpone?
He told you we can't. All this said, there's no one. Remember, you refused to work with an understudy. That's why you did it, isn't it, Laurie? That's why you refused to have an understudy. It was all in your mind then, the night you begged me for the part.
Was it?
Laurie, I wouldn't believe you could stoop this low. Now, you're just even you
at conclusions. Dr. Harding was just here and told me I had to have complete rest for at least 6 months.
He's been telling you that for years. You never paid any attention to him.
Well, it's high time I did. And, about stooping low, Anne, dear. That was a rather sordid trick you pulled with Todd, don't you think?
He loves me. Nothing sordid about that.
Too bad you agreed to marry him. You see, there's where you made a bad mistake.
That hurt you, didn't it?
Yes, it did. I guess I'm in love with him. It's a little hard to realize that tomorrow night he'll be yours.
Oh?
You know, I can't think of anything that would make me happier than to have you decide it was just an unfortunate mistake, Anne. That perhaps it would be wise to call off the marriage.
What?
It might even make me feel better. A lot better.
Yeah?
Mr. Leandro, please.
Who's calling?
This is the lady who talked to you last night.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
I've decided to go ahead with it.
Okay. What about the money?
I'll put $5,000 in cash in the mail tonight. General delivery. It should be there in the morning.
All right, shoot.
She'll be going out Highway 27 tomorrow night around 9. Alone in a car. It's got to happen then. And it's got to be an ordinary auto accident. In every way. Is that clear?
All my accidents are ordinary accidents, lady. That's why I get such big fees. So forget that and just tell me where I can find her. I'll take care of the rest.
How do you know when she leaves?
The minute she walks out of the door, you call me here. Cranbrook 8889.
All right. Now listen carefully. I'll describe the car again. It's a black coupe. License number...
Yes, Laurie, you're on top again. And there's a warm, triumphant feeling as you decide to lean back in bed and think about it. There'll be no play and no marriage. The efficient Mr. Riondo will see to that. Todd arrives an hour later to plead with you, but he doesn't get very far.
But I told you I'm sorry, Todd. There's no other way.
You're sorry. Do you realize what you're doing to that girl?
Oh, will you stop this stupid argument? I tell you, the doctor has ordered me...
Oh, all right. You win. Where's the phone? I've got to call Shaw.
Right here on the stand.
And, what's the doctor's address? I'm going to see him.
270 Madison Avenue.
Wait, I better write that down. Where's a piece of paper? Oh, here. 270 Madison. Yeah. I'm going to check that doctor, Laurie. If there's any way that he can possibly get you in shape. Hello? Hello, Shaw. Todd. Yeah, it's all off. No dice. Well, I just talked to her. Yeah. Tell the cast to go home.
And you don't worry about the doctor, Laurie. Todd only finds out what you already told him. That it's no use. Yes, you're a good actress. The doctor, too, to believe. So you're all ready for Anne on the next night when she comes for her things.
Well, all paying back, Doris. I hope you and Todd are very happy, of course.
Playing it right up to the hilt, aren't you?
Oh, no, I mean it. Of course, it's a pretty vain hope, but that. You won't be really happy. You couldn't be.
And why not?
You're only going through with it for one reason, Anne. You know it's the one weapon you have left now. You never loved him, did you? Why don't you admit it, Anne? Why don't you come right out and say it?
All right. So I don't love him. And I never did. Does that make you feel better or worse?
It doesn't matter now.
Well, I'm going. I left your medicine for you on the nightstand. You'll probably experience a miraculous cure during the night.
Thank you. And goodbye, darling.
Yes?
I'm going to miss you.
Goodbye, Laurie.
Operator. Get me Cranbrook. 8889.
Yes, Laurie, your friendship with Anne Halliday was a beautiful one. From its early days in the little town of Cedar Grove to its tragic end on Broadway. Beautiful, at least, as it appeared in the newspapers, as theater people talked of it in respectful, hushed tones in the bars around Times Square. Of course, it's not important to you now, is it? But perhaps it's best that the only one who ever discovered what lay beneath the surface was Todd Wright. He'd been waiting for Anne on that night of October 25th at his home in Freeport. She'd been over 2 hours late when the phone rang.
Hello?
Mr. Wright?
Yes?
I've bad news for you, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, bad news?
Well, it's your fiancée, Miss Halliday.
What happened?
I'm calling from the Highway Patrol headquarters. There's been an accident.
Accident?
Yeah. She was killed a half hour ago in a car crash on Highway 27.
It stopped him cold, Laurie. He really loved her. For a full minute after he hung up the receiver, all he could do was stand there stunned. Then he fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette, pulled out the package, and with it the paper he'd written Dr. Harding's office address on the night before in your apartment.
Cranbrook, 8889. That number. Cranbrook, 8889. Where have I... Down at the paper. A trial or something. Operator, give me Cranbrook, 8889, please.
There was something in his past, Laurie. A story he'd covered for the paper months ago. He found out all he needed to know the minute Riando answered. An hour later, he'd arrived at your apartment. But you didn't answer the door, did you? So he broke in the window from the fire escape landing outside.
Laurie? Laurie, where are you?
That's when he found you, Laurie, lying peacefully in bed, almost as if you were asleep, with your medicine on the nightstand next to you.
Yes, we were open all night.
This is important. You've got to remember. You were the only one on duty here in the drugstore last night?
Yes.
No one else? No one in the pharmacy department?
That's right.
All right. Now, who did you sell this poison to?
Now, let me see.
Try to remember.
Yes, it was that girl.
Girl?
Yes, a tall blonde girl in a red coat. I remember she came in about 9.
Oh. Okay. Is her name anywhere on a register or anything?
Why, no, I don't think so.
How would you like to forget about it?
What?
For $500. Right here. Cash.
Well...
You never saw her. You don't remember who you sold the poison to. It's an ordinary kind you don't have to show on the register. What about it?
Yes, that's fair enough. I'll forget about it.
The first shock had begun to wear off as Todd left the drugstore and walked quickly toward the office of the Bulletin, trying to put the words together in his mind that were going to appear in his column the next morning. He was sure of his facts, at least, and had bought the poison, had carefully prepared the capsule of headache medicine on the dressing table. That the two of you had died at each other's hands, miles apart, at almost the same moment. It was late that night, as Todd sat before his typewriter, that the words began to come, slowly at first and then faster.
Working late, eh, Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
It was tough about them two girls. Just talking to the missus about it before I come to work.
Yeah. Guess everybody's talking about it, Eddie.
Kind of knock us both off of our pins. They were great kids, weren't they? Both of them.
Yeah. Great kids. Listen to this, Eddie. Last paragraph. So the story of Laurie Clayton and Ann Halliday is a story that doesn't come often to Broadway. It's a tragedy in the sense that the death of her lifelong friend left Laurie unable to face the future alone. But in a larger sense, it's a story of inspiration. The story of a devotion and a loyalty that knew no bounds. A truly beautiful friendship. How's that?
Sure, that's it, all right. You know, Mr. Wright, in a hearty like New York, it takes something like that to give a guy the faith.
You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Monday, July 22nd, 1946. Stay tuned for Suspense, next on ABN. Old Time Radio, Antioch. Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, June 20th, 1946. 75 years ago today.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss June Dupre as star of Your Devoted Wife, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you June Dupre in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Careful when you lift him, won't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You there on the end, keep his body higher. Oh, please watch.
I'm doing my best.
Oh, do look, that step's terribly high. Where is that porter?
What compartment, lady?
What? Oh dear. 1 minute.
Hey, now look, he's not too light, lady.
Yes, I know. Here it is. Compartment E.
No, I guess that's down at the other end of the car.
Now wait for me. Where is that porter? Oh, there you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Mrs. Thornton. This is my husband. He's very ill.
Yes, ma'am. You're in compartment E. The bed's made up.
Oh, thank you. Please keep him covered well.
This way, please.
And do be careful when you lift him from the stretcher.
I'll attend to that, ma'am.
Lift him from under his arms. Easy now. Easy. Watch the door.
Right in here, please. Lay it right down there. That's fine.
Are you certain there are plenty of blankets?
Yes, ma'am. You can have more if you like.
Well, I guess that's all.
Yes, thank you very much. Oh, yes. Will you tell Dr. Stevens everything went well?
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm the porter for this car, ma'am. I'll be with the car to Chicago. Just ring if you want anything.
Now remember, that'll be all for now.
Yes, ma'am.
I do wish we'd start. It's so stuffy in here.
What was that?
Oh, Martin, you startled me.
Where are we?
How are you, darling? Did you rest well?
I'm all right. Feel rather groggy. What kind of room is this?
We're in a compartment, dear.
On a train?
Yes, dear. Now, don't try to sit up.
But why?
Well, please put the covers over you.
All right. Another one of your tricks, Melissa?
Now, you know perfectly well what the doctor said.
But
dear.
you never said anything. You never told me.
Well, I knew you'd be angry, darling.
Angry? What's the use?
Then you're not, really. Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Are you?
Yes, darling. Why do you ask?
No matter.
Are you warm enough?
Yes.
Could I get you something?
No, thanks.
I detest train rides. I would have made plane reservations only...
Only it would have been difficult to prop a drug man up in a seat.
Oh, Martin.
It's the truth, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I was. But you do carried on this train. You do know you gave me sleeping pills to put
You're
me...
ill, darling. Very ill.
You've done a wonderful job. A very skillful planner. You ought to be congratulated.
The doctor told me to give you those sleeping pills when you didn't rest well.
Come now, Melissa. Have I complained lately?
Well, no. But I can tell you're restless in your sleep.
Oh? How did you determine that?
I've tiptoed into your room lately when you've been sleeping.
Well, I have a watchdog as well as a wife.
You needn't be rude.
Please, Melissa, we know each other too well.
Darling, you mustn't get upset.
No, we mustn't get upset.
Let's make this a pleasant trip, shall we?
As you wish. Well, where are you taking me?
Before I say anything at all, I want you to know that what I'm doing is all for you. Do you understand?
Perfect.
You don't sound as if you do.
I'm ill, Melissa. Remember?
You can be most exasperating at times, Martin.
Quit stalling. Let's have it.
Well, the doctor told me there's a chance, and a good one, that the clinic he recommended could determine exactly what's the matter with you.
Oh?
Perhaps even cure you.
I think not.
Oh, darling, why don't you try? You do want to live, don't you?
I don't know why.
What did you say, dear?
I said I'll try.
There, you see? If you'll just make a little effort, then...
How long am I going to be cooped up in this thing?
We'll be in Chicago tomorrow and take you right to the clinic.
Your scheme won't work, Melissa.
What on earth do you mean? What scheme, dear? Yes?
Tickets, please.
Yes, one moment. Promise me you'll behave.
Go ahead. Get him the tickets.
Your tickets, please?
I'll come outside with you.
Oh.
Here they are.
Oh, thank you. Well, you won't change trains, madam. This will be your car on through.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I understand your husband's very ill.
Yes, very.
If there's anything I can do...
No, there's nothing one can do. But...
Yes?
If my husband should happen to see you... Oh, it's so embarrassing for me to have to say this.
I understand, madam.
My husband... It's not a physical condition. If, during the journey, anything out of the ordinary should happen...
Yes?
Of course, I'm not saying that it will. If it does, but it does, just disregard it. You might explain to the porter also.
Certainly.
You see, my dear husband is insane.
You needn't tiptoe, Melissa. I'm not asleep.
I knew you weren't, darling. Comfortable?
Quite. What took you so long?
I was just asking the conductor about the connections.
You're very efficient. But then you always were.
It's much simpler that way. I must put these tickets where I won't lose them. Darling.
Yes?
My keys.
What keys?
Please, dear, the keys to my luggage. They were in my purse when I left.
What would I want with them?
I can't imagine, dear. Please return them.
Look, I'm in pajamas. They're not around my neck.
If you wish to embarrass me in front of the porter, then I have no alternative but to ring for him.
No. Wait. You win. They're on the shelf by the light.
Now, what on earth would you want with my keys, dearest? If there's anything I can get you, or if you like, we'll go through the luggage together.
Don't be so
Oh,
condescending.
but you were looking for something. I want to help you find it.
I wasn't looking for anything.
We'll start with your luggage first. Here, we find a robe, some socks, a brush, handkerchiefs, a towel, toilet articles.
You needn't go on.
Oh, but I must, darling. I want to convince you. About what? That I don't know. But we'll look further. Shorts, bedroom slippers, those your mother gave you, a few ties.
You're a good actress, Melissa. A very good actress.
Really, Martin, you are a mystery.
You don't happen to see a suit, topcoat, and a pair of shoes, do you?
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me? Am I that thoughtless?
I didn't know.
But of course you would wonder.
Yes, one would.
It's all very simple to explain. You're ill. You have no need for those things, so I packed them in the trunk. It's in the baggage car.
I hope.
Silly boy, of course it is. I checked it myself.
I see.
Dinner's not being served. One car to the rear.
What time is it?
10 of 7.
It's going to be an awfully long trip.
I know, dear. Do try and make the best of it.
What are you doing?
Just ringing for the porter.
Why?
My every move excites you, doesn't it? I'm just going to order dinner.
But you needn't. I'm not hungry.
One moment.
Did you ring, ma'am?
Yes. I'd like dinner served
Really,
here.
Melissa, I'll be quite all right.
But I thought it would be...
You go and have dinner. I don't care for anything. Some tea, perhaps.
Are you certain you'll be all right?
Quite certain.
Just some tea, then, for Mr. Thornton.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go now, dear, but I'll be back shortly. Keep those covers up.
I will.
Porter. Porter.
Yes, ma'am.
I presume the conductor has explained to you about my husband.
Yes, ma'am. He sure did.
Then would you watch our compartment very carefully? I don't think I should have left him there alone.
Sure will, ma'am.
And don't forget his tea.
Coming right up.
Oh, which way is the diner?
One car back.
Now remember.
I sure won't forget.
A table for one, please. I'm alone.
Miss Thornton, your husband, come quick.
What's happened?
He's gone, ma'am. He just ain't there. I went to get the tea and...
Oh, he couldn't. He couldn't be. Did you look thoroughly?
Look, ma'am, he sure enough ain't here.
Are all these compartments filled?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, don't stand there. Do something.
I'll go back through again.
No, you stay here. I'll go to the front of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Far, he wouldn't dare try anything. He's alive. He's got to be. He couldn't die now. Not now. Martin! Martin! Don't jump! Keep away from me. Please, you gotta come.
Keep away from me. Let go of me, you stupid woman.
Somebody, please help me.
Let go of me. Go on. I'm all right. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Martin, darling. What were you thinking of? I can't breathe. Help me, Porter.
Yes, ma'am. Easy now, ma'am.
Martin, I feel faint. Such a shock. What a foolish thing to try.
I'm sorry, Melissa. Guess it was. Thank you, Porter. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
There now. Please lie down.
I'm all right.
Here, drink this.
More sleeping pills?
Yes.
You're such a faithful wife, Melissa.
I couldn't be otherwise.
And you want me to live so badly.
I do, Martin. So very badly.
I wonder why.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star June Dupre in Your Devoted Wife by David R. Gillespie. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Last week, a friend of mine, a Roma wine user and suspense fan, made an interesting comment about my announcements. Brad, he said, the past few weeks you've talked mostly about Roma California Sherry. Now, I agree Roma Sherry is a wonderful wine. I enjoy it. But I also enjoy, and think you should mention, some of the other fine Roma California wines. Your flame-bright Roma Tokay, or my wife's favorite, that rich golden Roma Muscatel, and Roma makes a delicious port. I always keep it on hand to welcome guests. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend Tom is right. So, may I remind you that fine Roma dessert wines include port, Muscatel, and Tokay, in addition to America's first call to dinner, Roma Sherry. And for those who enjoy vermouth, with or without soda, in fact, any way, Roma features two great vermouths, both dry and sweet. Vermouths, zestful and full-flavored, with almost 100 rare herbs. Remember, you'll like your favorite wine better by Roma. For Roma, America's greatest vintner, with unmatched wine-making resources, gives you give varying taste goodness at reasonable cost. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage June Dupree as Melissa Thornton, with William Johnstone as her husband, Martin Thornton, in Your Devoted Wife, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Conductor?
Well, it's rather late for you to be up, isn't it?
Yes, I couldn't sleep.
Can I help you?
Yes, you can. When is our next stop?
Let me see. We're doing Minnewanka at 2:32. Well, running a few minutes late. Just about 20 minutes.
There's a telegraph station. I mean, we can send a wire?
Yes, of course.
It's very important that this message gets to Chicago immediately. I wonder if it would be possible for you to... Could you get off at the next stop and...
Now, look, Mr. Thornton. Can't your wife send it?
No, she's asleep. I don't want to bother her.
Oh, I see. Well, all right, give it to me. I'll have the porter drop it off.
Yes. You see, I have it written. Here it is.
I'll send it as soon as we stop.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. Good night.
Good night.
Station stop. We'll be in Chicago in 15 minutes, ma'am. Chicago, next station. Chicago, next station stop. 15 minutes to Chicago.
Sleep well, dear?
You saw to that.
We'll be in 15 minutes.
Wish it were all over with.
How do you mean, darling?
Oh, clinic. Doctors pawing me.
You know, darling, you and your antics rather upset me last night. I couldn't finish my dinner.
I'm sorry, Melissa. I'll try and be more successful next time.
There won't be a next time.
I wouldn't bank on it.
You promised me there wouldn't.
Did I?
Let's not bicker. I do so want you to get better. To be strong and happy again.
You're going to some lengths to accomplish that, aren't you?
No more than a devoted wife should.
How old am I, Melissa?
Why, you'll be 30, the 20th of June.
This is June.
How silly, of course it is.
How many more days, Melissa?
Really, Martin, I can count. It's 13, 14, I should imagine.
Imagine? How many times have you counted these days? How many?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Why shouldn't I remember your birthday? Every life.
Yes, but
why?
This birthday, this one coming up, it's pretty important to you, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
$50,000.
Oh, darling, you do come into your inheritance this year, don't you?
If I'm lucky.
You're talking in riddles. It's your money.
Mine, when I reach 30.
Well?
But if I don't reach 30, then Sis gets it. You won't see a penny of it.
What are you trying to say exactly?
Don't you know?
I most certainly do not.
I won't live to be 30, Melissa.
You're trying to frighten me.
Not at all.
Yes, you are. You hate me, don't you?
Not hate. Just nothing. A blank.
Let's not quarrel, darling. Do so. It upset.
We won't quarrel. It's too late for that.
I've tried to be a good and faithful wife.
In your way, I guess you have.
It's the way I thought best. As for your inheritance, I shall forget all about it.
And you should. You see, Melissa, I wired my lawyer to meet us in Chicago.
You're joking.
Not at all. You see, I didn't take your sleeping pills last night.
Martin.
In just about 10 minutes, I'll have a different arrangement in my will.
What a cheap trick to pull. You wouldn't dare change your will.
Wouldn't I?
What did you do?
Sent a telegram last night when you were asleep.
Yes.
Mr. Porter, ma'am.
Yes?
Your luggage. Oh, could I ask you to step outside a moment, ma'am?
Luggage? Oh, yes.
The conductor here would like to speak to you, ma'am.
Of course.
Mrs. Thornton, your husband asked me to send this wire last night.
Wire? Yes?
Well, knowing about what you told me, his mind, I mean.
Yes?
I didn't send it.
You didn't. May I have it?
Certainly.
Meet Sunset Limited in Chicago Thursday noon, June 7th. Don't fail. Bring a copy of my will. Compartment E, car 79. Signed Martin.
That's it.
You've done me a great favor.
I hope I did right.
You most certainly did. Thank you.
No, not at all.
What's wrong?
Nothing, darling. Nothing at all.
What took you so long?
The porter was showing me where our luggage would be on leaving the train.
Oh.
Darling, look at you. Now you must keep covered up. And we aren't going to quarrel anymore. Everything's going to be just fine. Just fine.
Chicago! We're coming in now, ma'am. Please call me for any assistance with Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Porter. We wouldn't want anything to happen to Mr. Martin now, would we?
You may see your husband now, Mrs. Thornton.
Thank you. Happy birthday, darling.
Even flowers.
Aren't they lovely?
Very.
Well, when will you know?
You mean, when will we know?
That's right. I, too, get a verdict. It was very foolish of you to have me go through the clinic, too.
It did no harm.
But such a waste of time. Come in.
Here's Doctor now.
Thank you. Darling, no matter what the verdict, you must be brave.
I'll do my best.
Well.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Please sit down, Mrs. Thornton.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know quite how to start.
Let's have it, Doctor.
Well, Mr. Thornton, I'll be brief. All of the tests and every diagnosis made indicate that there's absolutely nothing organically wrong with you.
Nothing wrong?
That's what he said, Melissa. Aren't you happy?
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, that's that. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Mrs. Thornton.
Yes?
Wouldn't you like to hear your diagnosis?
I'd completely forgotten. Of course.
Sit down, Mrs. Thornton.
Thank you.
Mrs. Thornton, if you're careful, and by that I mean careful, you will have at the most 30 days more to live.
We're going home, Melissa.
Yes.
Are you comfortable?
Quite comfortable.
Can I get you anything, darling?
What did you say?
I said, can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
Why do you keep staring out the window?
Just looking.
You see, from the beginning, I knew you wanted me to live until I was 30.
30?
Yes. After that, well, you just didn't care, did you?
No. I didn't care.
But I wanted to be sure. So I pretended I was ill. Quite well, too, I thought.
Pretended?
Yes. You see, I wanted to study you, Melissa. I wanted to get to be not only 30, but a good deal older. Are you listening, Melissa?
Yes. Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, really, my dear? Your mind seems to wander. You must relax.
No. I'm listening. Oh, honey.
But this business of sleeping pills and trying to kidnap me, it was all very sloppy.
Wasn't it, though?
I could have left the train at any time.
Of course.
But I wanted to see just how far you really would go.
It was clever of me, wasn't it?
Very clever. Even going so far as to tell people I was insane.
I did do that.
That wasn't very nice, though, Melissa. After all, I am your husband.
My husband.
But you forgot one thing.
Yes?
My pre-med course. You know, I wanted to be a doctor once.
You did, didn't you?
Yes. Although I never did make it, I knew enough about people and symptoms to guess the verdict in your case. 30 days, the doctor said, wasn't it?
30 days.
Yes. And so we're going back. Back to your mother and father and my mother and father. Oh, I wouldn't tell them about this 30-day business if I were you. No use in exciting them.
30 days.
That's not very long, is it, dear?
Not very long.
30 days. But then he could have made a mistake, an aneurysm. That heart might, at any time, burst.
30 days. Mistake.
What's wrong, Melissa? Wait, you mustn't get up, dear. The doctor said...
days.
Melissa, where are you going?
30 days.
Melissa, come back here.
30 days.
Out there. Melissa, don't...
30.
Open that door. We're on a trestle.
30.
Don't...
30.
Don't jump, Melissa. Don't jump.
30. 30.
What happened?
Where was it?
Oh, some woman. She jumped. Poor thing. I guess she just didn't want to live any longer.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from June Dupre, star of Your Devoted Wife, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Everyone agrees that for a wedding, no other wine will do but champagne. And Roma California Champagne, as discriminating wine users know, makes it possible for everyone to enjoy the taste luxury of truly fine champagne at reasonable cost. So, if there's a wedding or anniversary on your June calendar, make it a sparkling golden moment with the pale gold bubbling brilliance of Roma California Champagne. Yes, Roma Champagne or Roma California Sparkling Burgundy add elegance and graciousness to any occasion, be it wedding, anniversary, birthday, or other happy event. And because Roma is America's greatest vintner, with years in making years of wine skill and resources unmatched in America, Roma brings you fine champagne at reasonable cost. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
This is June Dupre. It's always an exciting experience to make an appearance on Suspense, a longtime favorite of mine. Next Thursday, you'll hear a remarkably talented new young actor, recently out of Uncle Sam's Navy and newly arrived in Hollywood, to begin what I'm sure will be a brilliant film career. That'll be Elliot Reed, who will appear as a star in a suspense play which all takes place on a bus making a return trip from a state insane asylum. I know you won't want to miss it. Thank you.
June Dupre will soon be seen in the Paramount production Calcutta. Next Thursday, same time. Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Elliot Reed as star of Suspense. radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, June 20th, 1946. 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Sunday, October 19th, 1958.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Among the great classics of radio drama, none is more memorable than Three Skeleton Key, although few who have heard it would remember it by that title. To them, it is simply that story about the rats. And that it is, an unforgettable experience in horror. We repeat it now because we can't help ourselves. We like to scare as well as you like to be scared. Listen then as Vincent Price stars in Three Skeleton Key, which begins in just a moment.
Let's talk about the news and about a friend of mine named Mrs. Johnston. At the moment, the big news in Mrs. Johnston's life is the birth of a granddaughter. Last night, she flew 1,000 miles to make the young lady's acquaintance. But Mrs. Johnston isn't completely self-centered. She knows that in the world around her, there's other news which affects her life and may touch her new granddaughter's life, too. Every day, Mrs. Johnston has depended on her local CBS radio station for her news of the world and the nation. Now that she's 1,000 miles from home, she can still depend as thoroughly and as completely on the CBS radio station in her new granddaughter's hometown. The CBS radio network sends to its affiliated stations the reporting of Edward R. Murrow, Alan Jackson, Lowell Thomas, Robert Trout, Douglas Edwards, and its other newsmen. Wherever they go across America, the Mrs. Johnstons and the Mr. Johnstons can get their favorite news programs because CBS Radio is a network.
And now, Three Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Try and picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the light rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green, scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great violet schools of Portuguese man-o'-war, and, yes, sharks, the big ones, 15-footers. And as if this wasn't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the mainland. A wind that smelled like death. Set in the base of the light is a watertight bronze door. And in you go, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom is the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom is the bunk room where the three of us slept. And over the bunk room is the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room is the light. She was a beauty, balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. My companions in the light were an odd and opposite pair. Big Louie, the head man who hardly ever talked, and Auguste, who never stopped. But it wasn't a bad life, especially at night when the others were snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. Usually there was nothing to see across the starlit water, Most ships knew better than to come close to Three Skeleton Key. But one night, gazing out across the phosphorescent combers, I noticed something show for a second in the revolving light. Something far off. A three-mast, a big one. About half a mile off and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!
What is it?
Ship headed for the reefs!"
We're right up.
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. But why didn't she turn? Every time our light turned, it hit her with the glare of day.
A ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Oh, the squareheads. What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest, August.
Huh? I know what it is. The Dutchman, Flying Dutchman. She is derelict. That's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. Crew left her for some reason or other, but instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long, not with these reefs to break her up.
Beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're stronger than yours.
All right. What is it, your... breath rose in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating, and on the masts and yards were hundreds, no, thousands, no, I don't know, an inestimable number of tremendous rats.
If it's new, Plymouth's got it.
Got it.
The 59 Plymouth's got it. If it's new.
If it's new, if it's new.
The 59 Plymouth is at your Plymouth dealers now. It's new, it's wonderful, and it's here. New styling to make your heart sing. Plymouth for 59 has that fine car look. New Fury models at new lower prices. New swivel seats. Swing you in when you enter, swing you out when you leave. New push-button heater, world's simplest temperature control. New Golden Commando V8, biggest engine in the low-price field. New Miramatic mirror. New automatic headlight dimmer. New sport deck. New everything. See the completely new 59 Plymouth. Drive the completely new 59 Plymouth at your Plymouth dealers now.
And now, starring Vincent Price, Act 2 of Three Skeleton Key.
We stood there, the three of us, frozen in terror, peering through our binoculars as the rat-covered ship gracefully, relentlessly bore down upon the quay, until at last, with a horrible certainty, splintering and grinding upon the rocks, she ran aground.
Look, the rats on the water, like a carpet.
They're swimming.
Oh, sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door, below, it's open.
Come on!
And down we went, racing down the stones, seeing them three, taking four at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
Those two get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief, but hurry, hurry.
You see them?
No. Yes, I do. Where? Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at them.
Millions.
And they smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
I can't. It's stuck.
Oh, here. Let me.
Oh, move, you.
Heave.
I made it.
Oh, that was close.
One got in.
What?
Look, there.
Get it?
Watch it. He get it. Kick him.
Brute.
He was as big as a tomcat. Bigger. His eyes were, and his wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him. Fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate. It was like fighting a panther.
Like that? I got him.
As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and every one was covered with a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. The air of the gallery was thick thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky, nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, Auguste. Take it easy.
Oh, I can't. I just can't.
It won't do any good. Won't do any good to stand here and shake.
Go away. Go away. Do you hear me? Go away.
They won't go away. Not until the...
Oh, finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
Here's actress Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in relieve 8 minutes to headaches, pain, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents.
Here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Do you know you can actually improve the appearance of your hair while you free yourself from itchy, unsightly dandruff? It's true. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo contains no harsh ingredients whatever, yet it reaches right down to the scalp to get rid of every trace of embarrassing dandruff, guaranteed with just one lathering. And note this, Fitch Shampoo can also make your hair much brighter, as much as 35% brighter. So remember this about Fitch Shampoo. It positively removes dandruff, as it definitely acts to brighten hair. Use it regularly.
And now, starring Vincent Price, Act 3 of 3 Skeleton Key.
All day long, we sat there in silent horror, watching the writhing mass trying to reach us through the glass, and then at last it began to get dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamp. It caught them, lit them in their gigantic, wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. And then I started the rotary motor. The light drove mad. As them swung slowly and smoothly about, she blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about, ever turning, ever touching, ever moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. You must make the most of any situation to endure it. And we found a way to end ourselves by teasing the rats. Sounds crazy, horrible? It was fun. We would get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away, trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall the 110 feet to the surf below.
Look! Look at the sharks.
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Oh, here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, little beauties. Yeah, that's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go.
Auguste joined in, too. Very ingenious, Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats!
I went off watch about midnight, and I was just falling asleep when I became conscious of a new sound. I couldn't figure it at first, so I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They were eating the wood away. Louis, come quick.
What is it?
They found a way in.
What?
I held the glass with my hand. And now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, they were nibbling away at the frame. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy bodies thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
Yeah, that ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No. What was that?
I don't know.
Well, that came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap door.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Huh? Go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I inside to one and grabbed a marlin spike, swung and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled Louis with throat to see the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got it.
My hand. He got my hand.
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Bleeding. Look at it. My blood. I'm bleeding.
Don't worry about it, Louis. Now, look. Here, I'll wind this kerchief about it. It'll be okay. There, now it's not bad, just the flesh. And then I became conscious of a new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trapdoor. I watched the planks, fascinated, and even as I did, it began to give way. A bristling, whiskery snout showed through.
The gallery. The trapdoor in the gallery. It's steel.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trap, exhausted, while below us the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather, and all about us the others screamed and glared in at us, swaying in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light.
New Chrysler from Corporation.
The cars that can do in 59, that can do what they look like they can do. They're the cars of the forward look. 59, they can do more than other cars can do. For you, drive the cars that can do. Drive the cars that can do.
Plymouth,
Can do.
Dodge,
Can do.
DeSoto,
Can do.
Chrysler,
Can do.
Imperial,
Can do. The cars that can do in 59, that can do what they look like they can do. They're the cars of the forward look. 59, they can do more than other cars can do. For you.
See the new Plymouth and the new Dodge at your dealers now. See the new DeSoto, Chrysler, and Imperial Friday, October 24th. The cars that can do.
For you.
And now, starring Vincent Price, Act 4 of Three Skeleton Key.
By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off. And so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting, and the hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I heard something that brought me to my feet.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
Auguste was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a big wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder, and
So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The following day we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting. And the following night I again tended the light. But the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly at about midnight, the light went out. There was nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do, nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. And when I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us, watching, waiting. Below it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And that's when the rats suddenly were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, came softly, innocently, and gently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows, to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? And so I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger, a crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried walk off. I pushing her back. Could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising. Would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had deserted us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne, where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Life in Skeleton Key isn't bad these days, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous. Can you blame me? Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Suspense, in which Vincent Price starred in William N. Robeson's production of 3 Skeleton Key, written by George Tudus and adapted for suspense by James Poe. In just a moment, the names of the supporting players and a word about next week's story of suspense.
Of all leading filters, cigarettes, Kent filters best, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent, Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best, Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Avoiding all filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
Supporting Vincent Price in 3 Skeleton Key were Ben Wright and Lawrence Dobkin. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Sunday, October 19th, 1958. Stay tuned for Mystery and Thrillers, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.inmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macinmind.com. We now present Mystery and Thrillers on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Inner Sanctum first aired Monday, June 20th, 1949, 72 years ago today.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. You mustn't mind that body covered over there in the corner. That's Oscar, our bashful corpse. You see, we covered him up because Oscar said he didn't want to be seen dead in here. And those folks sitting on the coffins just came in to rest their bones. Sort of a skeleton crew, you know. Oh, we're having a big party here tonight, but if you don't see any smiles, just remember, all the people here are grave characters.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Corpse Without a Conscience, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan, and stars Carl Swenson in the role of Charles, with Everett Sloan as Bellini.
As they so often say, the line that separates the dead from the living is very thin. Now take tonight's character, Mario Bellini. Bellini crossed that line so many times he almost wore it out. Like the strange mystic man that Mario Bellini was in life, the small mosque-shaped tomb in which his body reposed was strange and mystic, too. In the hillside cemetery, it stood alone and aloof, above the other tombs. On a stormy, windswept night in the large granite house whose grounds border on the graveyard, the elderly, wrinkled-faced woman stands at her bedroom window, staring out at the tomb hilltop. The elderly woman, troubled by a hidden fear, bites nervously at her lip. Then, suddenly...
Ananda, what happened?
Charles.
What happened? Why did you scream?
He's come back. He's returned from...
Huh? What are you trying to say? Who's come back?
Mario Bellini.
Bellini?
Yes, he was here in this room.
It's ridiculous, Bellini's dead. He's buried in that tomb up on the hill.
I know, but he's returned from the dead.
Nonsense. The dead can't return.
Bellini can. He has strange powers. He was here in my room. Can't you tell he was here?
Tell? How?
That odd incense he always had burning in his place. Don't you smell it? This room, it's filled with the odor of Bellini's incense.
It's just your nerves. There's no odor of incense in this room.
What?
Not a trace of it. Now go back to bed.
You think I'm crazy. Just because I'm old, you think I imagine things.
Bellini is up on the hill in that tomb. His casket is in the crypt under the stone floor. Even if he could rise from the coffin, he'd be locked in that crypt. Not that the dead can rise.
Bellini's brain has such powers.
For your own peace of mind, I'm going to prove to you that Bellini's body still rests in that tomb. Going to wake up Horton, and he'll help me unseal that trapdoor on the stone floor.
It's no use, Charles. You won't find Bellini there.
What makes you so sure?
Because of this note.
What note is that?
I received it from Bellini the day before his death. I never told anyone. Here, read it.
Mrs. Ferguson, you have won in life. I will win in death. I shall return victory on the first anniversary of my death. Bellini.
You see, the prophecy in that note has been fulfilled. Mario Bellini died just 1 year ago tonight. Charles, please Please, I want to go back to the house.
After I show you what's below the floor of this tomb.
It's pure witchcraft, Mrs. Ferguson, coming to life after being dead for a year.
My aunt is upset enough, Horton, without your comments.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Just keep working on that concrete.
Yes, sir.
Aunt Edna, you still haven't told me why Bellini sent you that note.
I don't know.
You sure?
I told you I don't know.
Could it be because you swindled him?
Swindled? I won't have you talking to me that way.
Forgive me, Aunt Edna. Swindle is a bad choice of a word, isn't it?
It was a perfectly legal transaction. I obtained his property fair and open.
Just a shrewd business, hmm?
Well, I've always prided myself on my ability to deal shrewdly in all matters.
How's it coming, Horton? You need any help?
No, sir. As soon as I get this bolt loosened, it'll take the two of us to raise the door. It's solid stone, you know.
I know.
Charles, perhaps we better call the police.
You have nothing to worry about, Aunt Edna. Except, of course, your own conscience.
That's an ugly thing to say to me. I have given you everything you ever wanted, haven't I?
Yes, you have, Aunt Edna. But I've often wondered why.
There. It's off. Boat's free, Mr. Ferguson. I think we can raise the door now.
All right, Horton?
Yes, sir.
Hold of the right, pull together.
All right. Come on. It's beginning to lift, sir. That's it. Keep pulling. Keep pulling.
It's open.
What do we do now, sir?
Mrs. Ferguson, you and I are going down there into the crypt.
Oh, please, sir. Mr. Bellini always frightened me when he was alive. I'd rather
Don't
not.
be a fool, Horton. The dead can do no harm.
But Mrs. Ferguson said he came out to this crypt tonight.
Never mind what Mrs. Ferguson said. You are doing as I say.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Aunt Edna?
Yes, Charles. If you insist.
I'll take the lantern, Horton.
Here you are, sir.
All right. Now, you two follow me down.
Watch out for your head, Mrs. Ferguson. The ceiling's low.
Please, Charles, hurry.
Moving as fast as I can. Got to find the catch on the side of the casket. Ah, here it is. Now, pull back the panel, Horton.
Yes, sir.
Is he there, Charles?
Of course he is there. Exactly as I said he would be. Hermetically sealed under glass.
No sign of no life, is there?
No sign of life. Don't be afraid to look.
But
Go ahead. Look. See for yourself. See how safe you are from the unrising, dead Mario Bellini.
Oh, thank heaven. He's there. And dead. Charles, did you lock all the windows on the first floor?
Yes, Aunt Edna.
What about the shutters, Horton?
I bolted them all, ma'am.
Really, Aunt Edna, this is ridiculous. You saw his body still sealed in the casket?
It's not his body. It's the spirit of him, his evil spirit. I know he'll try to kill me, but I'll fool him. I'll live through this night.
Why, of course you will. I was just thinking of what the doctor said about your heart, about overexciting yourself.
Never mind my heart. Get out of here. Both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, Aunt Edna.
Good night. And Horton, make sure to lock the door behind you.
Yes, Mrs. Ferguson.
If you need me, Aunt Edna, just call out. I'll be within hearing distance.
Make sure that you are. Now, let's see. Is there anything I've overlooked?
Yes, that's Mrs. Your closet.
Oh, who said that?
I did, Mrs. Ferguson. Turn around and you will see.
No. Oh, no, it can't be.
But it is. It's Mario Bellini.
No. It's just in my mind. You're not really here at all. It's just my mind. You're in your casket where we left you.
Am I?
You're dead. I saw you in that casket.
And I will return there after I settle with you.
Oh, this is a trick. A trick to frighten an old lady. You're really not Mario Bellini. You can't be.
You are going to die, Mrs. Ferguson.
Stay away from me.
You are going to die for what you did to me in life.
It was all legal. I can prove it.
I am not bound by the law now, Mrs. Ferguson. I'm taking you with me back to the grave.
No. Please, stay away. Don't come near me.
You foolish old woman. Do you think I'm afraid of that knife in your hand? Do you think a knife can protect you from...
Don't come near me. No, let go.
Ananda, what's the matter? Mrs. Ferguson. Oh, she's been stabbed, sir.
Horton, call Dr. Marshall.
Yes.
No. Wait. Bellini.
What?
Mario Bellini. Return from the grave.
Mrs. Ferguson.
She's dead, Horton.
She to tell she was something. What did she say about Bellini?
I'm not sure, but it seemed as if she were trying to accuse him.
Of stabbing her?
Yes, but that doesn't seem possible. Every entrance to this room was locked. Look, Horton. Her hand on the knife as if she'd plunged it into herself.
Mrs. Ferguson wouldn't have killed herself, sir. And yet there was no way for anyone to get in here. Anyone alive.
I don't know. I think now. What now? Maybe my aunt knew what she was saying. Maybe she did. Horton, what are you staring at?
Look, sir. This was on the floor.
What is it?
A ring, a gold ring with the initials MB engraved on it.
I saw that ring tonight. I saw it on Mario Bellini's hand while he was in the casket in his tomb.
Just as we left it, sir. The stone trapdoor still open. The casket seems to be in place down there in the crypt.
Yes, well, we'll go down to make sure.
Did you think it's safe, sir?
We've got to find out if this was the ring Bellini really had on his hand.
Mr. Ferguson, the panel of the casket is open.
Nothing to be afraid of. It's the way we left it. Let me have your lantern.
Here you are, sir. Is he still in the casket, underneath the glass?
Yes, he's here. I guess we must have misunderstood what my aunt meant when she spoke his name.
Of course, sir. Nobody can return from the grave. Good heavens, Mr. Ferguson, his hand, there's no ring on it. Look for yourself, it's gone, sir. There's no ring on his finger.
Oh, yes, no ring.
But it's not possible. Are you sure you saw the ring on the corpse? Couldn't you be mistaken?
I guess I could be, but... Well, I guess I must be, because
No, you were right. Mrs. Ferguson was right, too. Mario Bellini did return from the dead to kill her.
Horton, what are you talking about?
Look at the other hand. It's stained with blood, sir.
I can't understand it. I can't understand how blood could be on his hand unless it was there when he was put into the casket.
But it's fresh blood, sir. We must call the police immediately.
Yeah, I guess I better will go just as soon as I pull the panel back over the top of the coffin.
We'd better leave everything the way it is and hurry out of here. It may be dangerous for us to stay a moment longer.
No, all right.
Mr. Ferguson.
What is it?
I thought I heard something stirring down there.
Where?
In the casket, sir. Listen.
It's your imagination, Horton.
No, there is something moving in that casket.
Quick, let's get out of here.
No, wait. The casket. Bellini's getting up from his coffin.
Get out of your mind.
He's there, standing up in the casket, sir.
Wait, where are you going?
For the police.
Come back, you fool.
No, sir. You, Mr. Ferguson.
I had no choice, Horton. It was your life or mine.
That was a foolish thing, Charles. Isn't one murderer enough for tonight?
What did you want me to do, Mario? Let him go to the police? Find out that you have them still alive?
What difference does it make? They'll probably find out about me anyhow.
It's a good chance they'd have, after the way you botched everything tonight. Why didn't you do what you were told instead of killing my aunt with a knife?
The knife wasn't my idea. I had to kill her or she would have killed me.
I wish she had. Would have fitted my plans better.
You and your plans, making out a false certificate of my death, burying an empty casket, and hiding me away for a year, all so I could scare your aunt to death. Ah, what a plan.
It would have worked if you would
I did as you ordered, but it did not work. The shock of seeing me wasn't enough for her. Her heart was a lot stronger than you thought it was.
Well, then why didn't you leave? Instead of stabbing her?
Why? Because it was such a wonderful opportunity. I waited over a year for tonight. I waited long enough for my revenge.
So now you may have to pay for your revenge.
Then I will pay for it. It will be well worth the price.
Well, not to me it won't. I wanted her out of the way, to inherit a fortune, not to go to the chair for it.
That is your problem. After all, Charles, I am officially dead, you know.
Shut up, will you? Horton could have been my alibi. If you hadn't gotten blood on your hands and made him suspicious.
Then why did you bring him back here? You know something had gone wrong.
He found your ring. I had to prove that you were still in your grave, didn't I?
All right. What are we going to do with his body?
I was just thinking about that.
And?
Maybe I can save us yet. We'll put his fingerprints on that knife. And we'll make it look as if he had a fight with my aunt.
It might work.
It's the only thing we can do. I'll say there was an argument between them. And in the struggle, my aunt was stabbed and Horton was shot.
What about this tomb?
We'll close it up tight till the investigation's over. There's no reason for them to suspect that you're still alive.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice anything strange going on out there about the time your aunt was killed?
No. I told you I was in the library.
Oh, yes, so you did.
Why do you happen to mention the cemetery, Lieutenant?
Oh, it probably has nothing to do with this case, but I had a call about an hour ago from a woman who said she saw a light out there.
A light?
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably just a crank call. The woman insisted she saw two men coming out of a tomb, the one on the top of the hill shaped like a mosque. Tomb they buried that queer duck in. His name was Mario Bellini.
Mario Bellini, oh, yes.
I guess I'll have to investigate it sometime tomorrow after I make my report on this case. It's the trouble with being a cop. You get 100 crazy calls like that a year. No, they're bum steers, but you got to see them through anyway.
Yes. It must be quite a nuisance.
Yeah, sure is. Well, good night, Mr. Ferguson.
Good night, Inspector.
Charles,
what do you want, Mario?
It's all right to come in now.
Give him a chance to get out of the house.
He won't come back anymore.
All right. Come in.
I heard what he said, Charles.
Well, what about it?
If the lieutenant goes to that tomb tomorrow, there will be trouble.
Why do you say that?
Are you crazy? That sword to the stone crypt is chipped. The bolt has been broken. And there may be bloodstains on the floor.
Well, what if there are? There's no connection between me and Mario Bellini.
Isn't there? What about the false death certificate? Don't you think they can eventually trace that back to you?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I am not going to wait to find out. I'm taking the first train out of here, and you had better do the same.
Run away? What good would it do me without the inheritance? Where can I go? How can I live?
That is your problem, not mine. I am dead, remember? No matter what happens now, I will be in the clear.
Oh, that's right. If you go, you'll be in the clear. If you stay, then I'll be in the clear.
What do you mean?
There's only one flaw in my story, Mario, the false death certificate. But that certificate doesn't have to be false.
What?
It doesn't really have to be false at all. If you're dead when they open that casket tomorrow, And my hands will be clean.
Charles.
Yes, that's the only way out.
No, Charles, stay where you are.
I can't let you live. You've got to die.
No, Charles, wait.
No,
I've got to die, Bellini.
I can live. Killing you is the only solution. What a shame, Mario, that you can't help me lift this door. Even with an iron lever, it's too much for one man to open all the way. Now it's coming. It's a little farther. I can prop it up enough for me to slide in. Now I can slide through. If I do it ever so carefully. Now, it's your turn, Bellini. And just pull you through the opening. Now I can carry you the rest of the way down. The juice is caught on the top of that door.
My hand, Charles. Bellini. My hand is on the door, Charles.
It's not you talking. It's just my mind. It's just my nerves. You're dead.
Am I?
You're dead. You're dead. I killed you. In my own hand. You're dead. Your hand on that door is just a reflex. I'll get it loose. I'll get it loose even if I have to. Good heavens, the stone door. It's slammed shut.
Now we are alone, Charles. You are trapped with me in my tomb.
You're dead. You can't talk. You're dead. You're dead.
I'm not quite dead yet. You did not do your job well.
I've got to get out of here. There's not enough air.
You can get out, Charles. Just push off the door.
Oh, the door?
Yes. Is it too heavy? Of course, it's much too heavy for one man. But two men could.
Oh, yes. Yes, two men could do it. Help me. Two men could push open this door.
Two normal men could. But I am half dead. I have no strength. Remember, you choked the strength out of me.
Help! Help! I'm dying here. Somebody help me!
Shouting won't do you any good. No one can hear you through the storm. You have to stay here with me until they find your body.
No, I can't. I won't. I don't want to die.
Oh, don't be such a coward, Charles. Death is not so bad. You will see. And after all, we do have an elegant tomb in which to rest in peace.
That's what we mean when we say the guy died laughing. No sense of humor, Bellini, just for that man. Couldn't take a choke. Oh, well, I'll have to get along. Now, Bellini and I have a date with a couple of ghoulish girls. We're going out tonight to paint the town black. Oh, you didn't know that Bellini and I were pals? Why, of course. I've known that stiff ever since he stood knee-high to a grave hopper. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Inner Sanctum, which originally aired Monday, June 20th, 1949, 72 years ago today. This episode of Mole Mystery Theater first aired Tuesday, June 20th, 1944, 77 years ago today.
M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the brushless shaving cream with a special protective film that guards your face, presents the Mole Mystery Theater.
Tonight's Mole, the brushless shaving, puts face protection first, brings you another in the series cream with programs which puts mystery and excitement first. Each Tuesday night at this time, you hear one of the great mystery stories selected from either the famous classics or from the best of the moderns by Mr. Jeffrey Barnes. Mr. Barnes, who has made a lifelong study of mystery fiction, is a connoisseur of fine detective stories. Mr. Barnes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mole Mystery Theater. Tonight we bring you a tale of espionage in wartime Washington, set in the exciting days before the invasion of North Africa. It is based on a novel by Richard Powell, and it is called Death Talks Out of Turn. Now, before our Mole Mystery Theater play begins, may I remind you, the Japanese say, while the Germans say,
Ein amerikanisches Kriegsgeheimnis bedeutet 1000 tote Amerikaner.
In our language, they both mean one American war secret means 1,000 dead Americans. So if you know any military information, for instance, such as troop movements, keep it a mystery and help keep our boys alive. And now to our Mole Mystery presentation, Death Talks Out of Turn. Friends, I want you to meet Lieutenant Andy Blake, who is here in the studio to tell you his own story. Lieutenant Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. It was October 1942, and wartime Washington was quite restful until my wife, Arabella, arrived. I'd been commissioned in the Army several months before and had reported in Washington, leaving Arab behind to join me later. I thought that when Arab arrived, my troubles would be over. But I must have been nuts. 5 months of married life should have taught me better. Anytime Mrs. Arabella Blake wraps a guy in cotton wool, he better not strike a match, for it's likely to be gun cotton. Like most of Arab's acts, her arrival in Washington was unannounced. I was finishing up my work in the Pentagon building one evening, only half conscious that something was brushing the back of my neck.
Even if there are 8 girls in Washington every man, Andy, when I kiss a man, I expect to get his attention.
Arab, where did you come from, darling?
I have a job in Washington as a secretary. And guess where? In the office of the chief of ordnance.
I'm not sure I like you working there. They've got too many things you want to shoot.
Oh, Andy, you're glad I'm here, aren't you?
Glad you're here. Why, gosh, when you came in, Oh, look, Arab, I never could say these things properly.
Oh, you need to be stirred up, Andy. You've been here 2 months, and you're still a first lieutenant. No citations, no ribbons, not even a badge for pistol marksmanship.
The way I handle guns, I'll get a badge and a military funeral at the same time. But meanwhile, we've got to find a place for you to stay.
Oh, I have a room already, Andy.
What?
It's not half as hard to find a room as they say.
There must be a catch somewhere. How did you get this room?
I heard somebody on a bus say that there was a vacancy at a place out on Northwest Tube Street. So I went there and
I didn't know.
took it.
People in Washington talked out loud about rooms after vacant. They whispered.
Well, I was sort of.
I suspect I won't approve of this.
Well, while I was eavesdropping on people talking on buses, I heard a man say, "We're having trouble renting that vacant room at 5797 Q Street. None of the girls have been exactly right."
Well, what's so suspicious about that remark?
Well, I didn't like the way the man said it.
What was he like?
Short and fat and, I think, bald. Gave me the creeps. Andy, I'm sure he's a spy.
Oh, I don't believe it for a minute, sweetheart. But I'm going to have a look at that room of yours.
Where I live, Andy, with 16 other girls who all work for the government. How'd you like it?
I don't think I like it at all.
Well, maybe you're right. You know, before I rented the room, they asked me a lot of questions to see if my job was important enough. Wanted to know if I had any connections with people in the Army and Navy.
Come on, Arab. We're getting out of here fast. And don't get out of the car. You're not going back into that house.
Well, I've got to get my things. Anyway, if you won't help me investigate, I'll do it by myself.
Say, wait a minute. You can't do this to me, Arab.
Oh, I can't I? You just watch, Andy Blake.
I was still angry enough at Arab the following morning not to call her at her office. Oh, I had some vague idea of letting her suffer until she called me. But, like most of my other ideas about Arab, this one didn't work out either. I soon found out it was I who was apologizing to Arab.
Of course, you were wrong, Andy, dear.
Look, Arab, I wish you'd give this thing up. There probably aren't any spies at the house at all. And if there are, all we have to do is report it to my superior officer, Colonel Parker. Let the Army handle it. They're better equipped.
Oh, that's perfectly silly. Why bother them with this when we can check up and find out?
Yes, but...
Then the Army can step in and take over.
I don't want to be a hero. I just want to do my job in the Army and let it go at that.
Oh, but, Andy, we can do it together and have so much fun.
Arab, I tell you, I'm not going to get...
Oh, all right, Andy Blake. If you won't help me, I'm just going ahead and solve the whole thing myself. So there.
Go ahead, you dope. I'll call you up sometime.
Yes, do, Lieutenant. After all, we do have something in common. A marriage certificate, I believe.
The more I thought about the situation, the more worried I became about Arab. So that night, much against my better judgment, I drove over to Q Street and parked my car near the house where I could watch it. It was a quiet street, so it was doubly startling when suddenly a woman screamed from the direction of Arab's boarding house. Something shut the scream off fast, as though a hand was placed over the woman's mouth. I ran across the street and plunged into the garden. 50 feet away, a man was dodging behind a tree. I sprinted towards him. He was short and fat, but that was about all I could see. He turned suddenly and waited for me. Waited in an odd, crouched position. His fingering the air in front of him, almost like a pianist testing the keys. My memory groped for a picture I'd seen once. A picture done on rice paper. There had been a short, fat man in the same hunched position. In the background, the artist had painted a tiny white-capped mountain. But even as he moved toward me, still in this hunched position, a woman's voice came from a few feet away.
Stop at this moment. I am Mrs. Fielding, Lieutenant Blake. I own this house, and your pretty wife has been boarding with me for a week. I think you should beg the lieutenant's pardon, Mr. Jones.
I beg your pardon, Lieutenant. You came at me so fast, I failed to note your insignia.
A woman screamed. Was it you, Mrs. Fielding?
Something ran through the bushes. A rabbit, perhaps, or a cat. I am nervous.
Oh, would you like me to see you into the house?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Oh, then, good night.
I've not apologized properly for my foolish actions, Lieutenant. But you are also very foolish. Never run at an enemy that way. Come more slowly. Look at my hands. I can break a small club with the edge of my palm.
Can you do that, Lieutenant?
I wish I'd known that stuff when I was a kid in the Pine Tree Patrol. You see, we had little scout hatchets, and I was always chopping myself instead of the wood.
You do not understand. I was assuming that the club was the man's neck. Your mistake, Lieutenant, is hitting a man with a fist. The fist is broad. It spreads the impact over too much space.
I've been getting along all right with fists so far.
What do you think will happen when an American soldier has to fight a judo expert?
The American might shoot the Jap.
We will hope it turns out that way. I'm glad to have met you, Lieutenant Blake. My name is Jones.
Mr. Jones lives next door.
If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Fee, I'll be running along now.
Good night, Lieutenant Blake.
Just remember my advice, Lieutenant. Be careful how you run at a man. Or better yet, don't run at him at all, and you will, and be sure of being safe.
There was something about Mr. Jones I didn't like. I wanted to find out more about him. So I circled around the block, cut through a garden, and ended up at the back door of his house. The door was unlocked. I stepped inside and listened. There was no sound. Then I started my search using a flashlight. There was nothing downstairs, so I went up to the second floor and entered a huge study. I found a newspaper clipping there that had been torn out violently. The story was about a recent broadcast picked up by the FBI from a station inside Germany. A man calling himself Gustav Heinz had told the German people that if only Himmler and his Gestapo were kicked out, all of Germany's troubles would be over. I had heard of those broadcasts. We believed the stations to be backed by the German military leaders, the old Junkers. There was nothing else in the study, so I snapped off the flashlight and peered out of the window. I could barely see the house across the street. But as I watched, something stirred in the garden below. A figure was stealing toward Mrs. Fielding's house. The figure stepped across a starlit space, and I stopped breathing. The prowler was Arab. Well, I knew Mrs. Fielding and Jones were inside the house, and that if Arab was planning to eavesdrop again, they would be sure to catch her. I had to get her attention. My hand grabbed a straight wooden chair and slammed it through the window. I stuck my head in the opening and let out a yell. Suddenly, I heard a door slam downstairs. The fat man must have run out of the house next door the minute he heard the crash. I could picture him creeping up the stairs, feeling the air ahead of him with those clutching fingers. My best chance was to wait for him to make a noise. I pressed back against the wall of the room and waited. Somewhere in that house, death was moving toward me. My breathing was getting louder, like a guy in the last stages of asthma. I tried to hold my breath. Now a sound of breathing was coming up the stairs. Somebody else's breathing. The fat man was somewhere near me. I felt around me in the darkness until I finally found a weapon, a small statuette. I flung it in the direction of the breathing and grabbed for my flashlight. The beam showed the fat man in the center of the room struggling to get his gun out of his pocket. The statuette had missed. I could see the gun coming from his pocket, but I stood there, frozen. Then another voice spoke somewhere within the room. Welcome to the most sound I have ever heard. It was Arab.
Drop that gun. Keep that light in his eyes.
Don't worry, I will.
Now, just hold that pretty pose, Mr.
You'll never get the man. Oh, sounds like a light.
Of course, darling. Now let's get out of here. Hurry. Darling, your timing was perfect. Now we've got to move, but fast. Hurry up or we'll be followed.
Oh, I know this is only going to mean trouble, Arab. But what's the program?
First we go to your room.
You mean we're finally going to be alone?
No, I don't think we'll be alone.
All right, let's have it.
It's like this. There's 16 girls living in Houston, a house. We all have jobs in industries of the government. And we all like to chat.
You mean the girls talk military secrets?
Oh, I don't mean any of the girls consciously tells anything. But they do give out little things that, added together, may mean a lot.
Well, I'll turn in a report the first thing in the morning.
But, darling, you won't have time because, well, I've elected you as the bait.
Well, how do you mean?
All week I've been keeping a diary. And tonight at dinner I babbled about how I was going out with an army lieutenant. I told him I'd have to be ever so careful of what I said, for You had told me you were horrified by all this loose talk. And I said you'd written down all the bits and pieces I'd been telling you all week, and that you'd invited me to come up to check your notes tonight. I made sure that Renee Fielding and Mr. Jones overheard the address.
Well, meet the widow Blake. At times, I think you only married me because you thought I'd make a good-looking corpse. Well, while we're waiting here in my room for your Mr. Jones, where are those notes of yours?
Well, here's the one about Jane, who works in special service. After finishing breakfast, she suddenly pulled a word in Arabic on us.
Well, what's suspicious about that?
Jane has no interest in anything geographic. She happens to work in special service, and that's the branch that puts out guidebooks for soldiers.
Well, what else?
Ruby works for the Office of Petroleum Coordinator. She made an interesting remark the other morning about invasions taking a lot of oil.
Arabic? Oh, well, go on.
Libby works in the State Department. Day before yesterday, she was asking Mrs. Fielding about what Darlon was like.
Darfort owns more North Africa than Bataan or Laval.
Jean's boyfriend is a second lieutenant in the 1st Armored Division. Was last reported at Antioch, California. Jean said the next letter she got from him would have an APO number.
Say, Indio's a desert training center.
Mary that she hasn't said to type requisitions for goggles and mosquito bars all day.
Goggles means sand or dust. Mosquito bars means tropical or semi-tropical countries. Put them together and they spell desert.
Ginger works for Transportation Corps, and she was talking about shipping locomotives for narrow-gauge railroads.
North Africa again.
But, Andy, what does all this add up to?
It adds up to the fact that the joint Allied operations against the enemy in North Africa is already underway, and that Jones and Mrs. Fielding know about it. Holy smokes! I'm going to call Colonel Parker. Oh, the line's dead. Why, the wire must have been cut.
Come here, Andy, quick.
What is it?
There in the front yard. If you look closely, you can see the shadows of 2 men standing beneath that tree. They're here, Andy. Jones and someone else.
But it's impossible. Well, we can't be trapped right in the center of Washington.
Andy, we've got to make a break for it. I'll go first out the back door. I've got my gun. If anybody tries to stop me, I'm going to shoot.
If anybody's going to draw them off, I'm going to. Give me the gun.
No, darling. I'm the one who can shoot, so I'm going first. One of us has to get away, and this is the best chance.
You think...
Andy, if anything happens, I'm sorry I used to steal all the covers from you and use up all the bath towels after a shower. Goodbye, darling.
But wait a minute. Why, that little idiot. Why did she leave now? Arab! Arab! Where are you?
This is Jeffrey Barnes bringing down the curtain on the first act of tonight's Mole Mystery Theater play, and reminding you that even now, after 2 years of war, there are still a few people who think something like this.
Listen, we're winning the war. It'll be over in no time. What's the use of working yourself to death?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are some people like that. And yet no one can tell us when the war will be over, because no one knows. But everyone knows that we're now in a crucial moment of this war, and we must break every war production, keep our record flowing to the front. In order to do this, hundreds of thousands of women are needed in war-useful work, because they are the only adequate source of labor to replace men who are entering the service. Women must work as men must fight. And since lack of experience is not a handicap, women can get war-useful jobs in transportation, communications, retail trades, and other necessary services. So, ladies, if you can spare the time for a part-time or full-time job, time to work along with millions of fine American men and women, go to your United States Employment Office and tell them that you are available. Your United States Employment Service can tell you where you are needed most. And now here's Jeffrey Barnes and Act 2 of Death Talks Out of Turn. Lieutenant Andy Blake and his enterprising and charming wife, Arabella, have become involved with a Nazi spy ring in wartime Washington. And as the second act of our play opens, Lieutenant Blake has come to report the emergency to his superior officer, Colonel Parker, who will take the steps necessary.
Colonel Parker, wake up! Colonel Parker!
And what is it? Oh, Lieutenant Blake, come in.
It's that Q Street business I told you about, Colonel. My wife was right. They pieced together a lot of North African and invasion data, and
Keep your voice down, Lieutenant.
Well, sir, I think these people in the Q Street also got my house of wife. They kidnapped her, just now, in front of the place where I live.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. We'll have the house on Q Street in the bag in 10 minutes.
Yes, but
I'll have 2 companies of guards turned out to search Washington and get orders through to watch all roads.
But I want to do...
I'll keep in touch with you, Lieutenant. The best thing for you to do now is to go home and try to get some sleep.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But I couldn't get some sleep. I kept thinking that Arab might be merely a small huddled shape somewhere. I got into the car and drove back toward Q Street. Suddenly, a block away, my headlights gleamed on a small white sports shoe lying by the side of the road. It was Arab's. I stopped the car, leaped out, and bent over to pick it up. It was too late when I saw the club swinging from my head. Sometime later, I came to, lying in the back of a car with my arms and legs securely bound with rope. The car turned into a someone driveway and pulled me out.
Well, Lieutenant Blake, you must have a hard head. I did you to be explain yourself soon.
Where's my wife?
If you're quiet, you will see her in just a minute. Hold still, Lieutenant, while I untie your legs. If you will notice, Lieutenant Blake, you're now in a very lonely section along the Atlantic coast. The house here was once used by rum runners during Prohibition, but it has been well stocked with ammunition for just such and such a mess as this. Come on, Lieutenant. Your legs are untied. We're going in. Joey! Joey!
Well, Chief, I see you got the little Boy Scout.
You may sit in that straight chair, Lieutenant. I think we will leave your hands tied. You've caused too much trouble. Joey, tie up his legs again.
Andy, are you all right?
Oh, nothing wrong but paralysis of the brain. That and the company we find ourselves in.
You are amusing, Lieutenant.
You're pretty killing yourself, Mrs. Fielding. But how are you and Jonesy and this mug going to get out of this? Our Army and Navy isn't asleep, you know.
Your defense command has no chance. Give us the German Army and the Navy and the Air Force, and we, the Gestapo, will rule the world.
Chief, it is late. We've got to get moving.
Lieutenant, you will see how well the Gestapo works. Our submarine is waiting off the coast. All I have to do is signal her, and we will be picked up. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Lieutenant. I know you're thinking I will signal with a light and one of your destroyers will see it. But you are wrong. Our signal light is an infrared ray. Can only be picked up by a photoelectric cell.
Andy, is really one of our destroyers out there?
Of course there is, Mrs. Blake. I've seen one in the last few minutes. But it will do you no good. You Americans are too stupid.
So, you have the plans for our invasion of North Africa, Herr Jones, and now you're going to signal them to the commander of that submarine. But what's to prevent the submarine commander from taking all the credit himself, huh? All right. You work for Himmler. But who does the sub-commander work for?
Admiral Canaris of the German Naval Intelligence, of course.
But do you think that sub-commander and Admiral Canaris will give you a build-up? Do you know what's going to happen to you?
Why, no, of course not. What do you mean?
In a few minutes, the sub-commander will see you coming out in a rubber boat. He'll tell his men that there are Americans in the boat. 10 rounds of rapid fire. 10 rounds, Jonesy, and you'll be... Stop it!
Stop it, I tell you. We'll see who gets the credit. I won't give the plans to the sub-commander. I'll use the shortwave set.
But the destroyers can pick up that stuff.
A chance in 100. One destroyer cannot cover the entire shortwave band. We'll take a chance. Joey, Get the code book in the lower right-hand door. Get paper and pencil. First sentence, Jones to Ulick. Second sentence, for Himmler only. Third sentence, 2 United States forces sail from East Coast ports of embarkation. Fourth sentence, objective North Africa, absolutely confirmed. Encode that, Joey, quickly. There will be more.
Okay, Chief.
There it is. Now give me the message, Joey.
Andy, why did you use in the short...
But with them using a shortwave radio, our men will be able to locate the target, this house, and start shooting.
Oh. Andy, wake up, darling.
Huh?
You've got to.
Oh, what happened? What am I doing here?
You threw a hand grenade at Jonesy after the explosion that wrecked the house.
Oh.
Just as he fired his .45 at you. And missed.
What about the grenade?
Didn't go off.
It didn't.
You aren't wounded, really. Only a little burned. It was the explosion of the house that got Jonesy.
Where's Rennie and the other guy?
They got away in the rowboat. Submarine must have picked them up.
And why didn't the grenade go off?
They don't go off unless you pull the pin, dear.
I never even fired a BB gun. How would I know you had to pull a pin?
Andy, you must have thrown it like a baseball. You hit him right in the head.
I did?
You can throw grenades that well, darling. We'll have some special ones made just for you. Without pins.
But I saw a flash, and there was an awful noise.
.45 makes an awful racket when it's shot off right in your face. You just got some powder burn.
What about the submarine?
I think our destroyer got it, Andy. Was out there putting over depth bombs while you were out. The noise just stopped this minute.
And we've got to get right back to Washington and make a report. To think this all started because a few people forgot and talked about their work. Oh, if they'd only kept their mouths shut, none of this would have happened, Arab. Nor could you have overheard any of it and got us mixed up in it.
Oh, Andy, darling, I won't ever try to stir things up again. From now on, I'll be quiet like a mouse.
Well, all I can say is, if you're going to be a mouse, darling, heaven help the cats. Ladies and gentlemen, our Mole Mystery Theater play tonight has introduced us to a very lovable little lady who delights in solving problems.
As a matter of fact, she's right here, Mr. Barnes, and wants to tell our audience about another problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Arabella Blake.
Thank you, Dan. You know, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, after my experience in Washington, I did settle down. But later, when Andy went overseas, I became aware of the problem Mr. Seymour's referring to. And, well, I knew that when Andy heard about it, he'd think I was up to something. But I went out and got myself a job. And, ladies, I didn't have any previous experience. Just that short while as a secretary in the Ordnance Department. But I had plenty of time and I guess a sort of appreciation for the privilege of being allowed to live while the momentous history of today is being made. You know, we women know how to work. All of us do. Sometimes. And we can take over and do just as good a job as the men. And friends, the need for women and more useful work is urgent. So tonight, I want to ask each one of you ladies in the audience to consider the advantages of helping your country now, in this, the crisis of the war. At the same time, I want you to consider the extra income you'll have earned. Then, if you decide that you can take a war job, go immediately to your local United States Employment Office and tell them you're available. Ladies, Our country's need for woman power is serious. Our country's need is now.
And now Jeffrey Barnes to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, we welcome to our Morley Mystery Theater two of the most unusual detectives you've ever met. Miss Rachel Murdoch, a delightful old lady of 70, and her Persian black cat, Samantha. Our story was written by D.B. Olson, and its title is The Cat Saw Murder. So, mystery fans, we invite you to be with us next week for that mystifying adventure thriller, The Cat Saw Murder.
You just heard an episode of Molay Mystery Theater, which originally aired Tuesday, June 20th, 1944, 77 years ago today. Stay tuned for Shandu the Magician, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on and community radio internet radio stations, variety with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Chandu the Magician on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Wednesday, January 5th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician. Were you disappointed because you failed to get Chandu's money changer trick when he offered it to you a few weeks ago? Then listen. Chandu brings this magic trick back to you. Once again, you can have Chandu's Assyrian money changer for just 25 cents in coin and 1 White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Listen. Place a penny on a table, then cover it with the mystic ruby block. So, coot, you say. Then remove the block. Now the penny is gone. In its place is a silver dime. You can perform this fascinating trick over and over. Your friends will never catch on. Now, to get Chandu's Assyrian money changer, just mail a quarter and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Send for your money changer tonight. For the first time since Fred's long Chandler years of study in the Far East, the occult powers he gained there have failed him. He can do nothing to release his sister, Dorothy Regent, held prisoner in a hut in a remote Siamese jungle village, accused of killing the priest of the pagan Temple of the Serpent. Permitted to see her, Chandler learns of the vicious priest's demand for the great emerald and realizes that he was acting on orders from the sinister Roxor. Believing there is still time, Chandler plans to leave for Bangkok to find Roxor. But at that moment, a native brings an appalling message. The barbaric ceremony of judgment is to be held within a few hours. The present scene is in the living room of the bungalow high on pilings in the jungle clearing. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
Didn't you find Dr. Shaw, Uncle Frank?
No, Bob. He's not in his workshop, and I don't know where else to look for him. Besides, there's no time.
I don't see why he just vanished. If anybody could do any something with those, you should think he could.
I did try, Betty, but they wouldn't listen to him, in spite of all the years he spent here.
Well, that makes it just great for us. When are we going to know about Mom?
I'm going over to the ceremonial. We'll know when it begins. They light a great fire in front of the temple.
Will they let you go?
Yes. The chief said as long as I made no trouble, I could sit there and look on.
Maybe Daddy will be back before they begin, and then... Oh, but I don't really believe he will. Oh, Uncle Frank.
Don't cry, dear. This thing tonight isn't the last word, you know.
Everything keeps getting worse. Every minute.
There must be some way out, though. Even if the judgment's against your mother tonight, we aren't going to give up.
I still say, Doctor, she ought to take Paul's boat and get out of here.
Without Mother? Bob Regent.
Oh, don't be a dope. I mean, make a big racket when they get in the middle of the hoopla. And then, while they're all milling around...
Oh, Bob.
Well, what's the matter with trying it?
They have boats, too, you know. And they know every inch of the river.
It sure seems funny to think of you saying no sail to everything. Are you just going to sit here until it's too late?
I can't expect you to understand it, Bob, but sometimes the only thing to do is wait.
Do you honestly think that old witch doctor will tell them to let Mother go?
If he's anything like the chief of the village here, he may.
I kind of wish you'd gone to see him yourself, Uncle Frank.
I would have been. If I'd known there was nothing I could do for your mother here.
painted up like Indians.
It's the ceremonial procession.
Oh,
Don't stand here and watch it, Betty.
why not?
Go into your room. Go with it, Bob. I'll come and tell you as soon as it's over. Will you permit me to sit beside my sister Betong?
Sit by the woman, and remember the knives of my people.
Hire in peace. Come here.
Frank, where are the children?
At the bungalow, Dot. And they'll stay there.
No word from Robert?
It's too soon to expect it. Now listen, Dot. This whole ritual's based on terror. I've seen men actually die of it.
I can believe it. Those horrible painted faces. The chief's the worst of all.
Now, no matter what they say or do, try not to let them know you're afraid.
That's easy to say.
I know it's not easy to do, but try. Just remember that one of these men really did kill the priest. I'll try to find out which one.
Oh, don't let them take me back into the temple, whatever they do. That idol, a man with a cobra's head. I can't go in there again, Frank.
They're ready to begin.
My people, I speak in the tongue and woman, learned by our tongues from him, you know. I draw about me the circle of fire.
From him, you know.
He must mean that temple priest.
The signs are right, my people. I call upon the God of the jungle to hear my words.
The cobra. It was in that same basket in the temple.
Sit still, Dot. Remember what I said?
This woman has entered the temple of the serpent. Malikan Haiya.
Frank, look at them.
Don't let them see you're afraid.
She has stood before the altar of King Cobra. At her feet, the priest of the temple died.
Oh, listen to me!
Good girl.
I did not kill your priest. He died before my eyes, yes, but I did not kill him. Let my brother speak to you. He was there when the priest died. Listen to him, Batong.
My people, the woman stands before the Cobra God without fear. Let her brother speak.
I ask only this. Let me see the body of the priest my sister is accused of killing.
The body of the priest is not to be looked upon by the foreigner.
Have you yourself examined his body? For a poisoned dart? For knife wounds?
The body of the priest is not here.
You mean it's been burned, Betong?
It is not for you to question the way of these people.
It may be that one of your own people killed the priest. Betong, I ask you to look at the body of the priest yourself. If he was killed by one of your own people, that man is still in the village, and others may die.
The mouth of the foreigner is filled with lies.
Let the ritual wait until you've done as I ask.
The God of the temple has heard your words.
He's going to do it, Frank.
Music for the Cobra God.
No, he's going to leave it to the Cobra.
My life at the mercy of a cobra.
God of the jungle, look upon the face of the woman. Pronounce the judgment of the ancient wisdom. Life or death.
Frank, what on earth is that painted stick for? If he brings the cobra over here, I will die.
That's not it, Dot. He puts down the stick in front of the cobra's basket. If the cobra crosses it...
The God of the jungle has spoken. The woman is to die. At the feast of the darkened moon,
when 7 times the sun has risen and set, she will die, and the jungle god will be avenged.
Going back into the temple. Did he mean a week? I have a week to live?
Yes. And long before that, either Robert will have brought word from their great chief, or I'll be able to do something else. If I can only find out where Roxor is.
Roxor wouldn't say a word to save my life.
Or I may be able to reach the yogi.
But you said you couldn't. Frank, you don't mean you're going to India and leave me here?
I may not have to, Dot. If there's no other way...
Go back to the hut, woman.
Go with them, Dot. Dr. Shaw's going to try again to persuade Betong to let you stay at the bungalow.
Why didn't he come out here tonight?
I don't know, darling. You'd better go now.
Wait a minute, Frank. Have you tried offering Betong money?
Oh, yes, of course. And the guard at the hut, too. He's afraid he'll be caught.
Woman, go back to the hut.
I'm going. Don't let those men touch me.
I'll be over first thing in the morning, Dot. If Robert gets back, you may be out of there for good.
Mom, can you hear me?
Oh, Bob, where are you?
I'm just outside. This hut's made out of dried palm leaves or something.
Go away, son.
No. I'm going to cut a hole in the wall. I have it big enough for you to get out in another 5 minutes.
Go away, I tell you, Bob.
Come over here, Mom. See, I'm right here.
You know there's a guard just outside the door.
Not now, there isn't.
What have you done?
I sneaked up behind him and knocked him out.
Bob, stop that and listen. We could never get away even if I from the village were out of this hut. Go away.
Not a chance. I'm going to get you out of here tonight.
Listen to me.
If we have to swim the whole Pacific Ocean to get you away from these guys, we will. Uncle Frank told me what they said.
But you'll be killed if you're caught.
Get caught. I'm not going to.
Oh, that's loud enough to be heard all over the village. Oh, Bob, please.
I don't care what Uncle Frank says or anybody else. I'm not going to leave you another night in this dump.
Chandu's Assyrian money changer trick is back once more in a thrilling encore offer. Yes, once again, you can have this magic trick to mystify and entertain your friends for just 25 cents and a box top from a package of White King granulated soap or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. This trick is so clever it is very hard to detect. Yet so easy, any child can do it. Listen. You lay a penny on a table. Cover it with the mystic ruby block, the money-changing block. So coot, you say. Then raise the block. Lo and behold, the penny has become a silver dime. Make magic your hobby. To get your Assyrian money changer, send 25 cents in coin and 1 White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Be sure to print your name and address plainly. Chandu the Magician is produced and directed by Cyril Armbruster. Dorothy Regent is played by Irene Tedrow. The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time. The story when he resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Wednesday, January 5th, 1949. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Thursday, January 6th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of White King Granulated Soap and Sierra Pine Toilet Soap present for your enjoyment Chandu the Magician. Waters of the Nile. That's the name of Chandu's thrilling new magic trick. The gravity-defying trick you can get for just 10 cents and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers. Next time you go to a party, tell everyone that you have learned to overcome the law of gravity. Then, while they watch, fill an ordinary pop bottle full of water. Show everyone that the water pours out in the usual way, then fill up the bottle again, and slowly turn the bottle upside down. And to everyone's amazement, the water remains suspended in defiance of gravity. You can even insert a match, a toothpick, or a pencil, and not a drop of water will spill out once you've mastered this water trick. And all it costs you is a dime, just 10 cents in coin, and a White King soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers, mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive this water trick promptly, postpaid. That's Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Deep in the jungle, Siamese and the Ring champions are at the mercy of a primitive tribe of serpent worshippers. And at a barbaric ritual, with the painted native faces hideous in the light of the ceremonial fire, Dorothy Regent is doomed to death. Even Chandler can do nothing to save her, for, as the yogi had warned, he is powerless to make use of the occult forces he had mastered in India. But late that night, in the hut where she is held, Dorothy hears Bob outside. Despite her frantic insistence that he will bring disaster to them all, Bob refuses to return to the bungalow. Chandu, the Magician.
Bob, for heaven's sake, listen to me. That noise will wake up the whole village. Go away.
I will not, Mom. The minute I found this knife over there at the bungalow, I knew I could get you out of here.
Oh, Bob.
The wall's just made out of dried palm branches. I'll have the hole big enough in a minute.
But the guard.
I told you I knocked him out, Mom.
Bob, stop that.
And besides, I tied him up with a piece of...
Go around there and untie him this minute. Before anyone sees him, they'll kill you.
Now, Mom, I got this far and nothing's happened.
Where's Uncle Frank?
In his room. I hope. Look, can you squeeze through here?
No. And even if I could, I wouldn't do it.
Mom, you've just got to.
Oh, darling, listen. We have a whole week. Nothing will happen to me before that. But if you interfere, they might...
No sale. Uncle Frank can sit around and do nothing if he wants to. And Dr. Shaw, too. Not me.
Well, Uncle Frank's not just sitting around doing nothing. He's trying everything he can.
Yeah. Well, doggone it, Mom. You don't know how it feels to think of you shut up in this dump. I can't stand it any longer. It makes me sick.
Oh, darling, I know, but...
And that's not the worst of it. Oh, jeepers, I didn't mean to remind you of that, but... You know what I mean. I'm not going to leave you in here until they... Well, I'm just not going to do it. There. Now.
That noise will wake every man in the village.
Come on, Mom. You've got to now. When they find this hole in the wall, they'll think you did it. Holy Moses.
What is it, Bob? What is it?
There's a fellow standing over there on the path.
I told her they'd hear all that noise.
I don't think he's seen me yet.
Oh, get away from here, Bob. Go on.
He'll spot me in a minute. I'll come inside until he goes away.
Oh, be careful. He'll hear you. Where is he?
Right over there at the edge of the jungle.
Where?
Don't you see him?
It's so dark. Oh, yes, I see him now. Bob, listen. The moon will be up in a little while, and you will never be able to get back to without being seen. As soon as that man goes away, if he does...
Mom, listen.
What did you hear?
Somebody walking, I thought.
But it can't be one of the natives. They move like shadows.
Yeah. Hey, look. That other guy's going back the way he came. He didn't see a thing.
Oh, thank goodness. Now go, Bob, while you can.
No. They'll think you cut through the wall.
They know I haven't a knife.
Oh, no, they don't. They say you killed that priest with one.
Oh, well, don't stand here arguing.
Now, look. Uncle Frank.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Frank, take him back to the bungalow.
Come out of there. What did you think you'd accomplish by this?
Well, I thought if I got Mom over to the bungalow, what to bungalow, you next. How'd you know where I was?
I looked into your room. You weren't there. I thought you might be over here. When I saw the guard tied up...
Is he still out?
Yes. Tell me, did he see your face?
No. He didn't know what hit him.
Are you sure?
You bet.
All right. Now listen, Dot.
Frank, what can I say about this hole in the wall?
Just say you know nothing about it. I've untied the guard. When he comes to, if he really didn't see Bob, he'll believe some native spirit is after him.
And cut that hole?
Certainly. Especially when your mother's still here. Where's the knife you used?
Right here. It's Dr. Shaw's, I guess.
Come on. Be over in the morning, Dot. Robert should be back by then. And this may all be over.
Oh, all right, Frank.
This way, Bob. Yeah, we don't want to be seen near the temple.
I know you think I'm a dope.
Bob, I've told you a dozen times not to try anything like that. And you know there's no way out of the village except by the jungle trail to the river.
You were the one that made us come here.
Don't you think I know that? Do you suppose there's a moment of the day or night when I don't think of it? I'd take your mother's place in there right now if I could. I'm sorry, Bob. It's not you I'm talking to. It's myself.
That's okay. I won't say anything about it again.
I don't blame you. You know, it may be a good thing you did all that. If Baton thinks the native gods are behind. Well, we'll have to wait and see it.
You mean he might let Mom go?
Maybe.
And as soon as Dad comes back, we can get out of here. Or are you going to stay here?
What? Why, no.
Well, Betty thought you might be going to stay and take Dr. Shaw's place. A lot of help he's been.
Well, he's been here so long, I'm afraid he's... Why, there's a light under Betty's door. Betty?
Oh, dear.
Haven't you been to bed?
What are you doing up?
Oh, Uncle Frank and I were out in the cliff.
Mother.
Nothing, dear.
I can't sleep, Uncle. Bob, stay and talk to me, won't you?
Well, sure. This dump is enough to give anybody the jumps.
You look off.
I bet you I'm into that hut, have you?
I'll see you.
Tell you why I got up and got dressed. Oh, these walls are...
Not going to try anything to get Mama, and it didn't work.
This will.
Yeah.
Oh, look, to the temple in the first place to look...
I guess so. Sure she did.
Well, what if I went over there and told them I killed that temple priest? They'd let Mother go, wouldn't they?
Are you crazy?
No, I'm not. If you and I hadn't gotten into such a lot of trouble in Cairo and everywhere, she'd never have believed I'd go into the temple.
Maybe not. Listen.
Huh?
What's that noise? Blow out the candle, quick. I'll peek out and see. Oh, it's only Dr. Shaw.
What's he doing?
Just going down the steps.
I wonder if he heard what we said.
Unless he was right. He could, outside the window. Maybe not even then. Anyway, he's gone now. What a creep.
I hope he didn't hear us. He might tell Uncle Frank. Bob, don't light the candle again.
Okay. You can't do it, Betty. Mom wouldn't let you. You know she wouldn't.
She won't know anything about it until it's too late. I've thought just exactly how I could do it.
Well, how? Not that I'm going along with you. Must think
You know to Mother what'll happen if somebody doesn't do something. Uncle Frank's magic doesn't work anymore.
I know that. Well, go on.
I thought I could really go over to the temple this time and just knock on the door. And when one of those temple attendants come, I could tell him Oh, Bob.
I have to hand it to you, Bets. I never thought of doing that.
I can hardly bear to think of it. But it's no worse for me than it is for Mother. It's not even as bad.
The only thing is, how would we know how they let Mom go if you...
We? Oh, you're not going with me.
I sure am. You think you're going in there alone?
We're talking too loud. Uncle Frank will hear us. I've got to do it tonight, Bob, or I'll be too scared to do it at all.
I know what you mean. But look, Bets, there's no use starting anything unless we can figure out some way to be sure they'll let Mom go.
Well, help me think of something. If we aren't smarter than a lot of people that think a cobra's a god, we're pretty dumb.
Well, they've outsmarted us up to now. Even Uncle Frank.
I tell you
Wait a
what.
minute. I've got it. Bets, are you sure you want to do it? After all,
I'm scared to death, Bob, but I'm going to. Oh, poor Mother.
Okay, let's go. We can go out this door onto the veranda. Uncle Frank won't know where we are until it's too late.
$0.10 in coin brings you Chandu's mystifying water trick. Just mail 10 cents and a White King granulated soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Chandu will send you this grin in magic, the thrilling trick he calls the waters of the Nile. Fill an empty pop bottle full of water. Turn it upside down. A stream of water pours out, of course. But when you have mastered Chandu's mysterious water trick, you can hold the bottle upside down and no water will run out. You can even insert matches or toothpicks through the open mouth, and in apparent defiance of the laws of gravity, the water remains suspended in the bottle. Here is a thrilling trick that will puzzle and entertain everyone, young and old. And you can have it for just 10 cents, just a dime, and a White King soap box top, or 3 toilet Sierra Pine soap wrappers, mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive Chandu's Waters of the Nile magic trick, postpaid. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening. Betty Regent is played by Joy Terry. Bob is played by Lee Millar. Your announcer is Howard Culver. The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time when the story resumes. Chandu, the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Spy Stories, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donation. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. serving listeners on the internet and community radio with a station's variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.com for more information. We now present stories on ABN, the Antioch broadcasting.
Harding, counter spy, calling Washington.
United States counter spies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Psychic Secrets, a thrilling counter-spy report to the American people, presented each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Say, want to have more fun? Want more bounce? Then get that drink, that tasty drink, Pepsi. That's the cola drink with more bounce to the ounce. Pepsi, big hits the spot. 2 full glasses and it's got bounce, 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 bounce. Just say Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. Now go get Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. More bounce to the ounce, more bounce to the ounce. Go get Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi.
Got your Pepsi? Then now to Counter Spy.
In the upstairs living room of a Washington mansion overlooking the river, the Potomac, a middle-aged woman reclined on a couch, eyes closed, hands folded. Standing behind her was a dark, distinguished-appearing man whose rich, deep voice seemed to fill the quiet room.
This is our 6th consultation, Mrs. This evening we review our progress.
Yes, Marlowe.
Now, in the past, you have answered all my questions truthfully. You've kept nothing from me about your husband's personal life, Mrs. Wells.
Nothing.
And no one knows I come here tonight?
No one, Marlowe.
You've never mentioned our consultations to anyone?
I haven't.
Now to the most pertinent questions. Do you fully understand what I've explained to you before? That your abnormal fear of high places is caused by a neurotic trauma?
Yes. Memory of seeing my sister fall off that mountain cliff.
Exactly, Mrs. Wells.
I was never terrified by height before Anne died.
And you realize now that you must strengthen your defense mechanism? Combat your phobia?
I've been trying, Marlowe, but I still
But you have been trying. That is important. Now, let's see how well you do in this evening's test.
No, please. Can't we wait
Now,
until...
Mrs. Wells, believe me. As your psychic advisor, I know you're quite prepared to meet the test. First, we'll wind the Soto box. Its soft, compelling tones will aid us in the full release of your psychic blocks.
It's very soothing, Marlowe.
Yes, soothing and relaxing. Relaxing, soothing. Let your mind drift. Drift as a cloud swept softly across the heavens. As a cloud, softly drifting.
Softly drifting.
Relax. Relax, Mrs. Wells. And drift. Now, you will do as I suggest.
Yes, Marlowe.
Rise, my dear.
Rise.
Come with me across the room to the French doors.
Yes, Marlowe.
Now out on the balcony.
Out on the balcony.
And across the balcony toward the gathering storm in the sky and the water below.
Marlowe,
Come, my dear, to the edge of the balcony. You've no need to fear. I am with you. You're really afraid of high places such as this balcony because you have a deep desire to destroy yourself. Now, you will stand here on the edge until I count 10.
Marlowe, I can't.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Marlowe, don't leave me here alone.
6.
Marlowe,
7.
I'm getting dizzy. Come back. The balcony's swaying. I'll fall. I can't help myself. I'll fall.
I'll knock with 2 points, Mr. Harding. That should get me off the Schneider.
It should, Mr. Peters, except for this.
5
on your heart run, 9 and 8 on your spade run, you know.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, that completes the triple Schneider.
Oh, I knew I forgot to bring something when I came over here to your apartment tonight, Dave.
What?
My own cards.
Total up the sad news while I get the phone.
I'll need an adding machine for this one.
Hello?
Mr. Harding, this is Captain Fergus of the Washington Police.
What is it, Captain Fergus?
Reporting a violent death. Mrs. Stephen S. Wells.
The wife of the advisor to the Economics Planning Division.
She fell or leaped from the second floor balcony of their home in the Potomac View section. The body was discovered 15 minutes ago by a servant who returned to the house after an evening off. Mr. Wells is in California.
All right, Captain. I'll notify him. Coming out, then I'm to the Wells home.
Mrs. Wells had probably been out on that balcony up there 1,000 or more times. Funny that she tripped this one time, Chief.
Could have been suicide, Peter. The same as Claude Reardon's wife.
Why do you mention Mrs. Reardon, Dave?
Well, Mrs. Reardon was alone in the house that evening. Her husband was out of town, servants off for the evening. The same as Mrs. Wells. One kills herself with a gun. The other jumps to her death on those rocks.
Mm-hmm. When people commit suicide, they usually make sure they're alone.
That's right. But the tie-up that interests me is that both women's husbands hold important government posts.
Dave, this is one time that I think you're bending the long arm of coincidence a little too far.
No, Peters. Just bending over backwards to leave no angle unexplored.
Faster, Humphrey. I should be at Ambassador Duran's lawn party by now.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ashton, but the traffic's kind of thick today.
Blast the traffic, man. I will not keep the ambassador waiting.
All right, ma'am.
Faster!
But, Mrs.
But
Ashton...
me no buts, Humphrey. Do as I say. What's that?
That, ma'am, is a police siren.
All right, pull over to the curb.
We'll do keep close that traffic, Humphrey.
Over to the curb, I said.
Humphrey, you blithering idiot, you never could drive. That stuff of yours knocked me right off the seat.
Well, it wasn't my fault, ma'am. That police officer cut in front of me.
Get that officer number. I'll have him. This is broken. What comes from government bureaucracy. Things were not like this when Grover Cleveland piloted our ship of state. I shall speak to the powers that be about this.
I'm sorry your feathers were ruffled, Vera.
David Harding!
You should have stopped when the officer first told you.
David Harding, you don't mean to tell me you saw all that and stood by.
I not only saw it, Vera, I arranged it. How's my darling?
At this moment, your darling is very angry and very late for Ambassador Duran's party.
Well, I'll only keep you a moment. Now, I arranged our meeting this way because I didn't want anyone to see us together.
Why not?
Because I need your help, secretly. Vera, you're considered the bill of the big Washington social world.
Considered is hardly the word, David, according to the press, and I quote, "The Capitol merry-go-round spins on the little finger of Mrs. Vera Ashton."
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about my helping you?
It's about the deaths of Mrs. Reardon and Mrs. Wells. Now, you knew both women, Vera.
Of course, they attended numerous functions of mine.
Well, I'd like you to find out everything you can about those two women and see what reasons there might have been for suicide. Will you do that for me?
David Harding, you know I'd do anything in the world for you.
Well, I want you also to see if there's any reason why Mrs. Wells or Mrs. Reardon might have been murdered.
Ah, here it is, Irene. Wells, Agnes C. Services at 10 a.m. Crystal Chapel, Interment, Tarleton Hill Cemetery. Request flowers be omitted. Oh, what a shame. And I was planning to send a large wreath with the words Bon Voyage across the top.
That's not funny, Marlowe. You murdered that woman just as surely as if you'd pushed her off the balcony.
Don't look now, darling, but your sense of humor is slipping. Being the former social secretary to so many prominent Washington women has twisted your sense of values.
I still put a value on human life.
And the money I pay you, too, eh?
Marlowe, I the money and I don't want more. I'm getting out of this whole rotten thing.
And what about your dossier on Mrs. Ralph Harmon?
I'm not giving you that data.
Oh, yes, you are. You're giving it to me right now.
Get your hands off me. Let go.
You're telling me everything I want to know about Mrs. Harmon. And you'll dig up every particle of dirt on every other foolish, neurotic woman I ask for.
No.
If you don't, Irene, you'll find yourself fulfilling your own deep-seated wish for death.
Harding.
David, this is Vera Ashton. I think I have something.
Hold on a minute, Vera. I want Peters in on this phone call. Peters, get on the extension.
Right.
Go ahead, Vera.
According to their closest friends, Mrs. Wells and Mrs. Reardon were both neurotic. Mrs. Reardon had a deathly fear of guns, Mrs. Wells of height.
And one died by gunshot, the other by a fall.
Both becoming victims of their own phobias.
It could be that someone played on their neurotic condition.
Beginning to look as if you're right in bending over backwards for an angle, Mr. Harding.
Yes, Peters.
Whatever are you two talking about?
Nothing. Go ahead, Vera.
Do you wish me to continue buzzing around for you?
Oh, by all means, Vera. You made wonderful progress. Let's see what else you can dig up.
Keep your eyes closed, Mrs. Harmon. Relax. Let yourself sink down into the sofa. Tonight, all your fears will be dispelled forever.
I'm so grateful to you, Marlowe.
My only wish is your peace of mind. Now, you've told me everything I need to know about your family, about your husband, and his work in the government.
Yes, Marlowe.
Then you're prepared for Mrs. Harmon. Now then, we'll wind the soda box. Isn't that soothing?
Yes, very.
Let it lull and caress your being. Let it soothe and quiet your troubled mind. Relax, Mrs. Harmon. Relax. And drift as a cloud across the heavens. drift. Drift. Now, rise from the couch and follow me across the room.
Follow you across the room.
We'll open the door to your clothes closet. Walk into the closet, Mrs. Harmon.
I can't go in there. I'll suffocate.
I'll be right here, my dear. You'll only have to there while I stand. I count 10. In 10 seconds, you will no longer fear dark, cramped places. Go ahead, Mrs. Harmon.
All right. As long as you'll be nearby.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I feel it.
Say, Maestro, play us something brighter now. It's Pepsi-Cola time.
Go get Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi.
Ah, what rhythm. That beat goes right to your feet. You feel that bounce? Uh-huh. You? Uh-uh. Well, how about a Pepsi? That'll give you more bounce. Delicious Pepsi-Cola with more bounce to the ounce. With Pepsi Bounce, you feel so live, your feet want to dance and jig and jive. You feel so fresh with that Pepsi Bounce, you have more fun. You can even get more done. It's a great drink, Pepsi, for everyone. Oh, you can't top that Pepsi Bounce. That tang, that delicious taste.
Uh-huh, that's right. A warm day. Pepsi, cold and long. Brother, that's it.
That's why I say, when you want real refreshment at work or at play, when you want tasty something any time of day, better get that Pepsi.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes so tangy, and it's got bounce, 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 bounce. Just say Pepsi for the Pepsi Bounce. Now go get Pepsi for that Pepsi Bounce. More bounce to the ounce, more bounce to the ounce. Go get Pepsi for that Pepsi Bounce. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi.
And now, back to Counter Spy.
Well, Vera, do you have any information for me?
David, I have an idea. I've grabbed the brass ring. The woman named Irene Stokes, a social secretary by profession. In the past 5 years, she's held positions with many Washington matrons, including
Mrs. Wells and Mrs. Reardon.
Yes, and she's now secretary to a man named Marlowe.
Marlowe.
He just uses the last name, Marlowe, no first name. He's become quite a fad in Washington society. He calls himself a psychic advisor.
Well, Vera, did you find out if either Mrs. Wells or Mrs. Reardon
Ever sought out Marlowe for psychic advice? I checked on that, David. Not to anyone's knowledge. But most women keep such things to themselves.
Yes, I know. Oh, excuse me.
Peters at headquarters to David Harding.
Harding.
Chief, a call just came in from the Washington police. Mrs. Ralph Harmon has been found dead of a heart attack in the clothes closet of her bedroom.
Oh, my.
You know who her husband is?
Yes, Peters. Ralph Harmon's on the Defense Material Purchasing Board.
Chances were the circumstances same as in the other deaths. Mrs. Harmon was alone in the house. Her husband was out of town.
All right, Peters. I'm on my way back to headquarters.
David, it just occurred to me. Irene Stokes at one time was Mrs. Harmon's social secretary, too.
Oh, Vera, there's no doubt about it. When you latched onto Irene Stokes, you certainly did grab the brass ring.
Well, I fixed a drink for you, too, Irene. A final toast to Mrs. Harmon.
I don't want it.
Well, don't sit there with that silly, glum look on your face. It's still office hours, you know. Answer the phone.
Hello?
This is Mrs. Vera Ashton. I should like to come in to consult with Marlowe.
Just a moment, please. It's Mrs. Vera Ashton about a consultation.
Vera Ashton? Oh, that's a lucky windfall. That old dame knows every important person in Washington. May I have the phone? Hello, Mrs. Ashton. This is Marlowe. I understand you wish a consultation.
Yes, I have a problem. I'd like to see you as soon as possible.
Tomorrow morning at 10?
That would do just fine. Thank you so much, Marlowe.
Not at all, dear lady. But all my pleasure is... There. Now we'll start the Soto box again, Mrs. Ashton. Relax. Just as you've done on your other visits here. Relax. And talk freely.
Marlowe, I still don't trust anyone. I still think they're all trying to poison me.
You mustn't think about that now. Just relax.
But you explained only to me an obsession due to my husband's accidental poisoning. Why do I still mistrust everyone?
Dear lady, you must talk about everybody, everything you know, everything that has been told to you. Come, Mrs. Ashton, relax and talk. Talk.
And what did he have you talk about today, Vera?
Well, David, I led him on by mentioning that I dined last week with several senators and their wives.
He went for the bait, of course.
Ah, like a barracuda. I suppose there's no doubt now what Marlowe's game is, eh, David?
Not the slightest.
Then you can step in now and arrest that monstrous man and his secretary.
Not just yet, Vera. When I take Marlowe and Irene Stokes in, I want positive proof of the other game they play. The murder game.
You're positive of that, Irene?
Yes, Marlowe. I just found out tonight. I told you there'd be trouble someday.
Just leave everything to me, Irene. I promise you that after tonight, there'll be no trouble.
Marlowe, I don't understand. Why did you come out here to my house this time of the night? I have an appointment at your office in the morning.
I decided that this would be a more propitious time.
But...
You wish to be cured of your neurosis about being poisoned, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course.
Then tonight you'll meet the test I have prepared for you. Sit in this chair, please.
Yes, very well.
Well, it's fortunate your servants are off for the evening. It'll make everything easier. There. The Soto box is wound. Now. Listen to its soothing tones, Mrs. Ashton. Let them lull you. Quiet your disturbed mind. Relax, dear Mrs. Ashton.
Relax.
Relax. And drift as a cloud softly swept across the heavens. Drifting. Softly. Softly. Drifting. Now you will do as I suggest.
Yes, Marlowe.
The bottle that I just placed on the table next to you contains tinted water. Count as I... Quite a performance, Mrs. Ashton.
Performance?
Your husband didn't die of poisoning. You lied.
Why, how dare
Tonight,
you accuse
Miss Stokes
me?
found out how your husband really died. In a car crash years ago. What's your game, Mrs. Ashton?
Game? I don't know what you mean.
Well, you may as well tell me it's the last thing you'll ever tell anyone.
What?
In my business, murder becomes a necessary type of insurance.
Then you did kill Mrs. Harmon and those other women.
Oh, so that's what after, eh? You were... Yes, I killed them. Or rather talked them into killing themselves. With you, it'll be somewhat difficult. The liquid in this bottle isn't tinted water, but poison. I knew you wouldn't drink it of your own free will, so I'll just have to force it down your ugly old throat.
Oh, no, you won't, Marlowe.
David Harding!
Harding! Come back here, Marlowe!
He's gone out on the terrace. He'll get away.
He won't get far, Vera.
Stop, Marlowe. Stop or I fire.
See what I mean, Vera? My men side. Stationed up.
You and your agents were nearby all the time.
I had an idea Marlowe would come out here tonight after we made sure that Irene Stokes told him the truth about how your husband died.
You let her know the truth?
That's right. She was picked up by my agents right after she passed the information on to Marlowe.
Well, of all the confounded, blasted, dirty tricks.
Easy, Vera. Don't get your feathers ruffled.
Don't you realize that man almost killed me? Well, why didn't you warn me?
I wanted Marlowe to confess, so I had to be sure you'd give a legitimate performance.
David Harding, if you ever ask me to help you again,
Yes, Vera?
I'll probably be the same old fool and say yes.
Now, here's a trick in arithmetic. It's very simple. Listen. That's 1 glass of Pepsi-Cola. That's a second glass of Pepsi-Cola. 2 glasses, but 1 bottle. 1 bottle, but 12 ounces. That's the big Pepsi bottle. 2 full glasses, twice as much of the finest cola in any bottle. So why take less?
How's in your refrigerator? Plenty of tangy Pepsi getting nice and cold for you? You should buy it by the carton, and it costs even less that way.
But don't forget this. From home, too. Away, be sure to ask for Pepsi and get that Pepsi bounce.
Big Pepsi hits a spot. 2 full glasses and it's got bounce, 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 bounce. Just say Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. Now go get Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. More bounce to the ounce, more bounce to the ounce. Go get Pepsi for that Pepsi bounce. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi. More bounce to the ounce in Pepsi.
Better get that Pepsi.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Frozen Fortune.
In the heart of an alpine glacier lay hidden a secret worth millions. And waited 32 years for those millions. But the glacier revealed another unsecret, suspected murder. For the strange facts of an amazing case, listen on Thursday to
Case of the Frozen Fortune on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program originated in New York and was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Don Hancock speaking. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight.
Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmine.com for a schedule. We now present Matinee Theater on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, June 20th, 1949, 72 years ago today.
Motive for murder.
I've always had a pretty low opinion of guys that commit murder. That's because I'm a cop myself. David J. Murphy, detective, second grade, age 34. I've always said, anybody who murders is cheap and dirty and yellow. So where does that leave me when my wife puts a 12-inch bread knife through a vacuum cleaner salesman? It just burst on us out of nothing. I came home around 5 one afternoon, and there it was. Mary out cold on the couch with a bourbon breath you could use for a cutting torch. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, the place all torn up. And in a red velvet chair, a funny little guy named Hamilton with our bread knife right clean through him. I just went numb. I couldn't believe it. I watched the boys do all the routine things. Pictures, fingerprints, measures, all the things I've done in 3rd Avenue fly traps. They took Mary down to the police emergency ward. And after she'd come to and been sick and then gone back to sleep for a couple of hours, I managed to get a little time alone with her. She sat on the edge of the bed, shaking and still half sick. We tried to put the story together from the beginning.
Oh, Dave, I just don't remember.
Honey, this thing's real bad, don't you see? The newspapers, it'll tear you apart. Cop's wife, ex-dancer, nice vacuum cleaner salesman. You've got to remember, baby, you've got to.
Well, this is Monday. It was Saturday, Friday. It was Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon. Yeah. He rang the bell and asked if I wanted to buy a vacuum cleaner. I asked him in.
Go on.
He put on a demonstration in the living room, and I said I'd take it.
Then what?
Like, I gave him a $5 deposit.
Cash?
Yes, a $5 bill. He said he'd deliver the machine today.
Did you get a receipt?
Yes, it must be around the house somewhere.
Well, if it is, we'll find it. Then what?
He left.
And came back today with a new machine?
Yes.
Did you pour him a drink?
Dave, it was so hot. He looked so tired, lugging that thing around. I asked him if he'd like a highball, and he said yes. I asked him to sit down while he drank it. I was only being decent, Dave. He looked so tired, and it was boiling hot.
Did you have one with him?
No.
But, honey, you reeked of bourbon. You were plastered.
I didn't drink with him, Dave. You've got to believe me.
Then what happened?
I went to get my purse to pay him the rest of the money.
Yes.
I went out into the hall, past the kitchen, and then everything went black.
Black?
I don't know. Something just seemed to hit me. Maybe it was the heat, I don't know. But the next thing I knew, I was being sick, and all those men were standing around taking pictures, and Dave, I didn't do it. I can't stand it.
Oh, come on, hang on to yourself, honey. I can't stay much longer.
Dave, who phoned the police?
Mrs. Cole.
Mrs. Cole?
Yeah, she came over to borrow some butter and saw this sitting in my hammer chair with our bread knife.
Dave, this isn't happening. It just isn't real.
Did you know that there was lipstick all over his mouth?
Oh. Dave, help me.
They wanted me to believe that Mary got plastered with a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. A drunken, lecherous Mary kissing this guy, leaving lipstick on him. Kisses 1 minute and a blind stabbing rage the next. The papers call her a bleached blonde ex-dancer. Everything I'd ever said about dames who knocked off their boyfriends turned up and smacked me right in the face. The department had decided she was guilty. Even Jock Dewson, my boss and my friend, even Jock had decided. He said so. Right in his office, he said so. It was real bad, Dave. Real bad. Jock, you know Mary. You know she couldn't. It's impossible she couldn't do a thing like this.
Dave, you can't beat the system.
Everyone's leaned backwards all down the line trying to help you out, but they all come out with the same answer.
Did you check the towels after she was sick?
No narcotics, but plenty of whiskey. She was placid.
And then somebody poured it down her throat. Look, she doesn't drink. Hardly even a highball, and then only when she's with me.
What do you want me to say, Dave? I'm just telling you the facts.
What was on her head about the brunette?
You still think she was slugged?
I only know she did not pass out from drinking bourbon.
Well, then the medical boys are wrong. They got a specialist from Mercy Hospital to examine her head. He found a bruise the intern missed. Skin isn't broken. There's practically no swelling. Doc thought it was something she'd done herself on a door or on the arm of a chair.
Then she blacked out. Plenty of people have. I'm Civic. I did it. I hit the beach, and next thing I knew, I was in a field hospital.
Maybe. In a battle. I'm sorry, David. It looks real bad. You better get a smart lawyer.
Oh, Jock, it's wrong. Don't you know it's wrong? I tell you.
Everything points to the fact that Hamilton was paying a social call. Now, if he was delivering a vacuum cleaner, where is it?
The killer took it.
Why? Why kill for a $39.95 vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, but there's an answer somewhere.
And this $5 deposit. Now, we've been all over the house looking for that receipt.
People lose receipts?
Yeah, they do, all right.
She didn't kill Hamilton. I know what's going on here. The department's embarrassed. Embarrassed because the wife of the department man is in a tough spot. They're afraid of the papers. Hush it up, get it over with, and let's forget about the whole thing. Look, I quit. Take your badge and go to the devil.
Dave, take it easy. I don't want your badge, but you just can't work on this case officially.
Why? Afraid I might destroy evidence?
Look, Dave, we're friends. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you're working on that guy who knocked over those service stations. But remember, if you get into trouble on this, I'll nail you. I'll have to. If the newspaper about you always have a fun working on your wife's murder rap, they'd have my shirt. So take it easy.
Thanks, Chuck. I've arranged for bail. She'll be out in the morning. Can I go to see her now?
Sure, Dave, sure. But remember, keep out of trouble.
Take it easy, honey. You'll be out in the morning. I got the bail. Please, Stacy, please. Come. It's going to be all right.
What if they find them guilty?
They won't.
There's so many things I can't explain.
I'm working on it. I'm leaving here to see Hamilton's landlady. He lived in a rooming house on the east side. Then I'll cover his office. There are a couple of vacuum cleaners missing.
Missing?
Yeah, Hamilton had a new machine and a demonstrator. The sales manager told Jock.
Is that important?
Jock doesn't seem to think so. Says it isn't connected with a crime. Find 2 vacuum cleaners in a city limit. Size is tough. But I'll figure it. Somehow I'll figure it. Don't cry anymore, huh? I know you didn't kill him. Even if you weren't my wife, I'd know you didn't kill him.
How can you say it? Everybody else thinks...
Experience, honey. When a woman sticks a knife in a man's rib, she stands there screaming. No. It's just experience and 50 other homicides. Don't worry, honey. I'll figure it. I believe you. And I love you.
Dad.
Just hang on to that, huh? You'll be all right. You'll be out tomorrow.
You have to go now.
I gotta work, honey. I gotta do a lot. And first call is that landlady where Hamilton lived.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm from the police department, lady.
Police. They've been here a dozen times about poor Mr. Hamilton.
Well, they're here again.
I told them everything I know. Because you guys are too dumb to figure something out. It's plain as your nose that this babe killed him. If a dame bleaches her hair, you know what she is. I can spot him a mile away.
Shut up!
Hey, wait a minute. You're Mercy. You're a husband. Well, aren't we being high and mighty?
Look, I just want to ask you a few questions. Now, give me a break, will you?
Mr. Hamilton stayed in nights. He didn't drink. He never took anybody up to his room. He paid his rent prompt, and that's all I know.
There are 2 cleaners missing. One a demonstrator, the other one was new.
Cleaners? What are you talking about?
Hamilton had 2 airbrush cleaners. One was a demonstrator, an old one in a case. The other was a new machine. His office doesn't know where they are either. I thought maybe you might have some idea.
Well, how should I know? I didn't follow him around. They searched the place till I'm nearly crazy. You want to look at his room, too?
Yeah, why not?
They've been over it 10 times.
So I'll look again. Come on. Take me up. dirty gray hair, and I hated her. She watched me go over Hamilton's room. There was nothing. No letters, no vacuum cleaners, no nothing. Somehow I didn't trust her. Well, I couldn't figure why. Finally, I left. My next call was the Airbrush Vacuum Cleaner Company in the Morgan building. The sales manager's name was Richard. All he wanted to do was to keep everything quiet. He said so.
This is very upsetting, Mr. Murphy. Airbrush salesmen have always had the highest reputation for integrity and honesty.
Yeah, so has my wife.
Yes, of course.
Hamilton had 2 cleaners, right?
Yes, a demonstrator and a new machine.
Where are they now?
I don't know and I don't care. This publicity is ruining our business. Our salesmen can't even get in anymore. Side place. For 4 days, nobody's even made a demonstration.
That's too bad. Where's Hamilton's sales book?
I don't know that either.
You got any sort of record of his calls?
We have a record of every house where he gets inside and makes a demonstration.
I want a list of his demonstrations for the last 5 days he worked.
I have it here. The police have already been over it. It's the last 3 pages in this book.
Why isn't my name in here?
Well, Mr. Murphy...
Come on, let me have it. Been taking a lot of trouble lately.
Well, he either didn't make a demonstration in your house at all, or... Well, it could have been that...
That what?
If he made a sale right away, he'd just make out a sales slip in his order book and not bother listing one call as both a sale and a demonstration.
I see. There's nothing else you can tell me? No phone calls for Hamilton, nothing unusual?
Salesmen often get called. Customers phone in for service. I can't remember anything unusual. Several people have been phoning since Mr. Hamilton's murder accident. Several people have been into the office about it.
Will you get me a list?
There isn't a list.
Okay. I'm going to check his calls for the last 5 days he worked.
I just hope this can get off page 1, that's all. It's ruining business.
Yeah. It's ruining a lot of things, Mr. Richards. A lot of things. I started in making his calls. The last 5 days he spent on Van Buren Street. And believe me, that's a long street. Can I interest you in a vacuum cleaner, lady? The old time, college, doorbell after doorbell after doorbell. I'm from the police. We're checking on a man who called a vacuum to sell you cleaner. Over and over and over again and nothing. Housewives, maids, kids, old men, old ladies, nothing. Then I came to the 47th house on Hamilton's list. A big place that had seen better days. I leaned on the doorbell and finally the door opened. The guy was nervous. A tall, pretty boy in a $200 suit. I couldn't figure why he was nervous. We just stood there on the doorstep, looking at each other.
I don't understand what it is you want.
Look, mister, we're checking a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell along with a lot of others. He got himself killed. You see, we look into things like that.
He was killed?
A knife in his ribs.
I remember him. He woke up my aunt ringing the doorbell. I told him off and sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, he didn't.
That's funny.
Funny?
Yeah, he made a list of every house where he gave a demonstration. Your house is on the list.
Well, there must be some mistake.
He didn't make mistakes about his other demonstrations.
What do you mean?
Is your throat dry, Bub?
Say, what is this? What are you
doing? But 1,000 years ago, guys, of course, well, they hang spit. I think you're lying. But I can check it with the neighbors. People see things. I'll find somebody who saw him go into your house.
Well, yes. Yes, he was inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt's very sick and very old. I thought you might want to question her, and I didn't want you to disturb her. I thought you might just go away.
I think I'll talk to your aunt.
Oh, please. She's not well at all. She's senile. You'll upset her if you try to cross-examine her.
Look, mister, I may look tough, but I can be very gentle with sick old ladies.
Dave, it's 3:30.
If Jock's really coming up to the house, what's keeping him?
He'll be here, honey. I didn't want to talk at the office. I'm not supposed to be working on a case.
Oh, honey, you look so tired. You're worn out.
This is a tough fight, baby.
That's Jock now.
I'll go.
Well, shall I make something to drink?
No, we'll keep the liquor out of sight.
Hi, Dave.
Come in, Jock.
Sorry I'm late.
That's all right. Come on in and sit down.
Hello, Jock. I'm glad you got here.
Hello.
How are you?
Mary, I'm fine, thanks.
Jock, I've spotted something.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been checking all the calls Hamlin made in the last 5 days. I got into a big house on Van Buren Street. Big place. Used to have dough. Guy named Dolph, Harold Dolph, keeps house for his aunt. Her name's Stone, Miss Alice Stone. Ever hear of her?
Don't think so.
They used to have dough. Now they broke. The aunt's about 70. Sits in a wheelchair and won't talk. I think she's got a skin full of dope, Jock. I had trouble getting in. Dolph tried to give me the runaround. When I got in, the old lady just sat there and wouldn't speak. Dolph says she's a bit off. But I think she was afraid to talk in front of him.
So?
So I want to get into the house when Dolph isn't there and have a talk with the old lady.
Why?
I can smell something. Dolph's wearing $200 suits and the grass on the lawn hasn't been cut all summer. He's greedy and he's hard up. I think he's trying to kill his aunt. A guy that'll torture old ladies will kill.
But, Dave, you've got nothing to go on, nothing.
I know, but it's a hunch, and there's some connection. I'm sure of it.
I don't see it. Maybe the old lady's in pain. Maybe she has to take dope. There's any one of 100 reasons why.
Look, will you put somebody to watch the house? If Tall and Pretty goes out, I want him tailed, and I want to be phoned.
Why?
I want to talk to the old lady alone.
You mean break in?
If necessary.
No soap.
Jock, why can't you give us a break?
Because I have a wife and 3 kids, and I need my job, Mary.
I know what you're thinking, Jock. Yes, I was a dancer. I danced in nightclubs. Ask Dave how long it took him to get a date with me.
Mary, I know,
But I do bleach my hair. I bleach it a little because it's so fair anyway. Does that make me a tramp?
Now, look, Mary.
Nearly every man in the department has been in this house. They know me. They're supposed to be our friends.
Mary, please, I know how you feel.
No use, honey. It's the system.
Oh.
The system has got us licked. Our fair-time friends don't believe it.
Oh, Dave.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Okay, I'll put a man on the house. But if you get caught, I'll nail you. That old lady makes a scene. If anything halfway happens, I'll send no orders for me. That you were acting on your own.
I'll take that risk. Jock set 2 men to watch the house on Van Buren Street. Late the next afternoon, Tall and Pretty came out and hailed a cab. One of the men followed him. The other beat it for a phone and telephoned Jock. And Jock phoned me, and I went over. The old girl wouldn't or couldn't come to the door. So I broke in a back window. I tiptoed to the living room door and peeked in. She was sitting in a wheelchair by the window. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes went wide with terror. A tiny, delicate old lady in a wheelchair. She fright whimpered when I came over and took her hand. Look, Auntie, I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh.
Can you talk? Can you answer me by nodding? Huh? Oh, come on, please, honey. Don't be afraid. Look, I'm in trouble, see? Bad trouble. They think that my wife killed that little man who came here to sell vacuum cleaners. Do you remember him?
Yes.
You do? Well, can you tell me anything about him? Anything at all? Honey, I don't get it. Are you being kept in this house against your will? Does that mean yes? Huh? You are. Does he give you stuff? Does he give you dope? He does. Well, do you want to get out of here? Well, I'll take you. I got my car outside.
Rings.
Rings? Oh, honey, I just don't understand you. Why do you keep pointing to your fingers?
Rings. Rings in vacuum cleaner.
Your rings are in the vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Oh, honey, God bless you. God bless you. You'll have to stay in this house one more day. I can't take with me now. A pretty boy will catch on, but we'll get him. Don't you worry. Is there a picture of him anywhere?
Piano. On the piano.
On the piano. I get it. Look, I'm going to take it. And don't you worry, honey. I'll be back tomorrow. I was so excited, I was shaking. Everything was starting to fit into place. I made a quick search of the house, but there was no cleaner there. That made me glad. It meant he still was back. Hadn't got the... Now I could see the whole picture. Dolph waiting for the old lady to die, pushing her towards death, keeping her doped, hating, knowing he was waiting for those rings. So she decided to beat him to it. She dropped them on the carpet in that dark old room. The vacuum cleaner sucked them up. Hamilton finished his demonstration and left. No sale. Then Dolph missed the rings from his aunt's hands and did a tailspin. He must have been afraid to go to the airbrush company. Afraid to talk too much, for fear his aunt would have to identify the rings, and people would find out he was persecuting an old lady. So he started tailing Hamilton, and he tailed him right up to our house, right to Mary. I was so excited I went through 3 red lights on the way home. Oh, Mary.
But Dave, if it's only true. If it's only true.
Look, I've got a picture of Dolph. If Richards can identify him as one of the people who inquired about Hamilton within the last week, we're hot. Really hot.
You've got to be right. You've got to.
We'll nail him right to the wall.
Dave, it isn't going to work. It is going to work out, isn't it?
You bet it is. Dolph is afraid to come right out and say the rings are missing.
Afraid?
Sure. Afraid they'd slowly find out he was filling his aunt with dope. So he followed Hamilton, getting more frightened all the time. Mary, it clicks all the way down the line. See, that's the way it works, honey. One piece at a time. Suddenly the puzzle isn't a puzzle anymore. Dolph was afraid the cleaner would be emptied. He got hysterical thinking about those rings dumped in somebody's garbage. Oh, honey, I'm so excited I can't sit still.
I knew you'd do it. I knew it.
Oh, can't you see what happened then? Mary, it's like a mirror. He followed Hamilton.
Go on, Dave.
He followed Hamilton here. He sneaked in the back way, through the kitchen. He can hear and see what's going on. This is a sale. This is goodbye cleaner, goodbye rings, goodbye everything. So he gets panicky. He's got to get that cleaner back. He picks up a bread knife. You go for your purse. And he slaps you when you pass the kitchen door.
I knew it. Everything just went black.
And Hamilton, the meek little salesman, charges out to help. Charges straight into 12 inches of bread knife.
Dave, if you can prove it, if you can only prove it.
Then cover up. He puts Hamilton in the red chair. Pours half a quart of bourbon down your throat, honey. To the couch, slings smears your lipstick in Hamilton's mouth.
Dave, it fits all the way.
Sure it fits. Now, if I can only get hold of those cleaners. Somewhere there are 2 vacuum cleaners covered with Dolph's fingerprints. If I can get... Hey.
What?
He got the wrong cleaner.
What do you mean?
There were 2 cleaners, 2.
I don't understand.
2 cleaners. A new one and a demonstrator. The rings are in the demonstrator. Hamilton brought you a new cleaner.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, baby, I'm getting hot on this. Listen. The rings would be in the demonstrator. Don't you see? Pretty boy swiped the wrong cleaner. That means he still hasn't got the rings back. There's no vacuum cleaner in his house. I looked. Oh, honey, I'm hot on this. I gotta go now, quick.
Have luck, Dave. Have luck for me.
I'll have luck, honey. We'll win this yet. My head was going like a hammer. I phoned Jock. He told me that while I'd been talking to the old lady, his man had tailed Pretty Boy to the airbrush vacuum cleaner company. There, he asked for Hamilton's address. I went up to the airbrush place myself and checked that. Richards identified Dolph by the picture I'd swiped. Dolph had just left after getting Hamilton's address. He still didn't have the rings. He still didn't have the cleaner. Then the last thing fell into place. I got so excited I was sick. That landlady, that dirty, greasy-haired landlady had held out on me. Held out on a beaten-up old vacuum cleaner.
Are you here again? What's the matter? Can't you leave me alone?
Where is it?
Where's what?
That cleaner.
Are you crazy?
Get out of my way.
Hey, listen, you get out of here. I'll yell for help. Your wife knocked off a guy.
Tell me where it is, or I'll break your arm. I'll break it, so help me. I'll pull it out of the socket. Now, where is it? Where is it?
I don't know.
Listen, Hamilton had 2 cleaners. The new one I don't care about. We'll find that later. But you swiped the demonstrator. It's either you or the nephew. He hasn't got it because he was in asking for this address at Hamilton's office less than half an hour ago. Now, come on.
Yeah. It's in there. Cover in there.
Yeah, this is it. Mary, baby, this is it. Empty it. Empty the bag.
Look, you don't have to pull a gun on me.
The gun isn't for you. Come on. There's some newspaper. Spread it out.
Here.
Hurry.
I am.
Now empty the bag. Come on, step on it. Shake it harder.
Don't get sore. I'm doing the best I can.
Shake it harder. That's it. That's it.
They're rings. 4 of them. Emeralds. Look at diamonds and emeralds.
Yeah. 4 of them. Comes a papa.
Hey, look, I didn't know about those rings. I'm not trying to steal. I just...
Damn it. And you can keep the clue.
Will I answer it?
Yeah. I'll be behind the door. Just ask him in. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
I'm from the airbrush company. Mr. Hamilton has a cleaner here. They sent me to pick it up.
Well, come in. It's here.
Thank you. Are you opened it? What's going on here?
Hello, pretty boy. Looking for something?
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, June 20th, 1949, 72 years ago today. Here's an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1954. 67 years ago today.
Transcribed.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents out of this story a great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past, our inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune, a fortune compounded of many things. Of Franklin's experiment with a kite and a key. The writing of a great document called the Declaration of Independence. And the voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty. It is the Virginia militia of young Colonel Washington. And Ethan Allen's Green Mountain Boys. Let us now go back to a significant chapter in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance.
The delegates of the United Colonies, to all unto whom these presents shall come, send greetings. Know ye that we, by these presents, do grant license and authority to Abraham Whipple, commander of the sloop Providence, to fit out and set forth in a warlike manner, and by force of arms, to attack, seize, and take the ships belonging to the inhabitants of Great Britain on the high seas. By order of the Congress, John Hancock, President.
They They say he was a sailor, was old Abe Whipple, a Yankee captain from Rhode Island. And few there were on the Atlantic or any other ocean who could stride a deck with the cock-of-the-walk authority he commanded. He was a driver, they say, tough as barnacles and built close to the deck, with sharp gray eyes and fists like marlin spikes. And he drove a ship till her timbers groaned, and when he called to quarters, it was like the roar of a wounded lion. But Abraham Whipple was also a man who dreamed of a free America, who had long resolved to sail under no flag but that of his own choosing.
I've been to sea since I was a lad. Not fancy school, but I know the stars, the sea, the sextant, and the guns. The 23 French ship captains I took during the French-Indian Wars can tell you that. And I know right from wrong. No king is going to tell me where my ship can or can't go in American waters.
This was 1772, not a time when ordinary men spoke out that way. By provisions of the new Stamp Act, vessels could not sail without the required stamps. England, which had maintained only a few frontier islands, was now sending regiments to enforce the act. Then, as if things weren't already bad enough, along came the post sloop Gaspé. She appeared off the coast of New England one day, a sloop of war, 27 men and 6 cannon under Lieutenant William Duddington.
Stand by for boarding!
Somehow, neither his attitude nor his sentiments settled too well with the people.
I would be delighted to see Newport burn and not lift a finger to put out the fire. What's more, I'll stamp out this smuggling if I have to blow every American ship out of the water. I'll show them the proper respect.
And they called him a pirate, too, for Lieutenant William Duddington was not above helping himself to a bit of the cargo now and then. And to show his contempt, he cut their fruit trees for firewood, all of which resulted in the colonial governors writing a protest to Admiral John Montague at Boston. And the Admiral's reply?
I am informed that the people of Rhode Island talk of fitting out an armed vessel to rescue those the king's sloop may take. Let them be cautious what they do. For as sure as they attempt it, I shall hang them as pirates.
That's how it stood in June 17th, 1772, when the ship Hannah, under Captain Benjamin Lindsay, rounded Nanquit Point, the sloop Gaspé in hot pursuit. Captain Lindsay veered suddenly and... The Gaspé found herself high, dry, and aground. In Providence, feelings ran hot at the news, and...
Oyez! Oyez! The Gaspé is aground off Nanquit Point. All interested meet at John Brown's home immediately. Oyez! Oyez! The Gaspé is aground.
Then it's agreed. We meet at Reed's, Buenos Park at 9. Bring your guns, swords, stones, anything you can get. Doesn't float off, can't float after high tide at midnight. If all goes well, he'll never float her off. It's tonight or never.
64 volunteers in 8 longboats formed in a line abreast and made silently for the cutter outlined in the moonlight. They were approaching under the bow, where Duddington could not bring his cannon to bear when...
Who goes there? Who are you men?
The sentry. Don't fire. Use your rocks if you have to.
Stand off or I'll fire. Stand off, I say.
Now!
What is this? What do you want with this ship?
I'll try to trick him.
I'm the sheriff of Kent County, and I've a warrant to apprehend you, dang blast you, so you better surrender.
I'll surrender to no one. Now pull away before I order my men to fire.
Eve, reach me a gun. I can get that fella.
I've come for you, blast your eyes, and I'm going to get you. All right, men. We're boarding that ship.
Fire! That's your last order. I've killed him. I've killed the rascal.
And good riddance.
I'm wounded. Help me, someone. Help me, please. Help me, please.
You men, take that section. You men below, don't give them a chance to get any more men on deck. Hopkins, over here! Any names, you fool. No names at all. Tie those men up and disarm the others. Doctor, you take care of Dudden Coombs. Good thing you were along.
Treason. You will all hang for this. When we're done.
Treason, eh? This ship is crowded with loot you've taken from honest people. Stand aside. I'll dispatch this piratical dog.
No, please, don't kill me.
I had no intention of doing so. Merely wanted to see how a man who bullies the weak would act without his authority. You didn't disappoint me. Put this man ashore and set a torch to the sloop.
Captain Whipple burned the Gaspé clear to the waterline. And there she flamed, a gigantic torch for all to see and remember. King George appointed a committee to investigate. 1,000 pounds was offered for the leader, and 500 pounds and a full pardon for any member who turned King's evidence. The gentlemen in England were pretty concerned.
American licentiousness has grown into treason. If we pass over this atrocious offense to British authority, there's no telling where it may lead. It's well known that the so-called Sons of Liberty regard His Majesty's sloop, the Gaspé, as a test case.
But the people of Rhode Island, meanwhile, had developed the worst memory case of lapses in history. In a year, the committee was unable to find anybody to hang, and the matter had to be dropped. By this time, some gentlemen in Boston had arranged a party of their own, a tea party. Then, in 1775, what was bound to happen did. In Boston, a group of patriots rushed the square.
Disperse! In the name of the king! I order you to disperse! Fire!
The British fired. Americans fell in a fusillade that touched off the powder keg of revolution. Abe Whipple lost no time. The day he was commissioner of the Common Rhode Island Fleet, he decided to get him a ship. The British was no idle boaster. That same day, he sailed out before a brisk wind, and when he spotted the sloop Rose and her tender...
Right, you rascals! Or I'll blast water! Got it? Another broadside, mister, so they'll know I mean business.
Look, sir, the Rose is hightailing it, leaving the tender to us.
She's ours, sir! We've won!
It was the first naval battle of the American Revolution, and the start of Whipple's war against the British. He had proven how Yankee sailormen could fight, and that stopping Whipple was like catching a tornado in a paper bag. By 1776, tough, determined, with an unbelievable list of victories behind him, he was created a captain of the Continental Navy to command the Providence, a frigate of 28 guns.
Gentlemen of the Congress, I regret to report that General Washington's army has suffered badly at Long Island and has been forced to retire. The war goes badly with us.
All attempts of Congress to establish a navy have virtually failed. Privateers are our only substantial hope of showing proper defiance, capturing desperately needed supplies, and helping our treasury to obtain arms and powder for General Washington's harassed troops.
Steadily,
desperately, orders from Congress came the order. Urge haste in getting to sea and preying on British transport and commerce.
4 times Commodore Whipple was taken prisoner during those grueling years, but always he returned to fight. And the sound of cannon, men dying, and burning ships became a terrible, never-ceasing part of his life. Then, in June 1778,
from Congress to the Commissioners, Naval Board, Boston. Direct that the Providence be prepared for sea to carry important dispatches to France.
These dispatches were a proposed treaty with the government of France, one which would mean naval aid and recognition for the United Colonies. But just outside Narragansett, the British at bay, blockaders waited.
Broad daylight. It seems every ship in the British Navy's out there.
Yeah, it does seem so, Mr. Springer. Steady, she goes, Quartermaster.
Aye, aye, sir.
Nervous, Mr. Springer?
Yes, sir.
We'll make it, lad. We'll make it.
Stand by your port and starboard guns, and I'll strip the bacon off the first man as a match, or I give the order. Who touch? Hard a starboard, Quartermaster. Set a course twixt a brig and a tender. Easy now.
Sir, they're making signal to lay to.
We take our orders from the American Navy. We'll get to France if we have to swim. Alert your crews, mister. Pay a double rations for every man who scores a hit today.
You hear, lads? Stand by to fire. We're ready for him, sir. This one's for me. Just give the word, Captain. We'll clear decks wide open.
Sir, they divine our intent. That sloop is closing on us.
Then we'll pass over her.
Captain, we'll be in a pocket outgunned 12 to 1.
Ahoy, the ship! Lay to for boarding!
Bear between them. Long, sir. A lee. Steady.
I command you to stand by. You can't escape.
They're on either side of us, sir.
Mr. Springer, just as there are 2 sides to every dispute, there are always 2 broadsides to every ship. It'd be hardly fair to give only the lead guns a chance at double pay, now would it, eh?
Lay low, men. We're almost abreast now. Now, lads, while they reload, let's show them how it's done. Ready? Fire away! Batley now, you riflemen aloft. Don't let them reload. Keep up a constant fire. You gunners, we'll rig them again. Fire!
We got her. The others are giving way.
Of course we got her. Just because we're on a pleasure cruise, we shouldn't neglect our greetings to King George.
Whole wind for France, Quartermaster.
And so, the treaty dispatches reached France, and on the way home, just to keep things lively, Captain Whipple picked up a few more ships. Says one source of Captain Whipple,
daring and strategy were the keystones of this patriot.
And another's career.
Some of his achievements were so singular and extraordinary as to appear more like romance than reality.
None could have been more so than that which began one foggy June morning in 1779 off the coast of Newfoundland. The Commodore led his squadron, consisting of the frigates Providence, Ranger, and Queen of France.
Sir, you must come on deck immediately.
Well, What is it, Mr. Springer?
Sir, we're in the middle of a huge British convoy.
Lost me for a bopping right. If you're not... If it weren't for this fog, they would have seen us by now. Are the Ranger and Queen of France dropping back with us?
Aye, sir. We'll soon be completely out of sight.
But so will the enemy, Mr. Springer.
Sir? Good Lord. Look there, Captain.
Huh? What was it? What'd you see?
For a moment, the fog broke. A man of war, sir. And she mounted 70 guns and she mounted one.
Sir, did you see her?
We saw her, Bosun.
The men have counted 3 other men of war and a dozen merchantmen in the last hour.
Judging from those signal guns, they must extend for miles. Mr. Springer.
Aye, sir.
I'm becoming very curious about the situation. We have a Union Jack in the flag locker.
Aye, sir.
Good. Run it up and secure your gun ports, Bosun. They're going to have a close look at this business.
Captain Whipple had himself a close look, all right. About 11, the fog lifted, and he found himself in the midst of over 150 sail.
It's the entire Jamaica fleet.
And we with only 3 ships.
Look there. A 3-decker, hardly able to waddle. She's that loaded down, miles of British ships. A fortune in sugar, cotton, spices, foodstuffs, in guns and powder that could go to our own cause. Fetch me my chart, Mr. Springer.
Aye, sir.
Look, here we are, above the 40th parallel. We'll follow a course due south to here.
Sir, surely you don't...
To join him, Mr. Springer. In the clear, we shall be simple merchantmen. At night and in the fog... Have you ever hunted ducks, Mr. Springer?
Sir?
The good hunter always picks off the last duck. The one nobody will miss.
That one duck over there carries as many guns as we do, sir. If the Commodore will forgive me, this is one case when discretion could be the better part of valor.
I don't know any fancy sayings, Lieutenant, but I do know a good prize when I see one. And I know also that General Washington's men need boots, guns, and powder in war. They're going to win. Have them short and sail, mister. They'll communicate our plan to the Ranger and the Queen of France.
It became waiting a matter of fog or nightfall, putting a longboat aside a merchantman and boarding her.
Enough! I cry quarter!
But occasionally, some particularly stubborn captain had to be convinced by the sight of the American flag flying over a 14-gun broadside. It became a deadly, nerve-wracking game, during which Captain Whipple and his men lived on the verge of being discovered and blown to pieces by the powerful British escort, sort of like a mouse takes from between cheese between a cat's paws. And then one day...
We're discovered, sir. That ship's bearing down on us.
We've got the chance to fight. We must be dead. Gunner, stand by to fight your guns. Get aboard the men.
Ship Providence, often on the records of the American Navy.
The Continental Congress congratulates Commodore Whipple on the success of his cruise off Newfoundland. urged speedy preparations of the Providence for another cruise.
In 1780, he, by being rewarded, assigned commander of naval forces at Charleston, South Carolina. But of all the rewards accorded him, his own best wooden picture of the puzzled Britain and recounting their ships in port.
How will they ever explain that one to George?
When at last Charleston fell to Sir Henry Clinton's and Admiral Arbuthnot's combined forces, Captain Whipple became a prisoner for the fifth time. But England had resolved not to exchange theirs, and so, private, for Abe Whipple, the fighting was over. Commodore Abraham Whipple, a true patriot, a man who had given so unselfishly of himself to the cause of freedom. With his courage had ignited a torch that would light the footsteps of a young country toward the American way of life. High, too, are the standards of courage and resourcefulness he had willed to the American Navy of today. In 1780, after 9 years of faithful, outstanding service, during which he had served without pay, often advancing large sums of his own money to Congress for supplies, Abraham Whipple retired a legend. But not before having the honor of another first. That year, he became the first Yankee skipper to unfurl the American flag on the River Thames. A free sailorman on a free ship. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the National Vice Commander of the American Legion, Department of New Hampshire, Mr. John J. High.
In June, students and teachers throughout the United States clean out their desks, pack the books and chalk away in the closet, wash the blackboards, congratulate themselves on a job well done, then go on a picnic in observation of the last day of school. At this time of year, American Legion School Medal Awards are presented. Last year, 1,559 of these awards were made throughout the country. In operation since 1926, this awards program is designed to encourage the development of those character traits which make for good American citizenship. Far too often, an exaggerated importance is placed on scholarship. Good scholarship is most important. Good school grades demonstrate industry, perseverance, efficiency, and intelligence on the part of the boy or the girl who achieves them. The American Legion believes, however, that attention should be given to the development of the whole child. If the America of the future is to be a healthy, sound nation, today's children must also be encouraged in the development of such moral honor, values, courage, leadership, and service. If these traits are not developed in our youngsters, our country faces internal disintegration and decadence. It was for the fostering of these qualities that the American Legion system of school medal awards was designed. Thousands and deserving students have received them this month on the basis of student-teacher recommendation. It is our hope that through this type of educational stimulus, the wealth of our American heritage will be increased and that the future of our land will bring to harvest the precious seeds of freedom which are the basis of our inheritance.
Thank you, Mr. John J. High. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans, dreaming of the future, forged that which we possess today. Today's story, Whipple's War, was written by William D. Lansford and featured William Woodson as Abraham Whipple. Included in the cast were Dawes Butler, Howard Culver,
Tom Cound, Ben Wright, James McCallion, Robert Emlin, Jack Carroll, Byron Kane, Gil Harmon, and Parley Bear. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Lang speaking.
The preceding program was transcribed earlier. Every day, Monday through Friday, you'll find enjoyable daytime radio entertainment on this NBC station. Whether it's comedy, drama, or quiz fun you're looking for, keep your dial set to NBC for the finest. Brighten your day the radio way with the interesting stories on Welcome Travelers from Chicago with your host, Tommy Bartlett. Laugh with NBC's Hope for the Housewife, Bob Hope, and his daily quarter hour of humor. And speed your way through straightening up the house, dusting, or vacuuming as you listen to such fun-filled shows as Strike It Rich and The Phrase That Pays. And remember, every day, Monday through Friday, NBC presents wonderful daytime drama on such programs as The Road of Life, Pepper Young's Family, The Right to Happiness, Stage One, Backsafe, Stella Dallas, Young Widder Brown, and The Woman in My House, to name only a few. Why don't you make it a daily habit to chase your housework blues away by keeping your radio tuned to NBC? Yes, always tune where you hear the familiar 3 NBC chimes. They're your invitation to the finest radio entertainment. Subcommittee Counsel Ray Jenkins will meet the press tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
You just heard an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, June 20th, 1954, 67 years ago today. Stay tuned for Frontier Stories, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations, variety with a of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmine.com for more information. We now present Frontier Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Roy Rogers, which originally aired Thursday, November 27th, 1952.
It's the Roy Rogers Show.
Happy trails to you. It's nice to meet again. Happy trails to you until the journey's end.
Most Grape Nuts Flakes, the great 2-minute energy cereal, brings you the Roy Rogers Show, transcribed on the Double R Bar Ranch, with Pat Brady and the Queen of the West, Dale Evans.
Happy trails to you. Time to ride again.
And here he is, in person, the King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. You know, being a cowboy, you need lots of energy. That's why Grape Nuts Flakes is the cereal I like for strength and energy. Just 2 minutes after you eat a big bowl full, that whole wheat energy starts going to work for you. Try Grape Nuts Flakes, buckaroos. They're great. And now...
Outside a well-kept ranch house in the southern end of Paradise Valley, a strange conversation takes place.
I can't ever let my wife and my boy find out. I'll give you money, Sherm. You get out of Paradise Valley.
I don't want money, George. All I want is a chance to settle down and work. I have a wife and youngster, too, you know.
You'll never work in these parts. I'll see to it that you don't. We both have too much to hide to live in the story.
Some days later, Roy Rogers and Pat Brady, with Trigger, Bullet, and Nellie Bell, are hunting strays at the far southern tip of the Double R Bar Ranch. They come upon 2 youngsters glaring at each other and about ready to square off when our friends interrupt them.
All right, kids. If you don't want to tell me what the fight's about, why don't you shake hands and forget the whole thing?
I don't want to shake hands with him. Always bragging just because he can fly. He's flying an airplane. Oh, I'm taking my horse and riding home. And I'm not shaking hands.
Oh, don't be so stubborn, Pete. I should think you'd be glad to have a friend your own age in the neighborhood.
Oh, he's no friend of mine. He hasn't got a horse, and he lives in that dirty old shack down by the Arroyo. Get up. And on top of that, his father's an ex-convict. Why, you... I'll get you for that the next time I see you. I don't want to see you. Stay away from me.
Hey, just a minute, son. You're new around here, and young Pete Adams certainly wasn't very nice. But you know something?
What?
Neither Pat nor I heard a word he said when he rode away.
I don't care if you heard it or not. Guess it doesn't even make any difference anyway. Guess nobody will ever let my dad alone.
Well, now, folks in Paradise Valley are mostly mighty neighborly. I bet me and Roy could introduce you to some kids out of fun you'd have with.
Sure, we aim to make all strangers feel at home. I'm Roy Rogers, and this is Pat Brady. And we can use an extra hand to look for strays. While we're working, you can tell us all about yourself.
Will you pay me? I don't like to ask it, but my folks need money pretty bad.
Why, sure we'll pay you. And maybe there's something else we can do to help. First off, what's your name?
Don Alexander.
Don? All right, Don. Now, would you rather ride in that Jeep with Pat or up here on Trigger with me?
Nellie Bell's a sight more comfortable, Don, I'll tell you that.
Gee, never rode in a Jeep before, and I never saw such a beautiful horse. I'll tell you what. Why don't I ride partway with Pat and partway with Roy, and then walk partway with the dog? But this will...
Don, you're a born diplomat. Let's go.
Will there be anything else, Mr. Adams?
No, thanks, Miss Evans. I still think you're making a mistake in hiring an ex-convict, Rogers.
I had a long talk with Sherm Alexander, George, and I'm convinced he's gone absolutely straight.
Well, as I understand it, the term Alexander served in Kansas was for stealing cattle. He'd be the last person in the world I'd hire as a ranch hand.
Well, you didn't hire him, George. I did. And I'm going to see to it that he has another chance.
All right, Rogers. But I warned you.
Look, Mr. Adams, when you settled down here after the war, we didn't go around asking a lot of embarrassing questions.
As far as we were concerned, you were just an an army pious guy. And everybody in Paradise Valley went out of their way to help you make a go of your ranch.
Well, I'm not an ex-convict. Good night.
Adams, you ought to at least let your youngster and Sherm's boy Don get to be friends in their own way. They're both nice kids, and they shouldn't start with two grown-up strikes against them.
Sure, they're nice kids. In fact, they even look quite a lot
Don't
alike.
ever say that again, Brady. Don does my son look like the son of an ex-convict, and I've forbidden him to play with Don. Good night.
Well, he doesn't have to try to break the glass in the door.
I can't imagine what's gotten into George Adams. He's been around here long enough to know that we live and let live in Paradise Valley.
Oh, some people are just nastily born stuffy about things like that.
How's Sherm working out around the ranch, Roy?
Well, 3 days really isn't enough to tell, but he seems to be a mighty good hand.
Well, he knows cattle, I'll tell you that. Roy's put him in charge of those heifers he's developing for the breeding herd.
Well, I certainly hope it works out. Mrs. Alexander is so nice, and she did such a wonderful job of bringing up Don while his dad was in prison. And now that Sherm has a good job, well, she'll get the medical attention she's needed for so long.
Say, Dale, if you don't need Pat anymore, we'd better be getting back to the Double R bar. We're still short-handed, and we both have to get up pretty early in the morning.
Oh, that's all right. I can close up without Pat.
It's a pleasure to be able to go to bed every night instead of staying up every other night to keep watch on that herd like Roy and me were doing before we got Sherm.
Well, so far, Sherm's handling everything just fine. And if he has the spirit to work 16 hours a day, I'm glad to pay him for it.
Hey, Roy, I just talked to Sherm, and he says that 2 of those purebred heifers were missing this morning.
What? Well, those were valuable animals. Let's go out and help Sherm look for signs.
Well, Sherm says he's been looking since daybreak. He claims that there ain't no tracks leading away from the herd at all.
Sherm, are you sure you aren't getting too tired and falling asleep while you're circling the herd on your horse?
No, Roy. I haven't closed an eye in the past 3 nights, I'm sure. Yet 1 or 2 of the herd have been missing about every morning. I guess it looks pretty bad for me.
Listen, I don't want you to even think about that, Sherm. We talked the whole thing out, and you told me you've gone straight, and I believe you. I just can't understand how the heifers get out of the herd without leaving any tracks. It's got me licked, Pat. We've covered every inch of the ground, and there's nothing to show where those critters went. That makes 12 in 3 weeks.
Well, if you'll find me a hoof print in this dust, I'll eat it. And I've been looking so hard, I ain't even heard that I noticed I was on horseback instead of in Nellie Bell.
Well, you can track much better on horseback than you can from a car. The trouble is we can't find any tracks.
Hey, Roy, I've got to see you a minute. Ooh, there, fella. Ooh.
Hey, Don, you ride that horse Roy gave you like he was born on him.
Yeah, you came snorting up here like... Why, Don, what's the matter?
Roy, I shouldn't come to you like this, but I just gotta. Mom's so upset. She's real sick again, and Dad said it just wasn't any use, and he's gone.
Gone? What do you mean?
Listen, Don, I sent him at midnight your dad home to sleep. He's been working way too hard.
Can't stay in Paradise Valley anymore, Roy. Dad said he'd send for Mom and me when he found a safe place again. But he was so discouraged when he left that I just gotta go out and find him right now.
Look, Don, there's something mighty wrong, and whatever it is, we want to find out and get started up front fixing it. Now tell us just what happened.
You don't think my dad's been stealing your cattle, do you, Roy?
Why, no, of course I don't.
Well, when Dad woke up this morning, I took him outside to show him a new trick I taught my horse. And right there, in our own backyard, was one of your heifers.
What horse did your dad have, Don?
Oh, he was riding Big Boy.
Good. Sherm rode him last night, and a man that treats animals like he does certainly isn't going to press him when he's tired.
Well, why don't we go after him and bring him back, Roy? He can't have more than a half-hour start on us.
That's just exactly what we're going to do, Pat. But Trigger and I'd better go alone, because I've got work for you and Don.
I'll do anything for you, Roy. You know that. You just name it.
I just want to find out, Don, if maybe you aren't a better tracker than all the rest of us put together.
You mean me and Don has got to look for another heifer that's disappeared into nowhere?
You bet. There were 2 taken last night, and there's only 1 here. If you can find out where the other one went, It's going to make things a lot easier for your dad, Don.
How about 'em, how about 'em, how about those great nuts? How about 'em, how about 'em, how about those great nuts flakes? They are so good for you too. The 2-minute energy works for you, so how about 'em, how about great nuts flakes?
Yep, how about those grape nuts flakes? Take an old hand's advice, partners. Tomorrow when you roll out of your bunk, corral a bowl full of that great energy-giving cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes are called the Great 2-Minute Energy Cereal because 2 minutes after you polish off a bowlful, their powerhouse whole wheat energy starts to go to work for you. That's the kind of quick energy you fellers and gals need. You'll go for Grape Nuts Flakes sugar-roasted flavor. It's delicious. So ask Mom to get you Grape Nuts Flakes, the 2-Minute Energy Cereal. Look for Roy's picture on the front of the package.
I'm sorry I lit out like that, Roy. I just got so panicky and discouraged that I lost my head for a little while.
Well, I'm just mighty glad that I found you heading back instead of having to chase you all over Paradise Valley. I want you to tell me something, Sherm.
Well, if I sure, Roy. And?
How well do you know George Adams?
Why, I've just talked to him a couple of times since I brought the family to Paradise Valley.
Did you ever know him before, say, years ago?
Don't ask me that, Roy, because I can't answer it straight till I've cleared myself.
All right, Sherm, if that's the way you feel.
And to clear myself, I got to find out in your cabins, Russell, and how they're doing it. Maybe we'll have better luck finding tracks tomorrow. Sure looks like it's going to rain tonight.
Yeah, the clouds are heavy up there in the mountains. If the ground gets a good soaking, it'll stay damp for weeks, and heifers have got to live in the mud. Prince.
I better go home and tell Don and Margaret that everything's going to be all right again. And then, Roy, why don't we try once more to find out how that heifer got from the Double R bar to my place?
Good. I'll ride with you. Only I guess you won't find Don at home.
What do you mean, Roy? Nothing's happened to him, has it?
Well, of course not, Sherm. But he was upset, and I wanted to take his mind off his troubles, so I sent him out with Pat to see if they could find some tracks.
I think we'd be better off on horseback, Pat.
Yeah, I think we get a fine view of things from Nellie Bell. Hey, look up there at the sky. It's going to rain.
I'm not looking at the sky. I'm keeping my eyes on the ground. Hey, Pat, do they have tornadoes around here?
Why, no. We sometimes have some mighty strong zephyrs, though.
Didn't blow hard last night or any time today, though, did it?
No. Why?
Well, when we used to live